Indianapolis 500 is known worldwide.
It's a sellout crowd. It's going to be a heck of a show.
Yeah.
These bricks represent history, tradition, and most importantly, victory.
Drivers, start your engines!
But oh no, he's got a crash.
McLaughlin is done before we've even thrown the green flag.
And the green flag flies to the 109th Indianapolis 500.
3 wide, still there.
And we got a crash at the rear of the field. Marco Andretti.
Pato Award to the outside in turn number 1.
Pato passed by Sato. Takuma Sato takes the lead.
So close. Look at the chaos getting out. 3, 4, sometimes 5 wide coming down into turn 1. Alexander Rossi.
Got super loose there. Is everything good? Pit.
And now it's on fire. Now it is on fire.
Mike's on fire. Get the water on Mike.
What on earth is going on at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway?
So we got a spinner.
No.
Stay low. On the bottom. There you go, my heart. Ready going?
It's 4 wide once again. Maluka's on the inside.
Down to the bottom of the racetrack. It is Palou into the inside of Malukas.
Marcus Ericsson's got ahead of Steve.
Go hard.
Oh, and he makes a move.
Palou sneaks around Marcus Ericsson.
Alex Palou, he has won the Indianapolis 500.
Yes! Oh my God! Thank you guys.
Yo, we coming.
From the amazing events of the 109th Indianapolis 500-mile race, we're getting close to the 110th running. We're 26 days away. And you know it's almost May because it's time for the Indy 500 Open Test. You're looking live at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, where heavy rains from overnight have stopped. The track drying is completed, and the track is open for install laps for the 33 drivers and teams entered in the upcoming greatest spectacle in racing. 60 degrees, a little cool today, but again, more importantly, it's dry. And that's exciting because we have Indy cars on the Speedway at Indianapolis. Hi, everybody. Welcome to our live coverage of Indy 500 Open Testing today and tomorrow. Alan Bestrick, pleased to be here with James Hinchcliffe. The first time you got to buckle in and go out on the racetrack getting ready for the Indy 500. Memories? What was it like?
Oh, it's just excitement, isn't it? I mean, we're still a few days short of May, but this is really when May begins for all these teams and drivers. We all know how much this event means to everybody, and to get the chance to come out here before really the hectic part of May gets going, feel out your race car, feel out your race team. It's very beneficial for these teams and drivers.
So this is a test. But what will the drivers and teams be doing over these next 2 days of track time?
Well, look, we've had 11 months since the last Indy 500, and every offseason, so much effort, so much preparation and work goes into trying to improve your speedway program. These teams, these engineers will have put countless hours in simulation, in CFD, in the wind tunnel, on the shaker rig, everything you could possibly do to try to find that extra 100th or 10th of a mile an hour. So for right now, this test session is really all about evaluating some of those updates, evaluating some of those changes. Firestone have brought a new tire. They're going to want to evaluate that as well. So this is really just a big learning opportunity.
So here's how the day breaks down. Of the 33 entries, there are 24 considered oval veterans. They have the track from now until 12 noon Eastern time. Then from 12 to 2, the drivers who either haven't been in an IndyCar race since last year's Indianapolis 500 or the rookie drivers come out onto the Speedway for their rookie orientation and refreshers. The rookie orientation, the 3-stage program of building speeds. The refreshers, the first couple of stages of that for the veterans to go through. Then from 2 to 6 today, we'll have all the cars on the racetrack, including an hour period for the pit crews, because this is a little different than most places as well, and for them to go through the drill of hot stops in getting ready for the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Scheduled for tomorrow and day 2 of testing. It's everybody on the Speedway for the first couple of hours, a lunch break, and then 4 final hours. And it should be exciting. I think we're going to see a lot of group running late in the day today and tomorrow, and we look forward to that. We also look forward to Georgia Henneberry working the pit lane for us over these next couple of days, and we say hello right now.
Well, good morning, Alan. Good morning, James. May is so close. You can definitely feel it in the air. You touched on it, though. You said it is dry, and that's all that matters. It is beautiful out here right now. Light jacket weather, and just beautiful enough for these teams to start working on these race cars. Behind me right now, you see the 2025 Indianapolis 500 champion. champion, Alex Palou. He's a 3-time race winner already this year alone. And there are so many instrumental people who make the magic on this 10-car happen. For example, you see in front of you Ricky Davis, crew chief on this car, and then back on the stand, Barry Wanzer. He said the goal for them today, go out early, do some qualifying running, not get too crazy, but definitely start with a qual setup and then gradually work their way into some race trim and some race running. The car you're looking right now, this is the car that won the Long Beach Grand Prix. They tested Gateway with it as well, and then it's going to run the GP. Then they switch over to their oval and their Indy 500 cars. So getting a good baseline today. Alex was the first to take his install lap. He's sitting there patiently waiting on his quest for his second Indianapolis 500. Guys?
All right, Georgia, thanks. So, you know, it's part of the fun of testing. It's part of the mystery of testing, right? Walking around the garages yesterday talking about, okay, are these your cars you're going to race in the 500? Some teams, the answer was, oh, no, 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 no. But some teams, the answer was, yes. Yes, it is.
And that's such an interesting decision that teams have to make. Look, for some teams, there is no option. For some teams, you have to run. Yeah. You've only got one car that's in the rotation. Maybe you only have one chassis that does the flop, the switch between road course setups and oval setups all season long anyway. You know, famously, even Chip Ganassi Racing was doing that back with Marcus Ericsson a few years ago. And when you come here for this open test, if you're not running your 500 car, like I said, you're evaluating some parts and pieces maybe that the teams have been developing, but ultimately you're not going to know what your actual package feels like and what actual speed it has until we get here for opening day in a few weeks' time. So it's interesting when you go through the difference of the teams that do and don't. One of the reasons to not run your Indy 500 car here is if something goes wrong. Yeah. If you were to have an accident and you've already hit the wall and damaged that car that's had so much attention put on it, so much love put into it, a lot of man hours, a lot of elbow grease, all the things that go into preparing one of these 500 machines gone before the month of May, quote unquote, even starts, that's devastating for teams and drivers. So I think it's a bit of a mixed bag, an interesting mix of who's running their 500 cars. Obviously, this guy here, Alex Palou, he is not in his Indy 500 car right now.
But still, plenty to be learned and plenty to be gained for Palou in this car and these laps. The scenes of joy we just saw in the opening montage from last year's Indianapolis 500. They brought back flashbacks for me of Alex coming down the main straightaway, standing on top of the truck that was taking him around the race course after the victory podium to meet all the fans, and coming down to the yard of bricks to kiss the bricks, and just what it meant for a guy who won everything to that point and come close in the 500 to actually experience that joy.
And you know, Alan, it's interesting. We actually spoke. I interviewed Palou last year, a few weeks before the race, for a documentary that we did for Fox, and we talked a lot about the Indy 500 and what it would mean to win it for a driver that at that point had already had 3 championships, was on his way to his 4th. And I asked him, I said, you know, is your career complete? You're already on trajectory for a Hall of Fame IndyCar career. Yeah. Would your career be complete without an Indy 500 win? Could you win another 2, 3, 4 more championships? But if you didn't have an Indy 500 win, would you still consider your IndyCar career complete? And he said, absolutely not. Yeah. Even a driver with that amount of success knows the importance of this race for, you know, the history of this sport and your position in it. And he duly went out and added his name to that list. So for this guy to be back on the track, you know, I say for the first time. I'm not sure if he's been here for any of the tire testing or the testing late last year. He might have been. Right. But certainly heading into his first May back as the defending champion of the 500, it's got to be special right now for him. And just cruising up to it right now, 216.787 is the only lap that anyone, or the fastest lap of the only car that's been turned so far.
This is a building process, right? This is getting out, settling in. As you look at Alex live, top left, but the celebration from a year ago, all the traditions, of course, but then just the outright joy. That's the only word I can come up with. And there's a lot of descriptors I could use, but the outright joy that Alex Palou displayed at winning this race was so fun.
And I think it was different for Alex than maybe some of the other races that we've seen, where in a lot of ways, one of the emotions that you see is relief. You know, I think back to when TK got his win.
Yeah.
I think back to Joseph's first win. You know, these are drivers that have been trying for a decade plus to win the race. Were both considered, you know, experts on ovals, had many oval victories, but had never won here. Alex, on the other hand, you know, he was new to oval racing when he came to IndyCar. It was taking a little bit of time for him to get that first win. His first win on an oval was right here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So it didn't have that same feeling of relief of a driver that, even though he's won so many races and multiple championships, I don't think he quite felt the same level of pressure that a TK or a Joseph had after a dozen years of trying to win this race. But like you say, that pure elation was awesome to witness. It was a very impressive performance all month long, really, from Alex and from the whole 10 team.
So if my math is correct, we've got 9 former winners of the 500 entered in this year's field. Alex Pallot's one of them. George is with another.
Yes, I am. That is Marcus Ericsson. He's out of the car. The thing is, I just saw your car. I saw Will Power's car. Going back to the garages, what's the strategy here?
Yeah, no, just needed one lap. You know, I know how the car is supposed to feel here. So, you know, that out lap felt great. So the Phoenix Investors car, we're going to park it now and ready for race day.
Yeah, you're just ready, right? No more on-track action until the day of the 500, right?
Exactly. But we basically, just being the first time out of the year with the 500 car, you know, we just want to make sure everything looks great. So did the install, and then we're going back just to double check, triple check everything, and then, you know, we're going to get running here in a bit of time. But yeah, fantastic to be back. Always special to be here, and yeah, it's going to be fun these next 2 days.
It really is so special to be back here. You look around, there's no fans in the stands right now. There's some fans, but it's definitely not the day of the 500. Is this where it starts, really, the build up to the day of the 500 and all those feelings coming back to you, especially as a winner?
No, for sure. It's, you know, we're getting close to May, and this open test is always the really, like, the countdown really kicks in, I feel like, when you get out on track and doing the first laps of the year. So yeah, it's exciting. You know, we're going to a busy time with the, you know, the road course race first off, and then practice qualifying week, and then obviously the race. So it's just the build up that starts from today. And we've done so much work in Andretti. You know, the Andretti team is putting a ton of work over the winter. We were obviously very close last year, so we've tried to improve our package, and we feel like we have improved our package. So that's why the next 2 days is going to be important to try all those things that we worked very hard on over the winter, to see what works, what doesn't work, what more do we need to do before we get back here in a couple of weeks.
And it all starts right now. Thanks, Marcus.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Great to see him with a big smile on his face. That guy loves racing around here.
And even though he's had some hard knocks, including last year when he got put at the back of the finishing order because of the technical inspection, the crash he had a couple of years ago. Listen, his last 4 500s, right? 2 top 2 finishes, and 2 where he was in the mix for another win.
100%. I mean, it's as much as we watched that highlight package from last year and then see the celebration from Pallot, there's always another story. There's always the other side of that coin here at Indy. And last year that was Marcus. You know, had a great position on the track, was in, you know, in position, like you say, to fight for another win. And just some traffic late in the race created that opportunity for Pallot that he pounced on. And I know that he lost some sleep over that for the next few weeks, but his track record here is exemplary. I still consider that as a P2, regardless of the end result in the final classification. So you think about that win back in 22, the near win back in 23, kind of unprecedented situation there with that late restart, and then like you say, what he did last year again. So incredible track record here. You heard him say it. They've done a lot of development over the off season, as I believe we have a yellow on the racetrack.
Speed track inspection is the yellow flag. And so you look at Connor Daly there, who had just gone out for his first laps. Another driver who, you know, put him in a car here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway on the oval. He seems to find a way to the front of the field.
He sure does. It's that hometown advantage, I think. That home ice advantage, as we like to say in the hockey world, right? It's, you know, look, he's one of the most popular drivers in the series, especially here at the Speedway. One of the loudest cheers at driver intros. And when you look at his track record here, again, very impressive. And lining up with Dreyer Reinbold Racing this year, excited to see what he can do, because we've seen him competitive in Ed Carpenter Racing Machines. We've seen him competitive in Dale Coyne Racing Machines. And, you know, this team was so strong last year with this car. Ryan Hunter-Reay, again, in a position fighting for the win late in the race. So this team coming up very prepared year in and year out. And now with both him and Jack Harvey, two good friends. I was reminded they were actually teammates back in 2013 back in Europe. And now they're back on the same squad again, chasing 500 glory.
Connor has led 82 laps in the last 5 Indianapolis 500-mile races. So he always seems to find a way to the front of the field, and wouldn't count against that in the 110th running of the race. As we take a look at the month of May schedule here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Of course, we kick it off with the Sancio Grand Prix on the road course, May 8th and 9th. Not all that far away. Then practice for the Oval begins on the 12th of May. And 6 hours a day, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Then we get the Fast Friday, turn up the boost, and go into our Armed Forces, PPG Armed Forces qualifying on the weekend of the 16th and 17th. Race trim practice on the 18th, Miller Lite Carb Day on the 22nd, Legends Day by Firestone on the 23rd, all leading up to the 110th Indianapolis 500-mile race. There was a piece of debris on the race course they picked up by one of the sets of suites. I didn't quite get which turn it was, but so they're finishing the track inspection, and we'll get the green flag back out here momentarily. So despite the weather forecast, I think I looked at the weather forecast on Sunday, and it was gloom and doom, and no chance on Tuesday and no chance on Wednesday. Here we are. We started on time, and we've got a dry race course, and the forecast is for clear all day today. And I won't even look at tomorrow's forecast because we'll come out and we'll go green anyway.
Well, I think that the teams are doing the same thing that you've been doing, Alan. As you see, there is a little bit of wind. I was going to mention that the flags are flying a little bit, but nothing too crazy, nothing these drivers can't handle. But I think because look, it's Indiana in April. The weather's always unpredictable. If you've got dry racetrack, you're going to want to use it. So it wouldn't surprise me if teams sort of front load their programs for these 2 days and do a little bit more running today, just with the uncertainty of tomorrow, as long as the weather does hold out. And I'm looking at the radar on your laptop there. It's looking pretty good for the next little while.
Yeah, I think we're good for today. And if something does pop up, it's very much going to be of the stray variety. There's a 2-time winner, Joseph Newgarden.
And oh, how easily it could have been 3. I mean, I think back to that race last year, you know, obviously starting from the back after the issues over qualifying weekend, and just the incredible run through the field that this driver was on, this team was on before they hit some mechanical gremlins. Really, really strong, really impressive, and you know that they're going to be extra motivated coming into this May to try to, you know, write the what could have been story.
Yeah. And, you know, no organization has had more success here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway than Team Penske. And certainly a group that looks well prepared coming into the weekend. These are their race cars that they're running here. And not only just their race cars, all decked out in their 500 paint schemes.
It seems appropriate for Penske to be doing that.
Sure.
It just seems like a very Penske thing to have the cars all decked out. Of course, you see the ode to the yellow submarine there, Scott McLaughlin, and that Pennzoil machine always looks super cool. The red, white, and blue trim on it this year. He added it to his helmet as well. Yeah. I know that means a lot to Scott.
Speaking of someone looking to be on the prowl for better results this year, of course, the tough start to things for Scott last year, but he'll be one to be counted on to be somewhere in the mix every time he's been here at Indianapolis since his rookie year.
Yeah, look, Indy it's all about emotions here, and the highs are highs and the lows are low. And you look at what happened last year here for Scott and the 3 team. I mean, it's just such an easy thing to happen. Many drivers have done it. It's just so difficult to watch those. As a driver, man, watching those pictures back, it's so tough. You feel for this guy so badly. And yeah, like you say, he's going to want to come here and right the wrongs of last year.
Absolutely. So Scott McLaughlin here to be in his 6th Indianapolis 500-mile race. Of course, pole sitter 2024. At that time was the 11th different Team Penske driver to win a 500 pole position. And has been the highest Team Penske qualifier in 3 of his 5 Indianapolis 500s.
He knows how to get it done around here. There's no doubt about that. And he, you know, I remember after that pole run a few years back, gave so much credit to Simon Pagenaud, kind of mentoring him and helping him get to grips with the Speedway, understand how to do it here. Of course, Pagenaud knows his way around this place oh so well as a former winner. 2 of them working very closely. And then, of course, there's the third Penske new to the squad this year, David Malukas.
David Malukas getting ready for his first go in the 500 with Team Penske. Of course, last year for AJ Foyt Racing was second in the race and had a great run. And what that must have done for his confidence here. And then stepping over into Team Penske, looking to go for the first time in the 500 for them. Of course, Malukas to be at his 4th Indianapolis 500. And man, just such a great run a year ago.
I mean, you just got to imagine it, right? You're a young driver. You've had a handful of Indy 500s with, you know, teams that certainly can be competitive here at the Speedway. But then all of a sudden, you're staring at your first May with a Penske Racing IndyCar in your hands.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a feeling that very few IndyCar drivers have had the chance to experience. And Dave Malukas is getting to do that now. You know, his first laps around here in the 12 machine are going to be special, but it's more just the anticipation of knowing you have all that experience, all the history, all the preparation, the record-breaking 20 Indy 500 victories behind you. For a driver that's been so good at this track with other teams, to now get to be here with this team, it's that's definitely going to be one to watch.
So I know when we did this broadcast of the open test last year, we ended up kind of getting back and forth into a little, hey, do you know? But my research reveals that there's only been one driver to win the 500 in his first 500 with Team Penske.
Give me a second. I want to say it's Elio Castroneves.
Not according to my research, but maybe my research is wrong. But I had Danny Sullivan.
Danny Sullivan, that tracks.
1985.
But I'm just trying to think if
was
Elio had run before 01.
Yeah.
He might have. He might have run. We can do a quick research on the fly. We got a long day.
We'll start all into that stuff. But yeah, this is the freedom of an open test streaming broadcast. If we're wrong, we'll figure it out while we're here still and correct it.
Or someone on Twitter will correct us.
We'll correct
probably
us.
Faster than that.
That's more likely, yeah. All right, green flag back out, and let's go to Georgia.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. We're standing here watching yourself now on the big screen. I'm here with the Norwegian Nightmare, Dennis Hauger. We were just chatting, big smiles on both of our faces because that install lap was the first time that you have been around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in an Indy car. Even though you weren't up to speed, you were just checking it out. What was that experience like?
It's a super fun day. It feels like first day of school. Everyone's hyped up and ready to go, setting everything up. But yeah, dream come true to drive around here, and it's going to be fun to do the ROP for lunchtime, and yeah, hopefully we can have a good and clean day.
Has it set in now that you are now on a journey to the Indianapolis 500?
Not yet. It's still all sinking in. I mean, like the first lap was giving me some chills, but I'm pretty chill about it. I'm trying to think of it as a day like any other, although it's not. So I'm just soaking it all in, and hopefully, you know, we can build something good for me.
Such a humble approach to it. Thank you so much, Dennis. We'll let you get back to it. Good luck a little bit later today. My question for James, do you remember your first time around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway?
Well, Georgia, it's interesting you asked that question because Alan and I were just talking about that.
Yeah.
Back in my day, you know, my first racing laps around here were in an Indy Lights car. And back then, before they trusted us young wannabe racing drivers with a race car around here, we had to go around the track with a veteran in a pace car. And I had the true privilege, the honor of having my first laps around here being in a pace car with Al Jr. driving, a guy that knows his way around this place. So those were my first physical laps around the track. But then, yeah, you get into the race car, and it's hard to forget that feeling the first time. I mean, Dennis has just kind of been out and in, and he got chills from that. When these rookies get the first chance to really open it up, do their first lap flat out around here, that's going to be an eye-opening experience. And then, of course, when you get to things like Fast Friday, the boost turns up. That's a really eye-opening experience. And then your first actual qualifying attempt, that's a life-altering experience.
Yeah. We look forward to following the story as all of these drivers creep up on that life-altering experience as they get into qualifications and Fast Friday. Here's Kyffin Simpson. He's been through that experience already. 21-year-old from the Cayman Islands, who is back now for his third Indianapolis 500. Yellow flag is out again. There's a piece of debris.
It's a good-looking car. I like that car.
Oh, I love that. What I love, distinctive paint jobs.
Yes.
And the blue and gold of that is spectacular. Of course, the first thing comes back, somewhat of my age, and I'm a bit older than you, but the Mark Donahue car.
Yes.
Back, 72.
Beautiful.
And yeah, just gorgeous. And Kyffin Simpson's car, so attractive. And I think what we're also finding out is that maybe part of testing is making sure
everything's bolted
down right.
Yeah.
Our second quick caution for a piece of debris. The first one came off a car that was one of the few we've had on the racetrack earlier. And perhaps it's happened again.
And this is why we practice, Alan. This is why we practice.
Yeah.
So just for general knowledge, I've looked up the starting grid for the 2000 Indy 500, and I do not see Elio Castroneves.
No, my researcher, my best people have already texted me and said, "You're right, we missed Elio."
Okay.
So it's all part of. How can you miss Elio?
Hey, look.
I missed Elio.
He's right there. We're looking at him now.
Yeah.
Chatting to Mike Shank.
Yep. And ready to go, and he can't wait to get in that race car.
I'm just proud that I thought of that one. That's Russ Thompson would be proud of me for that one.
Yeah. So one of the things that can happen sometimes. How do I gracefully say this? Someone hit a bird. That's what the debris was.
It's happened before, and as much as I hate to say it, it's probably going to happen again.
Yes.
I'll never forget when Fernando Alonso came here and got to do his first laps around the Speedway ahead of his first attempt here at the 500 back in 2017. And he had basically a private test day all to himself, and he hit two birds at the same time, one with each front tire. It was quite a spectacular sight.
That's a word. It's word choice. This is the test pattern car, I call it, for Marcus Armstrong. We'll mix a little purple, a little gray, a little silver, a little black. Meyer-Shank Racing. Look at Marcus getting ready to make some laps here as he prepares for his third Indianapolis 500-mile race. How about that?
Strong start to the season for this guy. Came into this year wanting to take a big step up. He's one of those drivers that isn't. He's not content with a good finish. He wants the best finish.
Yep.
He got podiums last year, but the trophy for third was not what he is looking for. And you got to respect that kind of drive, that kind of determination out of a young driver, driving for a great organization with Meyer-Shank, and that technical alliance with Chip Ganassi Racing gives them the insight to what's happening over there at CGR. But the Columbus-based group doing a phenomenal job with both him and Felix Rosenquist.
And we know they know how to win the Indianapolis 500.
They sure do.
Because they did it a few years ago with Elio Castroneves. And he is a part of their armada as well this year in the Drive for 5. Here's David Malukas out for his first laps of the day besides the install lap. Driving the Verizon Team Penske Chevrolet. David looking to be at his fourth Indianapolis 500. He qualified 7th a year ago. And again with that P2 finish, driving for AJ Foyt Racing.
And there you go. First lap in a Penske machine around the Speedway in the books. It's special. I mean, it's the open test. It's early in the morning. It means absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things, Alan. But for this driver, it means an awful lot. And it's hopefully, the first lap in what is a very storied career here at the Speedway between David and that team.
So let's take a second while we watch David and talk about what's different from last year to this year. There are very few things different on the race cars, though there are one safety modification that's kind of an important one. How much of an impact it makes on the car's performance to be found out really here, I think. But a safety device that's on the back of, if you look at those, the fenders, the wheel ramps, if you will, that direct the air up and over the rear tires. That's where this new safety device is located. It's a rear flap, basically, that if the car spins around backwards, it pops up in the air, kind of like you've seen the roof flaps on a NASCAR machine many years ago. And what that does is it changes the airflow over the car as it's backwards to keep it from lifting off, which we've seen in recent years a couple of times.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of a continuation of the flaps that they have kind of on the floor, where if the car turns around, these two flaps pop up, we say, like the roof flaps in NASCAR. It's just kind of adding more to that, because we have seen, you think back to Colton Herta's wreck last year, same with Scott McLaughlin's in qualifying, that even though the cars ended up the right way around, they did go over briefly. Yeah. When you hit the wall here, if you spin backwards and you go into the wall, you're normally kind of taking out the left side of the race car. As you can imagine, when you remove half the car, that changes the aerodynamics a little bit.
A little.
And the weight distribution, and it's not really designed initially to stay on the ground when it's missing a bunch of parts. So this is all just in a, the always ongoing, improvements that, to the safety side of things that IndyCar is trying to do.
The other thing that's changed, you mentioned it earlier in the broadcast, there is a slight change to the right side tires that Firestone will supply to all of the teams to use in this year's 500. A slight change.
It is a very slight change, just some components in the very proprietary blend of chemicals and elements that go into
the 11 herbs and spices of tires.
Exactly right. The 23 flavors of a Firestone tire. And I think the ultimate hope is that it's a fairly transparent change for the drivers. So it is technically a difference. They have to, announce that to the teams, share that with the teams. But the hope is that the new elements used will be, will end up with a kind of the same result and the same feel from behind the steering wheel.
And Firestone engineers telling me this morning that in the testing they did with the tires, that was the feedback from the drivers, is it was basically the tire had the same feel that it did. But again, part of this whole test process is, okay, let's go out, let's put a full fuel run on a set of these tires. Everybody gets a chance to see how that works with their setup, these weather conditions, this year's Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
And ultimately, I think what really is going to tell the story the best is this afternoon when we get into that all skate from 2 to 6, all cars on track, and we get some group running. We're going to need to see some people in traffic to really get a good sense.
And the other thing that's changed is a small section of the Speedway. There was some work done. You probably saw it on social media, but over the course of last off-season, if you will, between all the different racing events here at the Speedway, a small section right at the exit of Turn 2. You can see the different color pavement there. Thank you for the fine drawing, James. Where the Speedway, there was a bump that had developed on the outside, and they ground it down a few times, but in an IndyCar, that was a pretty significant bump, and that whole section of the Speedway was deeply replaced to smooth that out.
Yeah, you can see it right here. This is sort of where it's defined, and it's always a big risk, when you start cutting into the racetrack. But like you say, Alan, there was a big bump there, very noticeable. Behind the wheel of an Indy car at speed in dirty air in windy conditions. It could really catch drivers out. As the yellow flag flies once more.
Debris,
I hope, and not for conditions. I would take debris over rain.
I think it's for this another episode of The Same Cause the Last Yellow was for.
Got it. Got it. Well, we have a second of silence for the bird that we've lost. But yeah, like I said, that work done to turn 2, it's important. It's great that the Speedway was able to make that kind of adjustment, make that kind of repair. And the very first laps that someone came and turned afterwards, they said, we can't feel a difference. So incredible work by the Speedway and the specialist team that they use to make those changes.
So while the safety team goes out and gets the debris on the racetrack cleaned up, we have a chance to visit with someone who knows what goes into winning an Indianapolis 500, Georgia.
Yes, we sure do. A very special guest, Mr. Elio Castroneves, back again, 26th attempt at the Indianapolis 500.
Amazing.
4 of those ending right over there in victory lane. So the driver 5 very much still alive.
That's
now we
right.
were just talking about your install app. You're getting back in the car. This was the first time you were sitting back in the race car at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway since last year. What was that like?
360 days. I'm back in the game here, which is amazing. It was incredible. Coming out, I told the guys, like, let's take it easy. Let's make sure everything's fine. Let everybody go so that I can, be smooth and just see and soak it in. And let me tell you, on the back straightaway, I'm like, I miss this so much. It was like a kid in a candy store. It was just absolutely, that's the way I felt. I said, can I go more lap? No, not allowed. So like, okay, I'll wait my time. But absolutely great. The guys did a great job for the car. Everything works. So every time one car is stopped and for a whole entire year, remember the preparation and then put it all together. It's always something goes off. But, this Cliff machine and the entire MSR group put all this thing together. And everything is running like a Swiss watch.
Does that feeling change as you grow as a driver, as a person, or whatnot, or does it stay the same? Did you feel that same way 25 years ago, or has it only gotten more?
I think because I'm not in the car, so when you jump in, you're more excited about it. Probably when you're younger, you're a little bit nervous, right? Which I was a little bit too. But I'll be honest. Maybe if it would be a different place, I don't think I would be feeling the same way. However, right now it's just absolutely just awesome just to be here. And but we gotta, take a little moment to enjoy it. But noon we're gonna obviously take a series and start back in the game.
Yeah, noon game faces are on. Everything that it takes for the team to prep the car and get ready. What does prep look like for you?
Well, we got to go through the normal process. You have the refresh, make sure we understand. And you guys were talking about the bump there at turn 2. I asked, Novak, so there is a change. It is different. He said it's actually even better grip or more grip. So this is interesting because that corner, definitely if the wind hits in the right spot, it could put you in a bad situation. However, if the track has more grip on that sense, maybe the wind might not make much of a difference. But right now, obviously, everybody's just, take it easy. The weather is a little bit different. It's not sunshine. It's a little cooler. I'm sure the times people just want to make sure that everything is working fine with the car.
So back when you got your last Indianapolis 500 win, first win for the Meyer-Shank organization, how has your relationship with Jim Meyer and Mike Shank grown since then?
It's been amazing. I mean, obviously, Jim is a character. For those that don't know him, he is a character, an incredible guy, very smart person. Obviously, he stayed for 40 years being CEO of a Sirius XM, and no wonder he understands so much about the business. But Mike, for me, it's the one that develops so much, understand. And if you see not only the program here, we almost won the race last week, last race in Long Beach. And with the IMSA program, it's winning all the time. So it shows. I really saw the growth of Mike in the business, and so glad to learn with them. So for me, it's just being part of it, this group, understanding, giving a little bit my perspective of the other side. Work with Marcus Armstrong, Felix already a veteran, let's put it this way, but still we talk a lot about things that happens to me that could happen again. But in the end of the day, MSR, it's not a small team like people think about it. Now we really step up the game. And big props to Mike for not only improving on the management side, but also hiring the right people, training the right people, like Adam as well, the same way. So the whole group is really, really in sync, and we feel that coming to the Indy 500. We feel that we're going to be bugging a lot of people.
Ooh, that's got to be a good feeling. Someone who's already been doing that this year is Alex Palou. He's already a 3-time race winner on the season. As someone who has a lot of experience in the sport, just how, it's probably a little bit bittersweet, because just how incredible is it to see what he's doing in the sport of IndyCar, but then on the flip side, being on a different organization, how frustrating is it as well? You're always trying to be better.
Yeah, in the end of the day, the combination that Alex is having with his entire group, you know, because the team is the same with Dixon and Simpson as well, but the difference is they are well connected. You know, it's not only the driver that hitting the right spot, pushing the limit, and for you to achieve that area, to find every time you go out there and qualifying, practicing, race, you know, you got to trust the boys and girls on the other side as well. So, for example, what happened in Long Beach, you know, I heard he wasn't able to pass Felix. However, in the one opportunity that he had with the pit stops, they made it happen. So it's the whole combination, and it's difficult to beat a team like that, but you can't give up. You know, for the other side, you can't give up. You got to keep working. You got to find that groove the same way that they have, because that doesn't happen, you know, very often, but it does happen if you work together. And the way I see as of right now, yes, he will be the man to beat, but I believe, you know, someone is going to come up and twist that. But for sure, it's. I remember my time with Alex Zanardi. It was like that. The guy starting in the back, has 3 wheels, and ended up winning the race. You're like, come on, are you kidding me? But yeah, sometimes it's hard to find that, but definitely they did.
Well, as we know here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
And you're back again. The work is being put in. We'll see you on the track just a little bit later. Thank you so much, Elio.
Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it. Guys? Always fun.
I was, they had a driver's briefing this morning about 8:30 local time in Indianapolis, and I went to, yeah, great opportunity to see a lot of people all at once, right? And I was standing just inside the door, and Elio walked in, and about 5 seconds later, Tony Kanaan walked in. And they had a little Brazilian reunion just off to the right of me, Brazilian brothers reunion, if you will. I think it went on until they called the meeting to order. Caio Collet came over for a minute, young driver from Brazil who will make his first laps ever at the Speedway later today, and talked to them both for a minute. But those two guys, it was like putting two brothers back together who maybe hadn't seen each other in a while, and it was nonstop.
It's no surprise. Those two have quite the history together, going all the way back to racing against one another in Brazil, and shared a lot of great battles on the racetrack in IndyCar, all around the schedule, but also certainly here at the 500.
So watching Scott McLaughlin now out on the Speedway in the Pennzoil Chevy-powered machine for Team Penske. Connor Daly has set the fast lap so far, and speeds are what they are, as you can see, but they have crept up from 2:14 to 2:19 as teams get out there and begin to get to work on their test plan.
That's good time already, for this early in the running for Connor, a 2:19.8. A little bit of a toe there. Not sure exactly how far behind, but on the no toe, we still have Palou as the quickest at a 2:18.1, which again, that's a pretty standard, pretty typical race pace around here. So teams will be running full downforce right now, nice and safe on the setup, just to get the driver back up to speed, back comfortable, going 220 miles an hour, flat out around 4 corners. Not an easy thing to do.
Is it a big adjustment? The first time you're in, the first few runs you make?
Depends who you are.
Yeah.
I'll never forget, being teammates with Marco Andretti, and I don't know if it was just a personal goal of his or if he was just always that confident in his race car, but he could go out and hold it flat lap 1 every time we come here. First run of the year in the open test, he'd be flat in turn 1, and he just had such a knack for this place and such a confidence. But you tend to like to build up to it, just because, again, if this is your oval car, if this is your 500 car, it's the first time it's potentially hitting the racetrack in a long time. Yep. You just need to make sure everything's, sorted and situated the way it should be.
So looking at Rinus VeeKay come out for a run in the 76 machine for Juncos Hollander Racing. They announced a partnership, sponsorship, and technical with Dreyer and Reinbold Racing, a sponsor that ran with Dreyer and Reinbold a year ago, placed on this car with Rinus VeeKay for this race, and these two teams, both under the same manufacturer banner, going to do a little sharing as well to help each other through the month of May.
Look, it's a great thing. We've seen these technical partnerships bear fruit on both sides in a couple different situations. You had, of course, Andretti Global and Meyershank Racing a few years back. That's now switched from Meyershank moving over to the Chip Ganassi squad. That's been productive for both of them. Of course, we've talked a lot about the AJ Foyt Racing technical partnership, engineering support from Team Penske. And now I think for these two organizations, two smaller groups, let's, call a spade, to help each other out. When you're going up against these, 3-car, 4-car super teams, when you can just add more data and add more kind of collective brain power to the whole situation, it really is mutually beneficial. And it's funny, we think about having more cars to get more data. We have 100 times more practice at the 500 than we do any other race weekend. But every engineer and every driver will tell you, man, I wish we had more. I wish you could go back to when it was 2 weeks of practice. And there's always something else you want to test. Now these teams can kind of devise a plan, split it amongst cars, share information, and accomplish more every time the green flag flies. And
really, the more data that you have, the better chance you have of understanding whether, you have a swimming pool at your house?
Not anymore.
Well,
I used to.
You used to. So, if you go out and test when you used to go out and test the chlorine level in the pool, right? You get the little thing, you dip it in the pool, and here's the little valves, the drops that you got to put in.
Yep.
Well, I'm supposed to put 4 drops of this and 3 drops of that, but did I put 4 drops of both of them or 5 drops of this, 2 drops, and you shake it up and you get the result. Well, sometimes when you put something on a race car, you shake it up, you go out, you test it, you get a result, but were those 5 drops or 4? And the more data you have, the more you can, weed out the extra drop.
100%. I mean, these are very complex machines. There are thousands of variations of the adjustments that are available that you can put on a car to try to find that perfect combination. And so, the more you can multiply your lap count by adding another car to the kind of the engineering fold, just the more beneficial it's going to be. So I think it's great for this group, and showing pace right now with one of their guys, Connor Daly, still out there, still at the top, running around. So that last speed for him was a 2:18.9. Trying to look on the track. He's got...
That's a no-toe speed.
Yeah, so that's the quickest no-toe time right now. That's solid, man. That's a good lap for early in this proceeding.
So again, with the Indianapolis-based Dreyer and Reinbold Racing, always a regular competitor here at the Speedway, and they're a full-time racing team that works all year round to get ready to field their 2 cars in the Indianapolis 500. And so Connor right now has the best lap. Another one to keep an eye on when he comes to Indianapolis Motor Speedway right there. Santino Ferrucci in the AJ Foyt Racing 14 car. No one has had a better track record at the Speedway, I'll say without winning the race, but in his first 500s, Santino's run 8 in his first 7 500s. He's got a top 10 finish in every single one of them.
And he's done it 2 with Dale Coyne, 1 with Ray Hall Letterman Lanigan Racing, 1 with DRR, 3 with AJ Foyt. He's bounced around to a lot of different teams. None of those teams you would necessarily circle as exceptional track records at the 500, maybe with the exception of DRR, because it's their only race they do, and they are very competitive here. But you're not talking about a Penske, you're not talking about an Andretti or a Ganassi.
Yeah.
This guy has put it in the top 10 all 7 times that he's been at the Speedway. Nobody else in the history of the sport has done that. That's an unbelievable track record.
And to finish all 200 laps is an accomplishment all its own.
Yeah.
Right? And to finish all 200 laps in every single 500 you've been in?
1,400 laps.
That's remarkable.
Racing laps around this place Santino's had. And he's had some close calls. There was that famous avoidance maneuver down in turn 3, cutting across the grass after a late accident. And he's got he's got a patience to him. I mean, I'll never forget my first time racing here at the Speedway back in 2011 in IndyCar. And every kind of seasoned driver you talk to, you say, hey, what's one piece of advice you can give me? And whether it's Dario, whether it's Dixon, whether it was Justin Wilson, all these guys would look at you, they say, patience. It's the longest race you've ever run.
Yeah.
You don't understand how long it is. You've just got to take your time. And Santino's really understood that right from the get-go.
Remember talking to a driver who never made the finish in his first few races here, and then he got the full distance in, and talking to him the next week up at Detroit and saying, I didn't know what I didn't know. Because so much changes over the course of the 500 miles. He said that those last 150 miles that I had never been in before, wow. And for Santino to finish all 500 miles in every race he's been in here, it is. It's just remarkable. So he's headed back in, and here is a man who was also pretty good at finishing all 500 miles and being in the hunt somewhere a lot of the time. It's Alexander Rossi, your podcast pal, and our former Indianapolis 500 winner, one of the 9 in the field for this one.
We talked about Elio winning as a rookie with Penske. Well, this is another rookie that's won this race, Rossi, and actually big anniversary, 10-year anniversary of that win. And everybody very excited about this combination. Rossi coming to ECR. This team's so good around the Speedway, and last year didn't quite go as planned. You look back at an issue in pit lane. There was a gearbox issue that was taking them out of contention anyway. And while in the pits, getting service, getting that looked at, fire erupted. Driver quick to escape. Fueler Mike Miller there, putting out the car, putting out himself, and you could just see the absolute frustration from Rossi there. You know, we talk about this race a lot, him and I, Alan.
Yeah, sure.
And, you know, he's got that win back in 2016, but he'll openly admit that was probably his least impressive driving performance around here. He has had some absolutely stellar days at the Speedway that didn't result in drinking the milk. And I know that, you know, I think like so many who've had the absolute privilege of winning this race a second time, they'll tell you how much more appreciative you are of that moment when you get to do it again.
And remember that last year, we saw the downside of last year's race, but he led the race last year and had a great car underneath him to try and accomplish that second victory. Here's that as you described, least impressive driving victory in the Indianapolis 500.
Look, it was impressive fuel saving. Like the kid got it done. No criticism there whatsoever.
Absolutely.
But I think back to, you know, races like 2019 where, you know, just absolutely on the gearbox of Pagenaud the whole way around those final laps, doing everything that he possibly could.
Yeah.
It's sort of, you know, some of the drives remind me of some of the drives we've seen some Pato Award the last few seasons, you know, in some of those late race battles that he's been a part of. But no, Rossi certainly very rapid around here, and this team, ECR, always known for showing up in a big way for the month of May. And I'm excited to see what this guy can do again this year.
Yeah.
Townsend likes to call him the Sultan of Sketch, Christian Rasmussen. I'm stealing the Rasmanian Devil because you put him on an oval, and there's seemingly nothing he can't do, seemingly nowhere he cannot put a race car.
And that's the thing that kind of takes you back a little bit is people who've done it, like yourself. You know, some of the other driver analysts that I've worked with over the years, they would look at this kid going through the corners and go, ooh, and he would do things. Oh, you can't do that. Well, yeah, he can.
He just did.
Yes.
And the number of times that T-Bell and I have kind of, you know, gasped and pulled back from the monitor up in the booth watching him at, you know, places like Milwaukee and Nashville, Phoenix this year. It's incredible. He's kind of redefining how you have to set up and drive these cars on a short oval. Very, very Joseph Newgarden-esque. You know, that was always the benchmark on a short oval for a long time. It still is. He won in Phoenix. He still got it. But it's that same sort of style, that same ability to put that car not just on the edge, but even a little bit over it for a good chunk of the stint after stint, and hanging on to it. But he's been remarkable to watch. He's won his first race, did that last year, and I think it's simply a matter of time before we see him in victory lane again.
And again, with a team here whose track record of contending at the Indianapolis 500-mile race is really strong. So Christian Rasmussen in that ECR Splenda Chevy, looking to be in his third Indianapolis 500-mile race. And will be one to keep an eye on for A, contending, B, entertainment purposes throughout the month of May.
And as we watch him, he jumps up to P3.
Yeah.
218.9. Daly's upped his top speed to a 220.6 and still leads the no-toe at a 219.1. Again, very, very stout.
And we transition to looking at Louis Foster, the 22-year-old from England, driving for Ray Hall Letterman Lanigan Racing in his Honda-powered machine. And Louis made his Indianapolis 500-mile race debut, which was interesting because the way the schedule was last year, that wound up being his first ever oval race in an IndyCar. There was not an oval race before. We got Phoenix this year, but there wasn't an oval race before you got to Indianapolis last year. So I was as if absorbing oval racing when it's not your background. Even though you did it in Indy next, it's still an IndyCar oval race isn't enough. To come here and do that at Indianapolis was another whole thing.
I always sort of sympathized for the drivers that had to kind of learn oval racing, you know, on the big stage. And like you say, yeah, Louis did have that year of Indy next, but did not come from an oval racing background. And it's a baptism of fire when you get to this place in an IndyCar. Again, with a team RLL that's had some struggles here at the Speedway for a handful of years now, especially in qualifying. Graham, as Graham does, has had a way of pulling out some big results on Sunday and some good drives on Sunday. But in terms of pure pace, it's been tough for this squad for a few years. And I think Foster coming back here with a year of experience at the Speedway under his belt will just put him in good stead. Qualified 20th last year, finished 12th. Very respectable finish for the young man. So I think he's definitely excited to see what kind of improvements they've made as a group.
And expectations, and then you're leading my point. We've seen the level of performance for RLL Racing step forward this year, particularly the results that Graham has had on the street and road courses, and you know, the way that they raced in Phoenix in the only oval race we've had this year. So coming back here, adding Takuma Sato to the mix, who for that team was so strong last year, can only, create expectations that we'll see a step forward.
Yeah, I mean, so strong last year, and for that team, won the race back in 2020. So Takuma, a huge addition to that squad. And, you know, the performance jump that we saw them make on the short oval in Phoenix from last year was tremendous. That second row lockout, Mick Schumacher in his first oval qualifying, unreal performance. So that's definitely going to put a little bit of extra expectation. But, Alan, the flip side of that is it does come with extra pressure. Expectation equals pressure when you show up to the racetrack. And because they've had those results, not just at the Oval in Phoenix, but as a team, they've had those great performances on the road and street tracks as well. They are going to come here with a different feeling than the last few years. In a lot of ways, a good one, because the last few years they're worried about, hey, are we going to make the show with all the cars?
Yeah.
Now I think the feeling, the pressure is there, but it's a little bit different. It's, hey, can we keep up this momentum that we've had?
Scott Dixon doesn't feel pressure. As we watch our 2008 winner out there making an extended run, it looks like here, for the first time today. Scott has posted the second fastest lap of the day overall and the third best of the no-toe speeds. But here is Sir Scott Dixon looking to be in his 24th Indianapolis 500-mile race.
We just talked about, you know, what it would mean if you're lucky enough, privileged enough to get a second win. There's no guy more appreciative, I think, of that opportunity if it would come than this guy here.
Yeah.
As you take a look at the 500 champions that are in the field this year, what's crazy about this list is the average age of the previous winners that are in the race this year, 41.
Yeah.
Pelot's the youngest at 29. Castroneves, of course, the oldest at 51. If he were to win it, not only would he break the record for the number of wins with 5, he'd also break the record for the oldest winner.
Yeah. And, you know, you look at that number, 41, a testament to dedication, right? Fitness, nutrition, all of the reflex training and all of the different things that today's athletes do are only compounded, the necessity of them compounded on a driver with a few more miles under his belt. And for these drivers that do that and are right still at the top of their game, I think of Scott, I think of Will Power. I look at Elio Castroneves, you know, and the dedication that it takes to do this at that level, and the want to make all that dedication work. It's remarkable.
100%. I mean, it is a massive commitment to, I mean, it's a lifestyle, right? It's not just a job. It truly is something you do and live 365 days a year to be a competitive IndyCar driver, and to still have the fire to do it, you know, after 400 and whatever starts Scott Dixon has now. You know, it's just remarkable. And Scott is, the Iceman has kind of been his effective nickname, his affectionate nickname, but he's also stealing the Ironman title from Tony Kanaan as he just continues to race at such a high level, continues to impress, continues to be competitive. It's this guy here, you know, he's going to go down in history as absolutely one of the greatest to ever do it.
Always in contention for the pole, it seems like. Always somewhere near the mix for the race win, and if he's not, it's because usually something freaky has happened.
And when you talk about, you know, all the things that 41-year-old age average of the winners here, I'm kind of looking through, doing the math on when they all won their first one. I think the other thing that tells you is how much experience plays into this race. You know, that patience part, that understanding what a 500-mile race is truly like. There's no doubt experience really pays dividends here at the Speedway. And a lot of these drivers did win that first 500 of theirs in their 30s, not in their 20s. You know, Pelot did it last year in his 20s. Of course, Rossi did it in his 20s. But looking at that list, I think that's probably it of the winners that are trying again to do it again this year.
Connor Daly is 34 and looking to try and win it, and back out on the race course again in this Chevy-powered machine for Dry on Reinbold Racing. 13th Indianapolis 500-mile race. His last 4 500s for Connor, 18th to 6th for ECR in 2022, 16th to 8th in 2023 for this team. In 2024, started 29th, but finished P10 and led 22 laps for Dry on Reinbold. And led 13 laps last year, qualified 11th, finished 8th for Juncos Hollinger Racing. He's led laps in 4 of the last Indianapolis 500-mile races. And one thing that is very consistent about when Connor Daly gets to the front is all the Indiana fans in the massive crowd make some noise.
You can hear it every single time Connor takes the lead, you know, over the broadcast, over Will Townsend and I blabbing away. You know, it doesn't matter, over the engine sounds of 33 cars rolling around this place. 300,000 IndyCar fans cheering on a local hero is louder than all of those things combined. And it's so cool, man. It's what Indy's all about. It gives you chills every time you hear it. It's an experience I know that he just relishes. And what's fun for me watching Connor race around here is when he gets up front, he's a different driver. When Connor is in 10th, 12th, 15th, he's doing a good job. He's doing what you can do. But when he gets into that clean air up front, when he gets a sniff of the front of the field, something just comes alive in him. And it's so much fun to watch him drive around this place when he's running up front.
I can't imagine. We see exuberance. We see beyond the normal personality.
I know where you're going with this.
of a winner. Joseph Newgarden climbing through the fence and running up into the grandstands. Alex Pelot standing on the roof of a pickup truck coming around. I can't imagine what might happen if Connor could win the Indianapolis 500.
I think he'd find a way to park the car in the snake pit. That's my personal opinion. But we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
Romain Grosjean out on track for DCR. Good to see him back at the Speedway.
Yep, back for his 4th Indianapolis 500-mile race. Last race here in 2024. And looking to see if he can do the whole 500 miles, avoid trouble in turn 2, which in his first couple of 500s was the spot where he wound up shy of the finish both of those times. Roman, 40 years old, and back again in his second stint with Dale Coyne Racing. Best qualifying was 9th here in 2022 with that team.
Yeah, his best finish came last time he was here, only finish of the 200 laps rather. That was 19th. As you say, it's one of those places where every once in a while DCR shows up to May with an absolute rocket ship. You cannot count this team out at any point. They've got some very dedicated, very clever people. You've got some very, sort of got a brave driver behind the wheel. I mean, I'll always remember Grosjean's first oval race at Gateway. You know, came over to IndyCar, not really wanting to do the ovals at first. Got talked into trying one mid-season, and the rest is history. But he was absolutely electric in that first oval race.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah. It was a lot of fun, and he just posted, with the help of a tow from Joseph Newgarden, the second best lap on the scoring pylon. You see it there at 2:19.3, and you see Joseph just in front of him down the straightaway. Joseph out for another go. He's run 14 laps cumulatively so far. Best of them a 2:18.1, which is 10th overall. Joseph with the 9th best no-toe speed. So we're working again, just joining us for about another 54 minutes until noon, with these 24 drivers and teams having the Speedway available to them who are veterans, who've run the full IndyCar season or most of it during the last year. Then we'll have a couple-hour period where the 9 drivers, 4 rookies and 5 returning oval veterans, but who haven't raced basically since here a year ago, will get out there to do the rookie orientation program and the veteran refresher program from 12 to 2 o'clock. So we'll see people in that block like Ryan Hunter-Reay and Jack Harvey and Ed Carpenter and Elio Castroneves, and then we'll get into some of the drivers like Mick Schumacher and Dennis Hauger and Caio Collet, looking to make their first 500-mile races. Joseph Newgarden headed back toward the Team Penske crew, looking to see if he can become a member of the 3-time winners club. And
he's done it in pretty spectacular fashion when he's done it, hasn't he? This was that first win back in 23, that one-lap restart, the duel with Marcus Ericsson, just taking that victory. And this is the relief that I was talking about.
Yeah. And then this might be, for me, in the current car version, the DW12 version of the Indianapolis 500, the biggest whoa moment we've seen.
You know what, for me, it's that one's right up there, kind of tied with Hunter-Reay on Castroneves down into turn 3 back in 2014. But you know, even just watching that replay, like I said, I got goosebumps on my arms. That move to pull it off that late in the race, hanging on the outside of 3, so difficult. But what I love watching about that clip, Alan, is just the respect, you know, between both those guys. Tremendous appreciation for the talent of both these drivers. Him and Pato O'Ward, of course, gave each other just enough racing room. You're going for the biggest prize in motorsports, and there's a lot to lose in that moment. But both drivers did just an exceptional job. Such a tough loss for Pato, but such an incredible win for Joseph. And you know, you saw the graphic up there earlier, 33 wins, 2 championships, 2 500s. The guy's only 35, and you look at the Dixons and the Powers, there's still a lot of racing left in Joseph Newgarden, and another driver, you know, that's on this trajectory of a Hall of Fame IndyCar career. He's just been spectacular. You know, he's had off years, but he's really come back strong so far in 26, of course, 1 in Phoenix. And I know always just so excited to get back to the Speedway in May, driving for the captain.
Yeah. And I think just a reaction to your point. You cannot adequately describe just how difficult that was for those two drivers to race side by side like that through turn 3 and not crash and not crack the throttle, and not, just amazing, breathtaking.
It is. It's quite literally impossible to describe to someone that hasn't been out there and been in that position. But take it from me, mighty impressive.
There you go. So, the unofficial AB award for best looking test paint schemes goes to Arrow McLaren. All 4 of their cars have what they call a test paint scheme here, and they're all distinctively colored. Pato's is black with the white. Nolan Siegel's is the NTT Data blue with the white. Ryan Hunter-Reay's is like a grape purple. I guess McLaren has to think about fruit descriptions, because we have papaya as well for Christian Lundgaard.
Yeah, very cool livery here in the 7. You see 1976 on the side pod as well. Paying homage to, what is 76 for with McLaren?
Was that senior moment? Was that JR?
I don't know. It was Hunt's championship, right?
Was it?
Well,
now, Formula One's your world.
Yeah, no.
What are you asking me for?
No, I'm trying to think. I'm not sure myself. We'll have to dig into that one.
Our best guys on it, I'm sure.
I'm sure.
Well, I do know this. The last time the 7 car, a car numbered 7, won the Indianapolis 500 was a long time ago.
Okay.
It was back in 1949.
49.
49.
And who was that?
That was Bill Holland. Johnny Rutherford won the pole in the 7 car in 1973.
Okay. So there you go. 26 test spec.
Yeah.
On the 5 car.
And look at that. How sharp is that?
That's a good looking livery.
I like it.
Good looking livery.
If they bring them back like that for the race, the announcer would be happy. Because they're all distinct.
They're all distinct. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
JR, you nailed it.
Yep. While we watch Pato Award get ready to make a run, we'll check in with Georgia Henneberry.
Hey guys, yes, we are back with none other than Katherine Legge, who's back again in the Indianapolis 500 this year. Katherine, this news came pretty recently to the public knowledge. When did this deal come together to get you back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway?
Yeah, yesterday.
Yeah.
Feels like. No, we announced it yesterday, but actually I was at Nashville the end of last year at the IndyCar race, and I had started talking to Larry then. I wanted to get back to Indy because I missed it last year, obviously, and so I was talking to everybody, trying to find the best opportunity that I could, and I am very grateful that I landed here. And so we're HMD Motorsport with AJ Foyt Racing, so we've kind of partnered together, and so far it's been amazing. I think it's going to be one of the best cars. I keep saying this. It's going to be one of the best cars that I had at the Speedway, but fingers crossed. I'm very much looking forward to it. Once you get bitten by the bug, it's tough, right?
I was going to say, how much does it take to put a deal together? Some people may not know. Just to put a deal together for the Indianapolis 500, how big of a feat is that?
I mean, obviously, I'd like to be doing all the races,
right,
all the time, all the IndyCar races, all the NASCAR. I just want to be racing 100% of the time. But I think people don't understand what it takes to make, from everybody's perspective, not just from mine, make something like this happen, to make any racing happen, really. I mean, there's so many people involved. You need so many people to sign off on it, and especially these days, because there's so many great drivers. So I know that there was probably a handful of us that were trying to get one of the last spots, and so it was a long time coming. It was a lot of work for everybody involved. Obviously, Elf are back on board, so...
I was going to say, can you hook a girl up with some
Absolutely.
stuff? I do like those lip oils, so...
We've got new ones
Okay.
Yes. Hence the chrome car. So it matches the lip oils, so it's cool.
That's amazing.
I know, it's so cool.
What is new in the world of Katherine Legge? How do you prepare for something like this? Obviously, you said it's been in the works since Nashville, but man, you got to get ready for something as crazy as the month of May.
It is. it's difficult without testing, right? So this will be the first time I've been in the car since the end of 24, because they did all of the ovals in 24. So when the hybrid came in, that was my last kind of oval race, race in at all. And so it's trying to switch back from NASCAR land from last year back into open wheel kind of mentality, and remember, it's silly things like, okay, the wheel's different here, because obviously I'm now with Chevrolet and GM, so it's trying to figure out the hybrid, what I'm doing, what I'm looking at, watching video, talking to the engineers. I honestly have no idea yet what we're doing with the car. I'm just kind of following the other cars in the team. Like Santino's out there now, and then Kaio and I will go out, obviously, in the refresher rookie practice later. So it's trying to switch focus now from putting the deal together and trying to get on track to actually being on track, and what it takes to drive the car around here, and what it takes to be fast and get the right setup. And, you know, these guys have been in the car all year. They were in the car last year. So it's not, it's a different ball game for me, in that they're probably going to go out there and be switched on straight away, and I'm gonna need a run or two just to recalibrate my brain.
Right, absolutely. Santino's had some stellar runs here at the Speedway. Have you been able to lean on him at all? And obviously you're no stranger to this as well, but there is a learning curve and an adjustment curve getting back up to speed.
And especially with the hybrid, you know, like I don't know how that's going to feel. So I've lent on the team pretty heavily. Spent maybe an hour talking to Santino so far, but it's you know, it's the first time I've seen him here, and he's out on track now, so I'm sure we will be doing a lot of debriefing, and I'll have a lot of questions. The other thing is, obviously, I have their data and their video, so I think we're going to be playing follow my leader for a while, and whatever he does, I think we're going to be doing on both the other cars until we'll maybe when we come back in May, we'll split off and go in our own direction, depending on if he likes the same things as me. We just don't know that yet. So
right.
We'll figure it out as we go. Now,
this is a partnership between AJ Foyt Racing and HMD. Does that, the benefits of doing this, we're talking about how much personnel it takes just to put together a program like this. Is that a big factor of that, big help?
Yes, huge help. So Craig Brooks, team manager at AJ Foyt Racing, has been amazing, and literally, you know, getting the engine, getting the car, getting the crew together, all the things. It's having a lot of balls in the air, right, and being able to juggle that, and your to-do list is continually in your brain. And he's been very kind of calm voice in putting it all together, finding the right people, and we found some wonderful people. I was worried that, you know, the people that aren't working in May are not maybe the most desirable people, but that's not the case. Like, we found some really, really great people with a lot of experience, and so I'm hyped. I think HMD, you know, it's for them a really good opportunity to showcase what they've got with their guys as well. So they're learning obviously from the Foyt guys, but they're also out to prove themselves, as am I. So I think it's kind of the best at the moment. It's the best mix of everything.
They're hungry. Everyone's hungry. And this is, like I've said before, this is kind of where it all starts. So I know you have a lot of boxes to check today, as well as just the rest of the month getting up to speed and ready for it. So thank you so much for taking some time out of your busy day to come hang with us.
It's great to see you again.
And good to see you.
And great to have Katherine Legge back in the field for the Indianapolis 500. And as you look at the 14 car for Santino Ferrucci getting some work done, a couple of add-on points to that story. HMD Motorsports fielding cars in Indy next, and in a partnership with AJ Foyt Racing in Indy next. By the way, they won out at Barber Motorsports Park. So the two groups are already working together. Indy next not being part of after the Grand Prix weekend, the month of May here at the Speedway. They're right here, they're available, and they've got a great operation with a lot of really good people to jump in.
It's a perfect synergy, you know, and Katherine sort of alluded to it, the fact that you've got this group that's hungry to get out here and prove themselves. It's not, you know, struggling to find the people. They had the people. They're working on that next program. Like you say, they've already got that partnership with Foyt, so it makes a lot of sense for a lot of reasons. And it's great to see that the HMD name is going to be involved in the Indy 500 this year. And like you say, it's great to have Katherine back, and It is a big ask. You know, she kind of talks about having to learn now the hybrid system and how to utilize that. That's something that is so nuanced and is so different between teams. It's different between engine manufacturers. How do you use it? When do you use it? You know, not just in qualifying runs, but in traffic and during the race. There is an awful lot for her to get up to speed on that sense. But luckily, we've got a lot of practice coming up over the next few weeks before we go racing.
Yeah.
And you know, she's a pro. She'll be able to get that dialed in quickly. But it is a big shift from the NASCAR racing she's been doing, like she mentioned, getting back into the IndyCar side.
So you're looking at Nolan Siegel's machine for Arrow McLaren, the NTT Data car. Nolan had gone out to make a run, but was black flagged because the radio communication wasn't working back and forth between the car and the spotters and so on, like it must.
It must, and it's a very important part of IndyCar racing here on ovals. You know, obviously we've got spotters on the oval tracks. At Indy, we've got 2 of them. One up in turn 1 above the grandstands, one over in turn 3 as well. And it's vital that the communication between the team, the spotters, and the car is all sort of synced and working harmoniously, so that way the driver's getting all the information they need. It's a safety issue, so Nolan getting those issues hammered out now, something that's not uncommon when you're unloading on a test.
Yep. That's why it's called testing. Here's someone making his first laps of the day who has got a lot to adjust to here at the Speedway. Will Power running here, not for Team Penske for the first time in forever, but adjusting to the Andretti Global Group and behind the wheel of this machine, as he has been all season. But you've come here and changed from one team to another. It's a lot to adjust to for the first beginning of the effort.
At the Speedway, everything happens so quickly, and all the feedback you're getting from the car is so small, and you have to have such good feel and such good connection to the race car to really, you know, get everything the car is trying to tell you. When you switch to a different team, they've got a completely different setup philosophy potentially. All of those sensations are going to be different. In absolute terms, it's still an Indy car, it's the same track, it's all fairly close, but in the relative terms of what separates a good feeling car from a bad feeling car here at Indy, it is so big. And so you have to really spend the time to dial that in, get comfortable, feel what the car is giving you through each corner. And also, he's running with Honda for the first time. The engines run very differently in this configuration of this type of track. Different procedures and processes. So a lot for Will to kind of get used to in these first few laps as we see the yellow flag thrown once again.
It is for debris in turn 2. Piece on the racetrack over there.
Some feathers?
I don't think this one is, but I can't speak for sure. Safety's on its way out. AMR safety team to give it a look and see what it was that one of the spotters around the race course had a view of. So we'll have a brief yellow flag and hopefully be able to get the track back green. Yeah, there it is, whatever it is. And so hopefully we'll finish the track inspection quickly and get the green flag back out. And again, this session runs until top of the hour before we get the rookies and veteran refreshers going. A look at the Sancio Grand Prix weekend coming up May 8th and 9th to open our month of May activities here at Indianapolis. All of the IndyCar sessions televised by my friends at Fox, Will and James and T-Bell, starting at 9 a.m. on Friday. So 2-day schedule for that weekend instead of 3. So both free practice 1 and free practice 2, plus qualifying, all on that very busy and very full Friday.
It's one of the busiest days in motorsports for these teams and drivers, you know, to have both practice sessions and then a qualifying all the way at 5:30 p.m. It's a lot of on-track, a lot of data you're trying to get through, a lot of decisions you're trying to make, improvements you're trying to make before you head into qualifying. So it's a tight one, it's a tough one, but it's an important one.
Yeah.
You know, we're already here testing the 500 cars. You know, it's not even May yet on the calendar, but everyone's thoughts and feelings are already geared towards the 500. But you can't forget the GP. You can't sleep on the GP. It still pays 50 points for a win like any other race. It's so important to go into the 500 and really start the month of May with momentum, which you can get after a good race there. And
nice.
not a bad chip.
That's a nice chip for the lefty. who maybe has no idea he's on the big screens and on the PA at the Speedway, but the Brickyard Crossing will be busy.
Well, thank God he didn't shank it. And,
right.
You know, while he was on air, he performed.
Nice look at some of the small detail on the Arrow McLaren of Christian Lundgaard in this test paint scheme for this race team. Really sharp stuff. I just want to go back to the Sancio Grand Prix for just a minute. Not only on that Friday, a lot of laps you can see on the race course for the NTT IndyCar Series, but Indy Next by Firestone is here. We'll have the USF Pro 2000, the USF Pro Series. I mean, this race course will be busy from 8 o'clock in the morning until 7 o'clock at night on that Friday.
It almost feels like you're at an SCCA runoffs or something. There's so many classes to run. You know, it's non-stop, action-packed track action all weekend long, and it's great to see the feeder series all here, all the junior categories. It's great to see the future stars of the IndyCar Series come out here and race. They put on some great shows here. It's a great venue for those cars and those series. And it's great for those drivers. You know, you get to run laps at the Brickyard.
You're in here surrounded by the stars of the NTT IndyCar Series. All of these people you watch on television, and you're competing on the same circuit with them. And especially for a lot of these drivers, you know, you're 16, 17, 18 years old. It's a great opportunity for them as well. So the green flag out, and you see all three of the Team Penske cars headed to the race course together. So are we about to see our first traffic run of this day?
I'd be surprised if this early they're trying to coordinate, but it certainly does look like a formation, doesn't it?
When I was down in the Team Penske garage yesterday, they told me that you know, they would take the opportunity to try and do some group runs and perhaps coordinate, especially later in the day, with some of their other Chevrolet compatriots, a chance to have a bigger traffic run. And you know what always happens in this, right? Doesn't matter what manufacturer you're on. You see some guys out there running in traffic, and you say, "Oh, I want a part of that."
Yeah, normally once a group forms, everybody gets anxious and wants to get out there and be a part of it. But this is definitely a coordinated effort from Penske, and I mean, you love to see that early on. They're really getting to work on getting the race cars dialed in. This is, I would say, unlikely to be the conditions that we see on race day. You know, track temps 80 degrees, it's cool out, it's a bit overcast, but you never know.
You never know, that's right.
And so why not? You want to get that database of experience with this tire and this year's everything, you know, under as many different circumstances and conditions as you possibly can. So again, everyone's going to be out there from 2 to 6. The all-skate session, I think we'll see a lot of group running there, especially with the threat of weather tomorrow. But I love seeing all three of the Penske cars starting early and moves are getting made.
As a driver, I imagine one of the things you really want to get a feel for is what the car is like in someone else's wake, but also if you're planning on contending for the win, you're probably not going to lead all 200 laps. So that car, what it goes like from when it's second or third in line to leading the line, and what that means for you behind the wheel and the adjustments you have available to you in the cockpit.
It's exactly right. You know, you've got to, you hear this saying, you hear this phrase all the time over the radios from cars to drivers. We're going to talk about it in the booth a lot. Stay ahead of the car, stay ahead of the balance, stay on top of your tools. Those are things that regularly get told to drivers. And, you know, a big part of that is how the car balance shifts from being in clean air up front to being in a one-car, you know, draft, being in 2, 3, 4. How aggressive you've got to be on your tools. As we see another person coming out now to join the party. I think that's Pato.
But even, like, I was, you know, that last lap, Joseph Newgarden dropped like 20 car lengths back off those two. Where do you feel it? How far can you close up? How, you know, what's the close? All of these things, they're all slightly different every year.
They are. There are little differences. Conditions play a huge part in it. With how early, you know, Malukas is popping out there on McLaughlin, that's telling me McLaughlin's lifting off a little bit. He's not staying flat the whole lap, trying to stay in front. Newgarden jumps up with a 220.2 running here in that toe. But yeah, again, lots to learn even this early in the session, and Pato taking advantage as well.
Right. Another driver of the same manufacturer with the engines, all these Chevrolets here.
So when you look at the toe and no-toe times, usually they put a filter on any lap that you have a car within 8 seconds of you. So if you're up to 8 seconds in front, that lap's not going to count on the no-toe time, because the engineers and the data can see a small difference in the speed from that dirty air, that wake that is put through the air by the car in front. So for a true no-toe time, you're looking at 8 seconds. Some engineers will even tell you it's 10 or 11. For the sake of the timing and scoring, it's usually set at 8. Then from inside the car, when it comes to feeling that loss of downforce in the corner, that balance shift, it's probably once you get within 3 seconds is when it kind of starts to change. And then every half a second closer you get, there's another incremental shift in that balance, and you're having to adjust how you're driving, you're having to adjust how you have your tools set. And then again, you got to be ready to undo it all as soon as you make the pass, and you're off into clean air.
So third car in line there, behind Newgarden, who was a little bit out of the frame there, but there's Pato O'Ward. And you can probably count when it's time for the closing laps of the 500, 26 days from now, he'll probably be in the mix somewhere. History tells us that. That has been the case in his almost entire history of running the 500-mile race.
Yeah, look, I mean, we talked about that incredible record from Santino Ferrucci of finishing in the top 10 in all of his starts, 7 so far. Pato's got 6, and had it not been for an accident late in 23, racing against Ericsson for the win up front, running in the top 5, he would have not only that record, he would have it beat, because his worst finish outside of that DNF, which was a 24th place classification, was 6th in his very first Indy 500. Since then, 4th, 2nd, 24th in that DNF, 2nd and 3rd. Every race would have been in the top 6 had he completed that 2023 race. So you talk about it, and I got to be honest with you, some years McLaren haven't showed up with the fastest car over a lap, but it doesn't matter. Every single year, Pato finds a way to be in the mix at the end. That team does a great job on strategy and pit lane. And Pato, another guy like Ferrucci, that learned that patience lesson early in his 500 career.
Yeah, just look at the numbers for Pato O'Ward in the Indianapolis 500-mile race, and there it is, right? Finished 3rd a year ago, was in contention for the win. Finished 2nd in 24, led at the white flag. 23, the crash racing Ericsson for the lead. Finished 2nd in 22, had a shot at Marcus Ericsson on the white flag lap, couldn't quite get there. And 4th and 6th before that. So numbers that give you hope. If you're a Pato fan, he's the first driver since Al Unser Jr. from 87 to 91 to finish top 5 in 4 of 5 consecutive 500s and not win one of them. But Al Jr. won the next one. So maybe it's Pato's time.
You know, we spoke earlier about expectation. The pressure that brings, and a victory, you know, is it more elation or is it more relief? I got to think that if Pato wins this race one of these days, and I used to always just say when, because it seems like an inevitability, but you don't want to jinx it, and Indy owes nobody anything. But if he's able to win this race, you got to think that's going to be the overwhelming feeling, is just relief after so many close calls, so many near misses, so many brilliant drives that came up just short. He is going to be in a different level, I think, of relief and elation.
Yeah, I was going to say the one won't be far behind the elation part for sure. Pato in his 7th try to win the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Couple of names for you that won their first 500 in their 7th try. Sam Hornish Jr., Ryan Hunter-Reay.
There you go. 2 great races. 2 fierce battles. 06 for Hornish. Last lap, Marco Andretti, a drag race off of turn 4.
Yeah.
One of the closest finishes, maybe the 2nd closest after Al Jr. and Scott Goodyear.
Goodyear, yeah.
And then, yeah, Hunter Ray, we already talked about it. One of my favorite passes for the lead in 500 history, certainly this generation of car, right up there with that Newgarden on a Ward move. But what a story that would be.
Oh, yeah.
If he was able to get it done.
Yeah.
By far the most visible, most popular driver in the series. There's a very loyal army of Pato O'Ward fans at every single race that we go to. Has his own merch truck that usually sells out every weekend.
Let's look at David Malukas peeling off onto the warm-up lane after his best lap of the day.
It should not be a shock that the 5 drivers that were playing in that pack are sitting 1 through 5 on the charts right now. Newgarden from O'Ward, McLaughlin, Ferrucci, who joined the mix, and then Malukas.
Looking to see, what was that, about 10 laps that they ran together in the group run there for the first time?
And a stint around Indy is usually about 30 laps. So 10 laps is kind of when you start to really feel what's wrong with your balance. A new set of tires is going to cover up a little issue for a few laps, but you get to that sort of 1/3 stint, that 10-lap number, and that's when you start really feeling what's wrong. So it makes sense, again, this early for drivers to come in now, say, all right, battling a little bit too much understeer in traffic, or the rear's not quite secure enough, it's not talking to me the way I want on entry. You come in after 10 laps, make a small adjustment, go back out, try to finish the stint off. And then eventually, as we get into practice week, not so much here at the test, but as we get into practice week, there's going to be times where the mandate from the team is you're finishing the stint. You're doing the 30 laps regardless. You have to learn how to drive around these issues, how to work on the tools in the car, how to figure out how to make an imbalanced car last, because we can't just stop after 10 laps when we're actually doing the race.
Yeah. Circumstances you're going to have to fight through. Might as well learn how. And what you can do in the car to try and help yourself is limited, but it is there. And so, yeah, I tried that rope. That didn't work. Let's go the other way. See if that works a little better. Wind looks like died down a little bit from what it was earlier today, so that's helping a little bit too from behind the wheel. The wind direction very much a factor here on these cars at Indianapolis as Will Power comes back in after another run. Nobody's run 15 consecutive laps yet today. Mostly shorter bursts, but again, we'll see these 10-lap runs and so on. Particularly later today when we get 4 to 6 o'clock. We'll probably see bigger packs and maybe for a little longer.
Yeah.
One of the things the teams do have to work with here, you don't have unlimited tires to run these 2 days of testing. You get 5 sets of new tires, so you do have to manage the laps on the tires as well to make sure what you're learning. You talked about new tires can cover some things up, but you're going to have to learn, okay, how much of that was tire and a heat cycle on the tire and so on, and how much of that was the change we made.
And one of the big factors in kind of how a team is going to end up executing these 2 days is how comfortable the car feels right out of the gate.
Yeah.
If your setup is in the ballpark, your driver is happy with the balance, you can start leaning on some of those longer run plans a little bit earlier. Again, long runs, they chew up tires. So you only have, like you say, those 5 sets. You've got to be very, kind of sparing and deliberate with every lap that you run. If the car's good, you can start, like I said, leaning into those longer runs and starting to see what the balance shift is over a stint. If you're not happy, if your driver's complaining about the balance, you're doing multiple runs, you're really running these sets, maybe even past a full stint on tire life, because you're making changes to the setup. You're trying to get that balance a little bit better. And that can be tough, because then you're using more tires just to get the car comfortable. You've got fewer sets to try to do some long, meaningful runs on to figure out what the balance does over a stint.
Christian Rasmussen and Louis Foster pictured as they work in our final 21 minutes and change of our veteran session, beginning to see some of the cars being towed back through Gasoline Alley and onto the pit lane for the drivers who will participate in the noon to 2 p.m. local time rookie orientation program and refresher sessions for the veterans who haven't run here since oriented IndyCar race since a year ago, or even not then. So that'll come up later on. Right now, fastest lap of the day so far, just lap overall, is Joseph Newgarden. The numbers you're seeing on the scoring pylon on the screen at a 2:23.41. The fastest no-toe speed is now Felix Rosenqvist, who just popped up by 1/100th of a mile per hour to the top of the board over Connor Daly at a 2:19.17 to Connor's 2:19.16.
It just bettered it slightly. 2:19.20 for Felix over the 2:19.16 for Connor, and Kyle Kirkwood in third right now on the no-toe at a 2:19.12, so 4/100ths behind Connor. Pretty tight up there at the front. Dixon only a few hundredths of a mile an hour below that as well. So it's great to see some good competition there. Mix of manufacturers both up there in the top 4.
So good to see speed out of Felix Rosenqvist, who again is going to be one of those drivers, seems to be somewhere in the mix, particularly on pole day for the Indianapolis 500-mile race. And while we watch Fro head around the racetrack, let's check with Georgia.
Yeah, one of Felix's really good friends, Pat O'Ward. He just jumped out of the number 5. First thing he said really was, I love this place. It's good to be back. How much do you love the Indianapolis Motor Speedway?
No, I love this place. I mean, today I was coming down the tunnel, and you know, knowing it's kind of the first day of May, I think it's good to call it. It's awesome. It's awesome to be here. I genuinely love it more and more and more. You know, the longer that I get to come here and I have this opportunity to race at the Indy 500. So yeah, that was our first run basically, and it feels good. Nothing feels strange, and yeah, just happy to be back here.
How do you feel about the packages that you've brought this year specifically?
We're baselining a little bit of what we already know, and then I think later on today you'll see us start testing out little bits and pieces that maybe get us, you know, a bit closer to where we want to be, or maybe not. Right? That's the whole process of testing. But no, it's great to be back. I love, you know, driving around this place, and yeah, great memories.
Thanks, Pato.
Thank you.
And you can tell that love. Certainly for Pato, it's easy to see, and he'll be one to absolutely keep an eye on when it's time for the checkered flag to wave in the 110th running of the race. Here's another one that I think could make a lot of noise in the month of May. Kyle Kirkwood.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's been competitive here at the Speedway. You know, he's finished all but one of his races, that one being that spectacular accident in turn 2 a few years back. Best finish of 7th, that was in 2024.
And Kyle was he had a pretty solid run last year. Took the checkers in P6, caught up in that post-race tech thing along with his teammate. But you know, he's P6 at the checkered flag, and he was in the mix there for a solid run.
Yeah, look, if you're in the top 10 at the end of this race, you've had a good day. It's so tough with 33 competitive cars, 500 miles, so much can go wrong.
Right.
So to be up there at that point really just shows, you know, the pace of this whole team. You know, and Andretti Global had a couple strong cars. Of course, Ericsson crossed the line in second. But I'm just watching that run from Kirkwood. He was pretty alone on the racetrack there. 2:18.3. It's that last lap for him. Of course, you don't know where cars are on tires. He still sits third on the no-toe time. As now we get a look at Takuma Sato, 2-time Indy 500 winner, back with RLL.
So fast and so good in this car a year ago, and of course always at the Speedway, it seems like, for Takuma. But last year qualified second for this team. Remember, during the open test, having a vicious crash that destroyed his car, left him pretty beaten up. The team went back, rebuilt the car, came back, put it on the front row, and had a great race in the 500.
Yeah, incredible effort there from RLL for this guy to get that. Because again, he was testing his 500 car. That's the risk. You know, we talked about it off the top of the show. But as you said, this guy, no stranger to success here at the Speedway.
And 2 times a winner, one of our 9 former winners who are entered in this year's 500-mile race, 2017 and 2020. It was Takuma Sato taking the checkered flag first. This was 2017. And then the 2020 race, he and Scott Dixon just managed to hold off Scott, and then the caution flag came out, and yeah, two was twice as nice.
And you just think back to, 2012 was in the fight for the win in the last lap there with Dario Franchitti. Came out on the wrong end of that one, wrong end of a move into turn 1 that didn't quite pay off for him, but he just knows, again, how to be up there at the end, because he's obviously got those finishes that we've talked about, those wins that we've talked about, but he's had other really strong results here as well. So this driver kind of leading the squad here at RLL, even though he is the part-timer just in for the one race.
He led 73 laps in the race after starting second a year ago at age 53. And he was the oldest to lead the most laps since Mario, who was age 53. But last year, the oldest driver to start in the front row and oldest to lead the most laps since Mario. And no slowing down for Takuma Sato for sure. Let's check in with Georgia Henneberry again, who I suspect has a guest.
Scotty Mack has turned the second most laps today. A lot of boxes to check off today. How do you feel now that you've been in the race car, gotten those laps on the Speedway? How's it feel to be back?
Well, I didn't turn many on Sunday last time, so it's nice to turn some laps around here. Pennzoil Chevy feels good. Looks very patriotic. It's got the stars and stripes on there. I'm a US citizen now, so it makes sense. So, look, I'm very happy. I mean, it's just nice to be back at the Speedway. I love this place. This is everything to me. So it's cool to see so many fans out there.
Given the scenario last year, are you as hungry as ever to come back this year even stronger?
Yeah, I'm hungrier than ever for sure. I'm looking forward to another opportunity, what happened, and now it's all about trying to change the focus, work hard, and I felt like we went in there with a really good race car. We didn't show it. There's no reason why we can't do that again.
This is May. It's not May yet, but it's almost May. It kind of feels like May a little bit.
It's close. It feels. The garage has built it out. We just don't have as many fans in the pit lane yet, so we'll see you soon.
Thanks, Scott.
Yeah, that's always something else to watch for when you come here. The garage build-outs for the team. And this year's Team Penske garage build-out captures images of all of the winning drivers and their wins in the Indianapolis 500-mile race as part of the layout. So sometimes I make notes and I can't read my own handwriting, and I get these things going through my head and I have to stop for a second and look back through my notes. So just to clarify what I was talking about Takuma Sato, right? Last year, qualified second, led the most laps in the race, wound up finishing 9th after he slid through his box, pitting under the caution from the lead, which is what set him back in traffic. But those laps that he led, 51 last year at age 48, were the most laps led, the oldest driver to lead the most laps since Mario Andretti in 1993, who led at age 53 those 73 laps. So Taku last year leading the most laps in the race, 51, but just that one thing, and that, if nothing else, illustrates the challenge in trying to win the Indianapolis 500. Everything has to be perfect. And that one little slide on one of your many pit stops throughout the day might have been the difference.
You want to talk about little things. I'll never forget, the Scott Dixon 0.1 mile an hour over, in the last stop.
Yep.
Literally, the smallest measurable thing can undo a great day here at Indianapolis, and that's why you have to just be so picture perfect, because ultimately with 33 cars starting this race, all competitive teams, competitive drivers, if you don't get something right, if you make some mistake, somebody else will capitalize on that.
Getting to and from your pit box, even for a yellow flag pit stop, right? You could lose 3 spots in a blink. We saw it at Long Beach last race for the NTT INDYCAR Series, right? A pit stop, a good pit stop, and a good in and out lap. And yet somebody had one fractionally better. And it was the difference between winning and not winning.
It's just, you got to remember, racing's not a win or lose proposition, right? You're not up against one opponent like you are in a lot of other sports. And you could be better than 30 cars, but if that's all that you're better, there's going to be at least a couple ahead of you at the 500. You know, it really is a race where the team and driver that make the fewest mistakes are putting themselves in the best position to win, because everybody's quick, everybody's capable of winning, but it's just about that execution on Sunday.
So there are 24 drivers and teams that were eligible for this opening 2-hour session, and here is the 24th that we had not seen until now. Graham Rahal trips the timing lights at the Yard of Bricks for his first lap at speed, besides the install lap earlier in this race. Graham back for his 19th Indianapolis 500-mile race. If he completes 184 of the 200 laps in this race, will become just the 9th driver to complete over 8,000 miles of racing in the Indianapolis 500. A testament to longevity, yes, but a testament to racing all 500 miles when you're in it.
It's so important. I mean, it's that old cliche, right? I mean, can't win it if you're not in it.
Yeah.
And getting to lap 200 is a difficult thing to do these days, just because it is so competitive. You got to take risks to make passes. You got to take risks with setup just to be fast. You got to put the car right on the edge. Gone are the days where a car's got the kind of speed advantage that you can kind of cruise around and be a lap ahead of the field like we've seen in the 90s. It really is a sprint race now. You've got to be feeling, it feels almost like qualifying laps for 500 miles.
Graham with a podium finish already this season in the NTT INDYCAR Series, and a couple of P3 starts in the season, including in the season's only oval race so far back at Phoenix. And so looking to see what kind of feel he gets in this first run for the United Rentals Honda for Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan Racing. Just looking at another number for Graham Rahal. If he completes 143 laps, he moves into the top 10 in all-time race laps in the 500. Top 10 all-time. So again, a testament both to his longevity as a race driver, but also completing laps in the races and making the most out of all 500 miles. You see this team this year and from a year ago to now, and the pace that they've had through the opening part of the season with, you know, a sophomore driver in Louis Foster, a rookie driver in Mick Schumacher, and now you come here to Indianapolis. Graham's had some really solid results. He's 10th in the championship after the opening handful of races in the NTT IndyCar Series. Thoughts on where you see Graham and this team stand coming in here?
Well, you know, we talk about it. We talk about Graham's Sunday performances a lot. You know, even when the team struggles on a Saturday to get pace out of it in qualifying, Graham's one of these drivers that just has this ability to grab a car by the horns and just pull it up through the grid, through the field, higher up than it's been all weekend long when the checkered flag falls. And you know, we've seen also that if he starts up front, he can run there. You look to that podium at Barber, from P3 on the grid to the podium. If this team has genuinely found some pace and they're able to put themselves up front early, then you know this guy's got some, got some fire in him to get it done on Sunday. He just clocked, you know, he's got fewer laps than pretty much anybody out there so far. We talked about that. Only 2:15.1 so far, so not coming out of the blocks screaming, but we'll see if they can find a bit more as they get more laps under their belt. But yeah, you mentioned it. The whole organization seems to have taken a big step over the offseason. I think I think Louis Foster in his second year is shown a great deal of maturity and improvement. And then obviously, you know, adding Mick Schumacher to the fold, a rookie by IndyCar standards, but by no means a rookie in motorsports. has raced at pretty much every top level series on the planet, short of NASCAR. So it's an organization I think is in a good place. I think the mood and the vibe inside the team is good, and the performance is showing on track.
George has done a little digging on perhaps why we've just seen Graham Rahal now in the late stages of this morning's session. What do you got, Georgia?
Hey guys, yeah, Graham Rahal pulling back into the pits right now. This was really his first go at today. Back when they were warming the car up before the day even started back in the garage, they saw something they didn't like with the engine. They have since fixed that, and Graham has got out today, but a slow start to the morning and some laps lost for Graham Rahal to start out these test days.
All right, Georgia, thanks. So Graham putting just 7 laps in the books in this session, which is the least among the drivers who have run this session, but there is the reason why. Most laps that have been run in our first couple of hours this morning have been done by Kiffin Simpson and Christian Rasmussen, who have put 37 circuits on the scoreboard. And we're down to about 5 minutes to go in this opening couple of hours of our Indianapolis 500 Open Test.
Still Newgarden from Sato from O'Ward. And if you're wondering why Takuma Sato, who is also just a one-off, is out there with the veterans, whereas the Elio Castroneves and the Hunter Rays and the Jack Harveys of the world are not able to run, it's because he participated in the fall test here. So he's been on the track recently enough to avoid the refresher course. And that's why he is out there running around.
So question asked and answered for Takuma Sato. Remember, at 12 noon, the track will be open for the rookie orientation program. And the veteran refreshers will have 4 drivers have to go through the 3-phase rookie orientation program. And we'll talk about what the 3 phases are, or give you a reminder of what those 3 phases are when we get to it. Watching Christian Lundgaard right now make some laps in his Arrow McLaren Chevrolet. Christian out looking to be in his 5th Indianapolis 500-mile race. Qualified 8th a season ago in his first go with this team. And his previous best qualifying in the Indianapolis 500 before that was 28th.
Yeah, he's had some stressful days here on qualifying weekend in his career, but switching over to the McLaren squad, you know, making it into the that top 12, that second day of qualifying, a big jump up. 31st, 30th, and 28th were his previous 3 starting positions. So he'd attended his fair number of back row parties. I've been there.
Yeah.
Great time. It's not a party you want to be at, but they make it a good time if you're there.
I'm guessing the front row photos are a lot more fun.
Yeah, they're earlier in the day, but they're definitely a little more rewarding.
Yeah.
And the checks are bigger. You get 33 cents for qualifying 33rd at the back row party.
It's funny how professional race drivers, that always registers somewhere.
You got to throw it out there.
Yeah.
So I qualified 32nd one year, and I've still got my check. I never cashed it.
Yeah.
I framed it,
yeah.
And so now that's up in the office. Nice little reminder.
It's funny. My dad, raced a second division hobby car when I was a very little kid, and he's going through some memorabilia, and he showed me a check, and the check was from 1968. And it was for $5. And I said, what's that? He said, well, that's what we got for finishing 5th in our first ever feature race at our home track, Seca Speedway. And he never cashed a check. He said, $5 for finishing 3rd. I said, what'd you spend to get that? He said, I don't know, but it was too much.
Yeah.
Typical racer story, right?
It rarely covers the cost.
Yeah.
But you feel good about it anyway. You
Absolutely.
feel good getting the check.
Yeah. So getting Elio Castroneves buckled in. And we'll see the 4-time winner out after noontime when the refresher program begins. There is Mick Schumacher getting buckled in for his first official laps at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Like you just said a minute ago, James, yes, an Indianapolis Motor Speedway rookie, but far from an inexperienced driver. Jacob Abel walking toward his car. See him out here as well with that group. As we have 1 minute left in our opening 2-hour session. So the fastest no-toe speed of our morning opening laps is going to belong to Felix Rosenqvist at a 2:19.20, followed by Alexander Rossi and Connor Daly. Kyle Kirkwood and Scott Dixon will have the 5 fastest no-toe laps. Most laps run will be Kiffin Simpson and Christian Rasmussen. Fewest laps run will be Graham Rahal. That was explained a few moments ago. And the overall scoring pylon, if you're here at the Speedway looking at the big scoring pylon, you'll see the number 2 at the top of the board as Joseph Newgarden has posted the overall fastest lap in the draft at a 2:23.41. Takuma Sato jumped up to second in the scoring overall order, with Pato O'Ward, Scott McLaughlin, and Santino Ferrucci rounding out the 5 fastest laps as the checkered flag waves over our first 2-hour session.
Yeah, we had that little gap, that little bundle of cars that went out to do some group running. That's where you see some of those bigger speeds coming from. You say a 2:19.20 for Rosenqvist. The fastest no snow toe time.
It'd be a no snow time too.
God, I hope so.
Thankfully.
You never know. It's Indiana.
I know.
Spring.
Rest of the top 10 beyond the first 5. David Malukas, Nolan Siegel, Connor Daly, Christian Rasmussen, and Felix Rosenqvist. There were the 10 fast laps posted in our opening 2-hour session for the veterans. So now we open the circuit up for the next couple of hours for the rookie orientation program and the veterans refreshers. And we'll see 9 drivers with their opportunity over the next 2 hours to take to the Speedway. The 3 phases of the rookie orientation program for those who've never run here before. You remember when you went through the rookie orientation program and what it was like?
I do very well. I do very well. It's uncomfortable. It's almost scary because these cars are not built to go 210 miles an hour, which is one of the earlier barriers that you've got to clear. And when you're driving around at 210, the car feels a bit off, and you think, man, I've got to go 10, 15 miles an hour faster than this at some point. That sounds terrifying. But the faster you go, the better it feels, kind of until you get to around that 220, 225 range. Then it starts feeling sketchy again on the other side.
Then you start to learn another whole lesson. All right, there'll be just a couple of minutes of a quiet track while the officials reset the timing and scoring systems and a few other things they need to do. So we'll take a quick break as well. We'll be right back with you when cars return to the racetrack shortly from Indy 500 Open Test Day 1.
You gotta feel this. That's the American spirit at 200 miles per hour. A spectacle of freedom, innovation, and passion. Witnessed by nearly 500,000 race fans. All united for the Indianapolis 500, presented by Gamebridge. United, we race.
An American Summer Classic returns to Indianapolis Motor Speedway July 24th to the 26th. It's the Brickyard 400 presented by PPG, and it's celebrating 30 years of one of the most iconic traditions in all of sports. This crown jewel event includes the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series Pennzoil 250. Don't miss the stars of NASCAR as they look to seal their legend. Brickyard Weekend tickets are available now at IMS.com. Don't miss the thunderous roar and sleek vibe of IMSA sports cars at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This 3-day showcase, September 18th through the 20th, features infield camping and an open garage area. The action will be non-stop as the event returns to a sprint race format in 2026. And kids 15 and under get in free. Tickets for the TireRack.com Battle on the Bricks are on sale now at IMS.com. United, we race.
And live at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the opening day of the Indy 500 Open Test. Our next couple of hours on the Speedway devoted to rookies at the Indy 500 and those veterans who need to go through the refresher course to get turned loose for full competition. So we have 4 drivers who have to do the rookie orientation program. Caio Collet for AJ Foyt Racing. We'll have Dennis Hauger for Dale Coyne Racing. Mick Schumacher for Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing, and Jacob Abel, who is still technically an Indy 500 rookie, despite having attempted to qualify for the race. He'll be going through the rookie orientation program as well. Then the drivers, 5 of them doing the refresher program. Ryan Hunter-Reay, former winner, Jack Harvey, Ed Carpenter, Katherine Legge, and 4-time winner Elio Castroneves will be the drivers going through the refresher program. Looking at Mick Schumacher on the Speedway now, getting his first laps of this, I'll call it month of May, because it's almost. This test feels like it's May.
It does. It does feel like it's May. It's basically May. I think we can get away with it. What's a couple days between friends, right?
Is it May yet? Well, it feels like it.
But no, it's. I'm going to be interested to hear, from Mick when he gets out of the car after these first laps. He's obviously raced at Phoenix. He's raced on an oval already. I think he did a test maybe at Homestead as well. So he's been on a 1.5 mile track. But first laps here at the Speedway, and it just is different, even if you've done those other places. And I don't just mean all the history and what makes it special. Physically from behind the wheel, it's so different from, say, a Homestead, from a Phoenix, that getting his take on things will be fun to hear.
Yeah, so I'm just curious, because we heard Katherine Legge visiting with Georgia a little earlier, talking about the hybrid and so on. So Mick's been driving the NTT INDYCAR Series machine through the first legs of the season in the preparation, but now you come here to the Speedway. I can remember when I first came to the Speedway, and I'm working with Scott Goodyear and Eddie Cheever, and they're talking about the windsock and the cockpit adjustments and the different things. Now you add the hybrid on top of that. Compared to the Formula One and World Endurance Championship cars that Mick was driving on all these various courses all over the world, still a lot to absorb about making a lap and making a run here.
It is, yeah, and I think the biggest thing is that it all just happens so quick here at Indy, and things like looking at the windsock and adjusting your tools lap to lap, sometimes end to end of the circuit. Like you say, in F1, they've got so much adjustability in the cockpit, right. And so I do think that a lot of it has come down, especially on the hybrid side, was automated when Mick was running in F1. Probably not thinking as much about that, but things like diff settings that you could adjust, your brake bias, your brake shape, all those sorts of things adjustable, and certainly things that you would see guys adjust over a qualifying lap. So I think that side of it he understands and will be able to get up to speed pretty quickly on. The hybrid usage, you've been racing all year, using the hybrid and knowing that you have to, and kind of getting in the cadence of that is something you would have done on other tracks. Of course, he's already done it on an oval at Phoenix. I think that'll come pretty handy, pretty quickly. But it really is just understanding what the car's doing, processing that, and making an adjustment, making a decision, and then making an adjustment in the car between the exit of 4 and the entry to 1 like he's on right now. Even though it feels like a nice long straight to kind of catch your breath and think about it, yeah. At 220 plus miles an hour, it goes by real quick.
The football field, the second thing is real.
It's very real.
Behind the wheel. So let's give you a refresher on what the rookie orientation program and refresher are. The 3 phases for the rookie orientation program: 10 laps between 205 and 210, 15 laps between 210 and 215, and then another 15 at 215 plus. You don't have to run them all at the same time. They are cumulative, so discretion being the better part of valor if you're really uncomfortable. But stepping it up, and for, of course, the refresher program for the veterans that have been here, phases 2 and 3 of that list are what the boxes they have to check today.
And honestly, phase 1 is the toughest, because as like I said, these cars are not built to do 210 miles an hour. So when you're driving around at that speed, you're not quite generating the downforce from the wings, from the floor. You're not putting as much energy through the tire. The car just doesn't feel as settled, as sorted. And also, you have to consciously drive slower to do that, right? So you're lifting off the throttle. you know, at race downforce on a day like today, you would be able to run pinned flat out around here with relative ease. Lifting and controlling that speed is actually a bit of a challenge. And if you do go over, they don't like that. You can get slapped on the wrist if you're going too quick, too early. So this is the hardest, I think, part for the drivers, is getting that first 205 to 210 phase done. 215, I think, the 210 to 215, I think, comes kind of naturally as you're building it. And then really the easiest one is the final one. Put a bunch of downforce on, run it wide open, get used to the car when you're going flat out around here, and you can knock off those laps pretty quick.
Dennis Hauger getting his first laps at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The Indy Next by Firestone champion of a year ago, looking to be in his first Indianapolis 500-mile race. I guess green is a popular thing this year. Remember when a green race car in Indianapolis was a no-no?
It's been bad luck for a long time, but I got to be honest, I always had pretty good luck in a green car. So I'm not gonna criticize.
I'm counting 6 cars in the field this year whose primary color or one of the dominant colors of their paint scheme is green or lime green.
And that to me just looks almost exactly like the Renus VK car of last year.
Yep, the Holliger car, yeah. Yeah. So this is Dennis Hauger, who is 23 years old and from Norway, driving for Dale Coyne Racing in his only Bulls Honda. Georgia Henneberry is in our guest studio, so that means someone's sitting next to her, I assume.
That sure does, Alan. I'm here with Connor Daly. Connor, first and foremost, welcome to our studio. I was just reading some stats on your 500, and this is going to be your 13th attempt at the Indianapolis 500. Does it seem like you've qualified for this race that many times?
No, because the first 4 I just crashed or exploded, so I don't count those.
It's not funny. It's not funny.
No, it is actually. It's just funny because this race has become, I think, one of my best and one of the most fun. Whereas for the first few years, I didn't understand what I needed to do yet. But yeah, this place usually seems to reward veterans and folks that learn a lot. Unless you're Alex Rossi, then you win when you're a rookie. But yeah, this place has truly become more enjoyable every year, and I love it. Every time showing up here, I have the biggest smile on my face.
What does that mean? You didn't know what to do? Is there just so many things that go into this entire month that, as a rookie or being new, you just don't understand?
Yeah, I think there's just so much that happens during this month. There's so much that happens every day. Like all of a sudden, you could get the end of a Wednesday during practice week, and you're like, well, we're never going to win this race. And then Thursday, you'd be like, could be the best day ever. It depends on, like, the wind, you know? So it's such an odd feeling. You got to just keep everything, just compartmentalize and keep everything, you know, keep your head on straight. Just be patient. Like, Juan Pablo Montoya is the guy who said it to me first in 2017. I crashed that year too, and he was like, I was around him for a lot of that race before I shunted it, and he was like, dude, you're really fast, you just gotta be patient. And I'm like, yep, that's a great piece of advice. I was like, that's exactly what I do need to do. And so I've tried to like listen to that for years and just work on that. And the last few years, you know, whether it's been with multiple different teams, we've always had a shot to win, it seems like, and I kind of know what I want out of these cars, and I know what's comfortable and what's not. And so hopefully this year we have all those pieces together at the right time.
And that's got to be tough, because how are you patient while simultaneously going 220 plus miles an hour? Like, how does that happen?
Well, I mean, it's just, it's a process of events, right? One day at a time, one lap at a time, one run at a time. Keeping your head on straight, just not overreacting to difficult things, because this place, as a lot of people know, is so challenging day to day. And even, you know, even the first run out this morning, you're like, well, I thought it would have been easier. But it's, you know, there's just small things that as soon as you get a few laps in and you're like, okay, I'm getting more comfortable now. Hang on. All right. We got it again. We're back.
So let's talk about your run a little bit. Earlier today, you turned how many laps?
I think we did like 17 or something like that.
Which is a decent chunk of laps.
Yeah.
How did you feel?
We just wanted to get running early. I mean, obviously, this is a team that has been sitting around since the last May. So we've got a lot of work that's been done. We've got a lot of things that we want to, evaluate and kind of eliminate some big items immediately, test a few things, just getting the internet working on the stand, like just all the small things that, some of these teams obviously have already because they've been running all season. But it was a really nice first run. I mean, we just kind of are dialing in ride height, dialing in a few small things here and there, but the car, I think, as James would know, I listened to his voice earlier, like you can kind of tell pretty early on, like if the car feels like fast, like it's got some speed, and we did a run by ourselves where the speed was increasing at a nice rate. So you're like, oh, this is like good. So again, you won't know anything until you roll out for qualifying for that first run. For the real speed stuff, but it does feel nice so far, and we're just gotta, again, one day at a time.
You bring up James. He also wanted me to ask about turn 2. They changed a patch right there, got rid of a bump. What does that feel like now?
I never felt the bump last year, so I don't know what they changed. And I still don't feel anything different, honestly. So it must be different. Drivers have different lines and different ways of kind of exiting that corner. For me, it's never been something I've thought about. For me, it's more the bump on the way in, like that little crest that you kind of go, that you feel a little bit on the way in. But yeah, I think they did a good job, obviously. I mean, the track, when they're going to do something here, they're going to do it right, and we can really trust that. I left the pits and was flat as soon as I left the pits, so I trust the track's dry, you trust the track's prepared, and it was, as always.
That's got to be an interesting feeling just to jump back into. But like I said at the beginning of the interview, this is your 13th Indianapolis 500. You're back again. How did this deal come together? When did it come together?
I mean, honestly, it was pretty early once the season ended, and I obviously, the goal was to be back full time again, of course, but that started to go awry, and Dennis and Brett and Chase, those guys, we were speaking very early in the offseason. I mean, they had wanted me back since 2024, and it's been a good relationship. Those guys, they do such a good job at this event, clearly. I mean, Ryan had a shot to win it last year. Jack's been fast every year here with these guys. So it was just a matter of getting through the months of the offseason. And honestly, this offseason, if you know me and what's gone on, I mean, it's been very chaotic and it's been very not ideal, but at the end of the day, we had a great program with great partners with Kingspan and Arco and Chevrolet being a part of this team yet again. All of those elements are fantastic, and we can be really proud of the car. The car looks awesome. I think it looks fantastic.
Yeah,
and we've got two good-looking cars too. Like Jack's car is my helmet colors, so we're aligned on that. And yeah, it's a great effort. Once again, these guys have shown up fully prepared, and it's again one day at a time.
I think Hinch and Alan might have a couple questions for you. Go ahead, guys.
Hey, buddy. Oh, I can see you. Good to know you're listening. Appreciate you tuning in. I just wanted to talk to you about old Jack Harvey there, our broadcast buddy for the rest of the year.
Hollywood.
Georgia and I, Hollywood Harvey, working the pit lane with Georgia for the rest of the races. Now he's back in the race car. New teammate for you on the IndyCar side, but Jack reminded me that you guys have been teammates before, all the way back in 2013.
Oh, wow.
Long time ago. Yeah, we were just young lads, still full of dreams, and we thought we could make, $100 million in racing by the time we were 23. That was
How's
wrong.
That going for you?
Not great, not tremendously. But yeah, it is actually funny to look back. It was such a great year of GP3 too, or what is now F3. And yeah, it was awesome to be teammates with Jack. And like that's what led him to eventually coming back over to America, and he lived in my mom's basement. So we've been very close before. He's lived at my parents' house, yeah. And feel free to use that freely if you want. But
he said he was going to come here and sit where you're sitting in a few minutes. So that's coming up.
Yeah. Well, he's got to make sure he passes his refresher. We got to get Jack back into it. Hollywood's got to get himself refreshed first.
I think they are going to play a highlight video for you that might sit near and dear to your heart.
Yikes.
Let's see. Let's get that rolling.
On the YouTubes.
Hey, don't discount the YouTubes here.
I love YouTube.
We'll just get your reaction.
This is related to the story we were discussing earlier when Connor takes the lead, everybody goes bananas in the crowd. You see that?
Oh, my mom's crying. Well, she's always crying, so that makes sense. It could be a good day, could be a bad day. No, it feels good. I mean, this place, obviously, I love everything about the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I love our fan base. I love how much this event has grown. I mean, sellout last year. Obviously, it's going to be an amazing field of 33 this year. It's the best feeling in the world to represent for the city, the state. I mean, I live here, and I have lived here for forever, it seems like. Well, no, it actually is true. So I love it, and I'm super proud to represent.
That's amazing. We'll let you get back to it today. There's a lot of work to be done.
I can't wait. I'm so excited. I want to get through this hour and 44 minutes and 19 seconds, and then we can get back to work. I'm already antsy.
Maybe some lunch, but not too heavy.
Oh, I already ate. I'm locked in. Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Okay, thanks, Connor.
Thank you.
I think the thing that we left unspoken as part of that clip was that the mullet?
That was the mullet.
The mullet, yeah.
Yeah, we don't like talking about that. That was a dark time in Connor's hair career. But no, he's all trimmed up now.
Yeah.
Looking fast, looking grown up.
It's more aerodynamically streamed.
Definitely, definitely. Now this guy on your screen, his teammate who were just talking about, Jack Harvey, his hair is longer and flowier than it's ever been. And I'm curious to see how he feels with the helmet on now, because he's got quite a program going on up there.
He's got a full flow.
Got a full flow.
It's a television flow.
I think it's a hockey flow.
Does it? Well, there's a lot of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially, I mean, I'm a big hockey guy, and watching the things spill out from under the helmet everywhere, and but we can't see that with Jack.
Well, you can kind of see it here. You know, it's really grown here. It's got a lot more length down this side. But I mean, even from when that picture was taken, it's grown out. Yeah.
I did just want to jump in. You're talking about Jack's hair. I do believe, now that we're teammates in our own sense, he uses more hairspray than I do every day.
Can confirm.
Yeah.
Can confirm. We had a long talk about it. He's got a whole procedure, whole process that he goes through.
Yep.
And look, credit to him. It looks phenomenal.
It sure does. Got to give credit where credit's due.
Credit where credit's due. He puts in the time. It's looking great. And right now he's going fast. He's the quickest guy on track.
Absolutely. Best lap 2:17 in this session for Jack Harvey, who is looking to be in his 9th Indianapolis 500-mile race. So you're out here for the first time in a year, essentially, in one of these cars. What are you looking for? You're watching Jack's line. You're watching what he's doing here.
It's about getting back up to speed, right? I mean, Jack did this race last year as a one-off as well with Dreyer Reinbold Racing. The difference was he had been in the car full-time this season before. So it had only been a couple months, really, since he'd been out of the car, half a year maybe, compared to now a full calendar year, really. And as a driver, when you get back in, and you've been out of the car that long, it's probably the longest he's been out of a race car in his professional career. You want to just kind of build up to it slowly. You want to get yourself comfortable. You want to make sure you don't do anything silly right off the bat. So Jack's just doing what he should be doing, which is through this refresher phase, he's going around, like you say, working on the line. You're going to work on turning in a little bit later, working from turning in a little bit closer to the wall, really getting that big arc on entry kind of formed as you go through these runs and build these laps up. But this is the start of it, and I know he's just so excited to be back behind the wheel.
He's in that part where he's supposed to be doing the 15 laps of 2:10 to 2:15, and he's actually got one at 2:17.
Yes,
which you said they don't like very much.
They don't love it. His last lap was back to a 2:12.9, so he's listened.
He's in the window.
Yeah, he probably just wanted to do one end of the track flat out just for his own enjoyment. But yeah, he'll get these laps knocked. Oh, because he's 6 laps in.
Yeah. And remember now, driving for Dreyer and Reinbold Racing, who, between Jack and Connor Daly, in combination led 51 laps. That's a quarter of the race a year ago. Between Connor and Jack, they led. Now, some of it was being on an alternate pit stop strategy at some points. But the caution, you put yourself on that alternate strategy and the caution falls in the right place for you, suddenly you're at the front of the pack.
Just ask Rossi.
Yep.
I mean, this has happened time and time again here at the Speedway. That is what you got to do. And again, Hunter Ray was sitting pretty with that program.
Yeah, for this team. So last lap of 2:13. As Jack works on completing this, the middle of the 3 phases. Again, the veteran drivers have to knock off the 15 laps between 2:10 and 2:15, followed by 15 laps at 2:15 plus. Don't all have to be consecutive. They are cumulative. And you look at the laps run there for Jack Harvey.
You know, I had Jack on our podcast, Off Track, with Hinch and Rossi earlier this week, and I wanted to ask him about how, you know, when he did this race last year, he'd only been out of the seat for 4 races or whatever it was, right?
Yep.
Now he's done a full year of broadcasting, and I know that when I stepped out of the little bubble that is your immediate team when you're a driver, and you start watching these races with a little bit more of a 30,000-foot view. You see the races in totality. You see how drivers win it, how teams win it. You learn a lot about racing when you're in the broadcast side of things.
Yeah.
Because you're not just watching one race, and you're not just watching the winner's race. You are seeing so much more of the picture. And so I asked him, you know, have you kind of learned how races ebb and flow and how they come together in a way that you think could be a little bit advantageous to you? And he said, yeah, he said, you do see things as the caution flies again.
Another debris caution.
Another debris one.
It is in... Just listening to race control, there's a missing piece from a car that we need to find out there.
So it's a preemptive caution.
Yes.
Preemptive debris caution. We know there's debris somewhere. We just don't know where. So let's go track it down. Make sure it's not on the surface.
Someone came back with something they left with not here. Right. So the yellow flag out for track inspection and to retrieve the missing piece from a race car. So, continuing your story about Jack.
Yeah, so just to finish the point, you know, when you are involved in the broadcast, you are looking at the cars, you know, in Jack's position down on pit lane, you're looking at the cars in your group and trying to understand their races and how maybe a driver went from 18th to 5th. It's not always something that gets covered on the broadcast, but you get to learn so much about how these races play out for different teams and drivers, and it just does give you a completely different sense of, you know, how these things evolve. He told me that it gives him a lot more trust in his team, because drivers will often get on the radio and say, I think XYZ, and you know on the outside from pit lane, like, well, you're dead wrong. You are convinced you are right, but I cannot tell you how wrong you are.
Let me ask you a question from your perspective. When you stepped from just being in the bubble of one car to tracking everybody, all 25 or 33 that are in a race. Change for you, right?
Big time.
Yeah.
Big time. I remember the first time I got to stand on a pit stand, even just still in that bubble of one car when I was hurt in 2015. I learned a ton. I was terrified about what I learned in some cases, because the chaos of the timing stand is sometimes a bit overwhelming. But one of the things Jack said was, I've really learned to trust the team, because I just know they've got so much more information than I do. And sometimes a message that might seem ridiculous, or a strategy that might seem, you know, too wild of a play, I know that they're dealing with a lot more information than I am from the one seat that I've got and the one view that I've got. So I think in a way, a year of broadcasting can actually kind of help you understand how races play out and make you a bit more mature as a driver.
Yeah. So you see the AMR safety team out retrieving whatever the missing piece was that a car left with and didn't come back with. Some things remain a mystery, at least until later, when we get to ask about them. And so we'll get back, should get back to green flag action very, very shortly. So we've already had a few drivers begin to tick off some of the different phases of the tests that they need to complete. We've had Elio Castroneves has already run 19 laps. Kyle Collette has run 13 laps. I talked to Kyle this morning just outside the A.J. Foyt Racing Garage, and he was talking about, nope, I've never run a lap here on the oval, and this should be a lot of fun. He said a lot to learn, but a lot of fun. There's Jacob Abel's car. Saw Jacob yesterday back in the paddock. And, of course, this entry kind of came together a little bit late in the going. But Jacob there saying, man, we're just so happy to be here. He said our guys have worked 12, 14, 16-hour days nonstop for the last 10 days to get this car ready so we could participate in this test. It's such an important part of the month of May, these 2 days of the open test.
It's huge. You know, if they had missed this and missed this track time, it would have definitely set them off on the back foot as we got to practice week here in a few weeks. But you know, we talk a lot about all the effort that teams put into their 500 programs and their 500 cars over the offseason, the hours and all that put in. As you said, this team had to put it all together in about 10 days. So you can imagine the kind of effort that the Able Motorsports crew had to put in to get that car on track here for this test, and a testament to all the hard work that Jacob's here and ready to get out there and start knocking off the different phases of rookie orientation.
Just looking at some of the numbers run, Kyle Collette has completed 9 laps of the first phase of the rookie orientation program. Dennis Hauger 5 laps. Mick Schumacher has completed the first of the 3 phases of his rookie orientation program. Elio Castroneves has done the second of the 3 phases. He's working 4 laps into the phase 3 before he's turned loose. Jack Harvey 6 laps done in the phase 2 part of the test, and Ed Carpenter's just gotten going on the phase 2 of the refresher program for Ed Carpenter. So there's a little update on where people stand. And a look at Kyle Collette as he sits working his way through that phase 1 of rookie orientation.
And it's funny, you know, you say that Kyle tells you had not done a lap around this place before today. I got to say, I'm so thankful that I came up through the ranks in a time where what was then Indy Lights, now Indy Next, ran here at the Speedway. I'm so happy that my first laps here weren't in the big car. You know, to get a bit of a sense of the place, bit of an understanding of what it takes to be quick here before it was, you know, the main stage and the main show. It's helpful to kind of have that soft launch, if you will, that introduction to the Speedway through the Freedom 100 race that we used to have on Carb Day. Now for these rookies, you know, he's done at least an oval race, unlike Louis Foster last year, whose first oval race was here.
Right.
Kyle's run at Phoenix. Very different experience.
I think, you know, the Indy Next by Firestone, they do run a number of oval races.
Yes.
So they're coming in with a good bit of oval racing experience. But the step from the Indy Next car to the NTT IndyCar Series machine, and particularly the step from even an Indy car at Phoenix to an Indy car at the Speedway. It's a significant step.
Enormous. You know, you got to think with Indy Next, you're probably looking at, you know, Gateway as sort of the fastest track that you're going to experience on the oval side of things. And the jump from an Indy Next car at Gateway to an Indy car at the Speedway is enormous. Can't really be overstated. And Kyle Collette, very good on the ovals in the development categories. Was very quick in Indy Next on those types of racetracks. He battled this guy here that you're looking at, Dennis Hauger, for the championship last year.
Yeah.
Hauger won a lot of races. Never won on an oval, though, in Indy Next. So still a formula that he's figuring out as he gets his oval reps in and under his belt here in North American racing.
Dennis Hauger will be, the way things are shaping up, the 16th rookie starter in the 500 for Dale Coyne Racing. Dale, of course, someone known to give these young drivers a chance.
Yeah.
And so Dennis Hauger will be the 16th rookie starter in the 500 for that race team.
That's amazing.
It is.
And again, testament to Dale and
absolutely
the program that he's always run.
So you see the AMR safety team out looking at, that looks like that section of the race course in turn 2 where the new pavement, the patch, the surface was replaced to eliminate that bump.
I think the bump that Connor knew nothing about.
Yeah. And we await any word on what's going on there or if there's something further. But in fact, here comes another vehicle with more officials in it. So we'll keep an eye on things out there in turn number 2 and see if there are some concerns. Meantime, we sit under the yellow flag after the debris caution, and we have Jack Harvey with the fastest time of our afternoon session at a 2:17.7. And again, the speeds, remember, they're contained for all of these drivers into a certain window as they work through the different phases of the either rookie orientation program or the veteran refresher. Scheduled to be 2 o'clock this afternoon, when familiar phrase around this place that's used a lot, those of you who go to roller rinks a lot will also be familiar with it. The All Skate happens at 2 o'clock today and goes until 6 o'clock East Coast time on day 1 of our open test. We'll have a period 5 to 6 o'clock later today where the pit crews can do some hot stops as part of that.
It's great to see Mick Schumacher burn through that first phase of ROP that quickly. That means he's comfortable in the car, the balance is good, they didn't have to make any setup changes. Like I said, the car generally feels worse in that first phase than the next two. So if he was, able to just comfortably get up there and get up to speed, that's a positive first sign for Mick.
Absolutely. Best lap for Schumacher, again, limited within the window, was the 2:10.5, but 2:10 was the tops he was allowed to do in that. And so we'll see Mick out working on phase 2 of his rookie orientation program in a little bit when we are able to resume under the green flag. Here is a look at that Rahal Letterman Lanigan number 47 Honda-powered machine for Mick Schumacher. And comes into this with just 4 IndyCar races under his belt. And welcome to the Indianapolis 500.
And I know that, Graham Rahal would have done a lot of work with Mick in the build-up to this test and in the build-up to the month of May, just really trying to get him prepared for, not just what he's going to experience in the race car. That's certainly a huge part of it. But what you're going to experience outside of the race car, I think, is maybe what catches some drivers off even more.
Yeah.
When you're coming out of different categories. Of course, coming out of Formula One, he's used to having his attention pulled in 1,000 different directions. But you are also a lot more, I don't want to say controlled in F1, but you're managed a little bit differently. Here, obviously, fans walk throughout the garage area in a very different way than what he's used to over in Europe. You have autograph sessions much longer than what you're used to over in Europe. And then a lot of the events around May are, post days in practice. It's sponsor events, it's dinners, there's just a lot that goes into to all the different commitments that drivers have to fulfill throughout the month. And I think it's something that can sometimes be underestimated, and how exhausting it can be. But again, Graham's taken on this role of sort of getting Mick up to speed in all things IndyCar. Really just put his arm around him and tried to just make him feel at home, make him feel welcome, and again make him feel as prepared as possible. And a large part of that would have been focused on exactly what they're experiencing here right now.
So while the AMR safety team is continuing to evaluate what it's evaluating over there in turn 2, we have a series of things we run on our NTT INDYCAR Series and Indianapolis Motor Speedway websites and social media channels called Doug and Drivers. Indianapolis Motor Speedway and INDYCAR President Doug Bowles sat down with Mick Schumacher to learn a little more about him and get his thoughts on coming to the Indy 500 for the very first time.
Well, hello, Indianapolis Motor Speedway fans. Doug Bowles here with you for another episode of Doug and Drivers as we lead into the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500 presented by Cambridge. We're filming this in January, but we have just completed probably 3 of the NTT INDYCAR Series events, those 3 back-to-back races to kick off the season when you're seeing this. So you've been familiar with this name before. You're certainly familiar with the name and the driver now that the season's gone. I'm here with Mick Schumacher coming over to the United States or on RLL. You got a chance to test this fall at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway on the road course. How excited are you to take on this new challenge?
Very excited. I mean, the car has been really fun to drive. The team has been great and really getting me up to speed. I'm very excited now that I guess St. Petersburg is over with Arlington and Phoenix in there and have my first taste of a racing an oval. We're having a couple tests coming up now, but obviously we'll have done them at that point. So, I'm very, very much looking forward to the rest of the season now. There are a couple of great tracks, as the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the Indianapolis 500 for me, which is going to be a highlight for sure.
One of the things oftentimes when drivers come over, you think of ovals and how they're a little bit different. But one of the things that's unique about the Speedway, and especially on the oval, it is sort of a lot of straightaways with 4 really tight left-hand corners. So it seems like oftentimes people that have that road racing background adapt pretty quickly to running at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the Indy 500.
Yeah, so I've heard. And I spoke to Graham a fair bit about it, and he says if the car is good and you're going to have so much fun on that racetrack and on any oval to say the least. So, I think that oval racing is definitely something where you need to be very good at, and you need to have a good feeling for things. And that's definitely something that you kind of grow up in Europe with learning, because you need to listen to the tire, you need to feel the tire in a certain way. And here I think there's a good combination of that, but you also need to know what the car does, how to, manipulate the car in certain ways. So, racing is definitely very interesting. You see a lot of those guys going, 3 wide into that corner, even 4 wide at times. So it's an exciting time, and obviously for me, I guess the first time that I'm working with a couple different spotters around the track.
Yep.
And so I have my ear full for sure.
Well, and that's one of those things, obviously, you'll get to know them and what works for you, and you have to adjust as you go forward. Your first time on the oval at the Speedway will be in April for the open test, which will be a nice way for you to roll into it. Have you been to the Speedway? Had you been before your test that you had in the fall, or was that your first time to the Speedway?
That was my first time to the Speedway was at Indianapolis 500. I came for the Carb Day.
Okay.
So I got to see a little bit of action on track. I got to see the track in its full pride. And that was really interesting to see it, at that moment. But also to come back and see it empty was also a good contrast.
Yes.
And yeah, so I'm going to experience both again soon. So looking forward to it.
I'll be anxious to talk to you after May, because it's what's interesting for a lot of folks is you see it empty and it's big, and then you see Carb Day, which is sort of full. But race day, when you're strapped in and rolling off and there's 350,000 people there, it makes that big facility feel really small with the number of people. And that's really, when that place is really alive, and it's really kind of cool to see. I think as U.S. race fans, we obviously followed your dad and all that he had going and how good he was, especially at Indianapolis. How much would it mean to you to be successful and maybe not win your first year, but Rookie of the Year, have a great season at Indianapolis? How much would that mean to you and your family?
Yeah, for sure, a great deal. Always in racing, you want to be competitive, you want to be successful. It's not different to me now, and I'm very excited that the season's on the way, and who knows what the rest has to give and to offer. There are a lot of tracks out there that I'm really keen to get to experience, to drive for the first time, like Laguna Seca being one of them. I've seen a lot of the videos, the replays. Racing is just very close, it's very tough, it's very fun. You see drivers making mistakes, and it's one of those moments where, as a driver, the one who does the least mistakes is the one who's the most successful usually. So we have to have the package in the right place at the right time, and hopefully be as consistent as possible throughout the year.
As a driver coming over and getting in an Indy car, I don't think people understand just how physical it really is, because there is not power steering. Is that a hard thing to adapt to, or is that something that as a driver just feels good because you feel the car differently? I mean, what's your initial impressions of that?
Yeah, I mean, it's similar to an F2. Just an F2, you have to look after the tires a bit more. So you don't really put in all that caster that you would put into these cars. It is very physical. I think that's why, there are so many times where people make mistakes, and which makes it interesting. On the other hand, for me, I think because I have to get used to that, but also the tracks, that might be a bit tough at times. But I'm excited for the challenge, and just looking forward to, experiencing all these different tracks. Barber, for example, being one of the most physical ones I've heard, to go out there and try and see for myself where I'm standing.
Well, I'm looking forward to, and I know our fans are looking forward to watching you, but also getting your impressions of what IndyCar racing is like, and certainly ideas on how can we make IndyCar racing better. You and I were even talking about that ahead of filming this, which I'm excited about. We're really excited to have you as part of the team. I think this is a big anniversary year for Bobby Rahal, having won the Indianapolis 500 40 years ago, so that May will be really special for you, so look forward to having you. Race fans, new on the circuit, absolutely not new to race cars. It's going to be interesting to watch him as he and his teammates battle for wins across the NTT INDYCAR Series, and certainly in his first Indianapolis 500 presented by Gamebridge coming up this May. Until next time, it's Doug and Drivers.
Have fun to hear Mick Schumacher and get a little insight into the thought process behind his rookie season in the NTT INDYCAR Series, and of course his maiden voyage in the Indianapolis 500 and the greatest spectacle in racing. We are green again, so what was going on over there in turn number 2? That was the newly redone section of the race course, and when they were out doing the track inspection, the AMR safety team observed a couple of very minor weepers, as they call them, where moisture comes up maybe through the pavement, and literally the description was very minor. We're going green, not of concern, but they're going to continue to monitor it and make sure it stays very minor and not of concern.
Yeah, we had a tremendous amount of rain in Indianapolis last night.
Yeah,
my roof was leaking. It was so bad. So it's not uncommon when the ground gets so saturated, especially where you've had cuts. These lines where You know, you can see they've had to cut out a bit of the racetrack. There's that connection point now. That seam can often produce some moisture coming up. But we heard Connor Daly say it in his sit down with Georgia. He always has full faith that when they say the track's ready to go, the track's ready to go. And I've been around this place enough times where someone maybe had an issue. There was some fluid on the track. There's some oil dry. There's some weepers, whatever it is. And you almost don't want to believe it. Like, I've driven through bits of the racetrack that had just had oil dry down, that was all swept up, but it looks visually very different.
Yeah.
And you think, I don't want to do that. It's probably not good yet. But you go out, and sure enough, I mean, this group, they know what they're doing. There's no doubt about that. And you can have full faith that if they're putting drivers out there, it's good to go.
Yep. And one of the drivers that's jumped back out onto the speedway certainly has a lot of laps around here. Ed Carpenter from Indianapolis, getting ready to go for his first and only planned race of this season, 23rd Indianapolis 500 for the Indianapolis native, 3-time pole winner here. Ed been in the strategist position for the opening part of the season for Alexander Rossi, but here he is back behind the wheel where he loves to be in the month of May.
It's you know, it's one of the perks of being the boss. You got to come back and do the 500 every year, but you know, like you said, Ed's got a pretty impressive record around this place. Back-to-back poles at one point, and then, like you say, added a third.
Yep.
And 22 races here. Just a tremendous amount of experience. Trying to chase Elio down with his, he'll be 26 this year. It's a lot of starter rings.
Last owner driver to win the Indianapolis 500.
Was Elio an owner yet in 2021?
I didn't count him as such at that time. I think that came later.
Because he is, yeah, maybe.
He is now.
Okay, so all right, before that, that's going to be a while. That's going to be a while back. Tell me, I'm not going to get it.
Eddie Cheever.
Oh, is he? Oh, yeah, right. Good point.
Rachel's potato chips and the whole story behind that, and yeah.
That makes sense.
Eddie Cheever, my buddy, back in 1998.
98. Oh yeah, 6 was Lazier, right?
That 96?
Was that buddy?
Yeah, but I was just thinking, AJ Foyt, of course, as an owner driver, has won the 500 as well.
Yes.
But yeah, that's the last one, I guess, that we would consider just the owner driver purely.
Right, rather than a minority partner.
Let's see. Elio Castroneves has completed the first of the 2 phases of the veteran refresher program that he needs to complete. Kyle Collette is out there working to wrap up the first phase of his rookie orientation and move through the second and third. He has completed now phase 1, Collette is, and he's working on phase 2, which means he needs to do now 15 laps between 2:10 and 2:15.
And so, all right, we've talked about how you've got to keep it in that window, that speed window. But how do you do that? Without just going flat out around here. The car goes faster than that if you drive flat out. How do you actually know how fast you're going? How it works is on the dash, the drivers will have essentially a live speed predictor. So you'll start a lap, and by the time you get through turns 1 and 2, it'll say that you are tracking to finish this lap at about a 2-something. And if you're a bit below that 2:10 at this point, if you're Kyle Collette, you got to speed up a little bit. If you're a bit above that 2:15, you got to just back off a little bit more through 3 and 4. There's a little bit of an art to actually how you get that perfect lap. For me, it was always a fun game to try to figure out, to try to get as close to whatever the upper limit of that window was. So if it was 2:10 to 2:15, how could I get a 2:14.9 and not get my wrist slapped by race control?
Dennis Hauger has completed phase 1 of the rookie orientation program. Yeah, so it is a little bit of a game out there. What happens if you run up behind somebody and you start to get a little bit of a draft?
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
I mean, it's all part of it. I just trying to sit here. We've seen 8 of the 9 cars out on the racetrack that we're supposed to see. Who have we not seen yet? Hunter Ray's only done the install lap.
Right.
We haven't seen Katherine Legge as well.
And as we say that, we see the Elf machine, the number 11, rolling down pit lane towards her pit stall. So Hopefully we will see that car out on track imminently. That is a very easily identifiable livery.
Yes, when we see it on track, it will stand out from the others, and we like that very much.
We sure do.
So here comes down the main straightaway to complete another lap. Dennis Hauger, we said a minute ago, he finished the first phase of the 3-phase rookie orientation program. So now he's working on that phase 2.
And you talked about the green color being popular. That looks so much like Jack Harvey's car from a distance.
Yes.
Those two are going to be annoying to tell apart. I'm just going to call a spade a spade.
It's a challenge.
It's a challenge
for those of us who do this part of it for a living. There's a good look at the Katherine Legge machine being towed up toward its pit stall. It's kind of chrome with some pink accents, and look forward to seeing Katherine get out there with the HMD Motorsports with AJ Foyt Racing, car number 11.
I feel like when she ran here at the Speedway back in 2012, she had some chrome on the livery as well. I think it was maybe the True car, Jay Penske's team.
You know what? That was the first 500 I worked the telecast for.
Okay. Or maybe it was Bourdais had the chrome car.
And I don't remember.
Yeah. I know I've seen that kind of chrome on one of these DW12s at some point.
Yeah.
It was a while ago.
I will challenge you to come up with that, because I'm drawing a blank as well.
It's sort of reminiscent of the call it late O's McLarens with that sort of chrome silver.
Yeah. So got 6 of the 9 cars eligible for this session on the Speedway now. That's Dennis Hauger you're seeing. Ed Carpenter behind him on the racetrack. Caio Collet, Jack Harvey, Mick Schumacher, Jacob Abel, all on the Speedway. A look at Carpenter's machine again as Ed turns his what will be 17th lap of this opening day of the Indy 500 test.
It's a big year for that team. You know, big investment last season, all throughout the year. Of course, continued into the off season, and Ted Geloff becoming a owner in the team as well. The rebrand to ECR, and they've got big hopes, big aspirations. They've always run well here at the Speedway, and now with the jump in resource and you know, commitment from that side of things, this is a group that's wanting to take that next step again and really put themselves in the conversation for the fight.
Like we discussed earlier, hope turns to expectations.
It sure does.
That turns to,
sure does.
We need to do this. So here's Jacob Abel in the Abel Motorsports Chevrolet, the 2024 runner-up in Indy Next by Firestone to Louis Foster. Had 3 wins and 3 poles that season. He ran the IndyCar season for Dale Coyne Racing a year ago. And, of course, remember the whole Indy 500 drama with the last chance qualifying and all the rest. And Jacob and his family-owned team pulling together the effort to come here. And very excited about making these test days, looking to get the rookie orientation knocked out today and begin to work through finding out what they need to find. Jacob this year has been racing in the IMSA LMP2 category, those fun prototype cars, as you see Katherine Legge making her way toward her machine to go out for those first install laps and begin to knock off some mileage today.
Always a bit of apprehension when you're getting back in the car for the first time in a long time, especially here at the Speedway, but I mean, you heard her say it. She just loves to race. She just wants to be out on the racetrack in any kind of race car. 365 days a year if it's possible. So she'll be excited to be able to get out there and turn those first laps in a few years here.
Yep. Be Catherine's first time back in the Indy 500 since, what, 2024?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see that shortly, and that'll give us all 9 of our drivers, and therefore all 33 that are here for the open test that will have made time on the Speedway happen on this opening day. Jacob Abel has completed the first phase of his Indy 500 rookie orientation program. So knock one of the 3 phases out for Jacob Abel. And there's Ryan Hunter-Reay. We got a little papaya, we got a little grape. And one of our 9 former winners in the Indianapolis 500 this year with Arrow McLaren. And making really his first laps. He did the install lap earlier, but this is his first laps in this car now. These last few coming up to make the completion of his 4th lap on the racetrack today for Hunter-Reay. We've touched on this race a couple times in our conversation today, James. This thrilling fight between Elio Castroneves and Ryan Hunter-Reay in the Indianapolis 500. Captain America.
Yeah, I was his teammate that year, and it was right from the beginning of the month, you knew that he had a shot at it. He was so dialed in, the car was quick, so good in traffic, and that move down into turn 3, again, right up there with that one we were seeing earlier between Joseph and Pato, to me, goes down in history as one of the best moves that we've seen here late in the 500. And this guy's been, not just part of this team for the month of May. He's really kind of come on board as a bit of an advisor, bit of a driver advisor role, I should say. Tony Kanaan running that organization now, and TK and Hunter-Reay were teammates back at Andretti back in the day. And a lot of respect between the two, and TK sort of reached out and said, hey, look, they brought me on as a driver advisor. Within a couple of months, I was running the place. Yeah. And now there's nobody really doing that job. Yeah. I really think we could use it. And we've seen other teams do it. Obviously, everyone knows Dario Franchitti's crucial role at Chip Ganassi Racing. And there's some other examples up and down pit lane. But it seems like, Ryan's been more and more present at the races in the build-up to May. And potentially something we see him doing past the 500 at the end of the month.
And don't overlook Ryan's performance here a year ago, driving for Dreyer and Reinbold Racing, when he led the 2nd most laps in the race. Takuma Sato led 51. Hunter-Reay led 48 laps, pitted for his last stop from the lead with 31 laps to go, and never left the pits. They had a mechanical problem, and that was the end of his day. And it was, we talk about you need a perfect day. That was one of those what might have beens for Ryan Hunter-Reay.
It's one of the most crushing visuals I can remember, from this race over the last decade or two. Is Ryan sitting on pit wall, helmet still on, head in hand sort of thing. Just you got to remember their race car burnt to the ground on carb day. Yeah. And that team. We talk about how impressive it is that the Able squad put in 12-hour days to get a car onto the speedway in 10 days' time. They had 48 hours to take a pit stop car from the shop and turn it into a race car. And, with 30 laps to go, they were leading the Indy 500. And bar it not for that unfortunate incident, they could have been right up there in the fight. So, an unbelievable drive from him, unbelievable effort from DRR last year with that side of the garage, and I think it just made him even hungrier. He's won this race before. He's 45 years old, but I think coming so close last season, if nothing else, just made that motivation go to 11 for a driver that's already been, so hungry to get another victory here.
Ryan told me this was a couple of years ago, this quote, and it's never left my mind every time I see him here at Indianapolis, because it so simply sums up what he's trying to do, why he's here doing this. Get to the next club. And that is 2-time winners of the Indianapolis 500, right? You're already in a club, that unique group of people that have won the greatest spectacle in racing. I want to get to the next club.
It tears up. Right? That group gets smaller and smaller every Borg Warner you add to the collection at home.
Now, here's somebody who, if he gets to the next club, it'll be a club of 1.
That is true.
He's in a very exclusive one now, as drivers that have won. This Elio Castroneves, drivers who have won the Indianapolis 500-mile race 4 times. Of course, A.J. Foyt, Al Unser, Rick Mears. And now Castroneves, who joined that club and gave us such a joyous celebration at that time. Remember that it was a while. 2021 was his 12th attempt at that 4th win at getting to the next club. So here he is again, back at age 50 for another shot at the Indy 500. And this will be his 5th attempt at having that club of 1. That's a 5-time winner.
It's unbelievable, the span over which he has had his success here at the Speedway. Coming in from winning as a rookie with Penske back in 2001 to winning his 4th in 2021. And I mean, on top of that, there have been an incredible number of close calls. He was 2nd in 2003, 3rd in 2007, another 2nd in 14, in 17. So, I mean, he's had just some incredibly close finishes that made him almost a 5-time winner.
Just the highlight we just showed while focusing on Hunter Ray. Elio was this far from winning that race, right? Here's the one he did win. Driving for Meyer Shank Racing and around and into the lead and to the checkered flag. And this is what really stands out to me. There was about 10 minutes of just Elio celebrating before he ever did any of the formalities like this.
And well deserved. You know, when you make it to the 4-time club, you can take all the time you want. That is 100% up to you. And, you know, one of my favorite moments of that that post-race celebration was, you know, Mario getting into the trench in between pit lane and the racetrack there and greeting him on the side of the track. It's a tremendous amount of respect from, you know, in my opinion, the greatest of all time to do this. And, yeah, special moment to see. It's one of those things that as a fan of the sport, you know, even though I got beat that day, you know, it was one of those moments as a fan of IndyCar racing you'll never forget.
So Elio comes back after running 27 laps. He has the fastest lap of this 2-hour session at a 2:18.1. Remember, most of the speed's kind of constrained in here by the rules of the rookie orientation and refresher program. But Elio back to the attention of his team and looking to see if he can knock out the formalities here and then get cut loose to begin to continue to develop this car toward perhaps a 5th win. If he completes 112 laps in the 500 this year, he will pass A.J. Foyt for most laps completed in 500 race competition.
Wow.
The mark at which he would tie A.J. would be 4,910 laps, 12,275 miles of competition in the Indianapolis 500. Your mileage may vary. See dealer for details. All right, Hunter Ray back out. Ryan's put 15 laps in today. Best of them 2:15.3. Again, working on that phase of the refresher program. And pretty fun to read the kind of list of all-star crew, cast and crew that Tony Kanaan and company have assembled for this car. Got a former Indy 500 winning strategist back to head the operation. What have we got here?
It's a dramatic fire-up, I think. Sometimes the Chevy engines can be a little bit visual on startup, shall we say. Sorry,
the smoke show.
Yeah, I thought it was maybe something more off the top, but no one there seems too worried.
Nope.
Sorry, you were
is off and on his way. Yeah, just looking around and you know, reading through the press release that Arrow McLaren put out about who's going to head up this operation and so on. You've got Olivier Boisson, who has been running development works for Arrow McLaren, jumping in there to help engineer this car. Brian Campy, the partnership with Legacy Motorsports, Jimmy Johnson's team down on the NASCAR Cup side. Brian Campy, who remember was here with Kyle Larson, and of course won the Indianapolis 500 with Juan Pablo Montoya, is back to head up the strategy on the cars. It's an interesting group to jump in, because one of the big challenges to being a 500 only effort who you got.
Right.
That's free to do this, that's able to do this, that's current to do this.
That is a great point, you know, and it's kind of one of the points that Katherine Legge alluded to when she sat down with Georgia about finding the people, and you know they were able to do it through HMD and the Indy Next program. Here, you know, TK and the McLaren group have, like you say, assembled an all-star cast and really surrounded Hunter-Reay with a lot of the people that that he needs around him and that are more than capable of getting this car up to the front. You mentioned, you know, Olivier Boisson. He's been part of some of the fastest cars around the speedway here on multiple teams over the last 10 years. And Hunter-Reay kind of moving along nicely, having completed phase 2 and now on to that final phase.
So back on to Jack Harvey, who, despite the smoke show, well, was a little Hollywood, I guess, if that was the theme for Jack.
That's fair.
You know. But this wasn't the hangar shoot, as they call it, when they set up the big, expensive video shoots that they do and all the different driver things you see coming and going from commercials or part of features and things. But this was for real on his race car on pit road, but off he goes. Jack now has completed 26 laps, 2:18.12. His last lap, the fastest of them, as he works his way through.
Well, now it's fun, right? Now he's in that final phase. You can just put your foot down.
Everything.
And start to just stretch the legs of this Indy car, see what it's got.
15 laps of 2:15 plus is the last box to be checked. And 2:15 plus is when you go from the, okay, this is fine and this is comfortable, to let's see how sketchy it can be.
So it was a 2:18.7 for Jack on that last lap, which puts him up to the top. He does have a little bit of help from Kyle Collette, about half a straight in front of him, but even still, that's a pretty reasonable time to be thrown up there. The best no-toe right now is from Castroneves at a 2:18.1. Kyle's probably giving him a few tenths of a mile an hour, but I'd say that number 24 is kind of right up there with the pace of the 06.
Collette just ran a 2:12.81. Jack a 2:18.93. And Kyle Collette can now join Jack Harvey in that 2:15 plus club because he's just completed phase 2 of his rookie orientation program. So far so good for Kyle Collette as he ticks the boxes off on the rookie orientation program today for AJ Foyt Racing. There is the young driver from Brazil, 24 years old, from Sao Paulo, in his Combi Trans Amazona Chevrolet. Now, it's funny because I telling you earlier about when I saw Elio Castroneves and Tony Kanaan having a laugh fest or a mini reunion at the drivers meeting earlier today. Kyle came up and talked to them a little bit, and I was asking Kyle, you know, heroes of yours? He said, oh, of course, you know, what they've done, and coming from where I'm from, this will be the 43rd straight year a driver from Brazil will be in the Indianapolis 500. 43 straight years.
I got to think that only the United States has a longer run than that.
Second only to.
There you go.
Yes.
Very impressive and not surprising. You know, I'm actually surprised. The part of that story that surprised me was, you know, when you asked Kyle if these were heroes of his growing up, I was half expecting for him to say, well, no, I was already born yet. Yeah. They were already, you know, TK already retired by the time I knew who he was. But I mean, look, to put it in perspective, Castroneves made his first Indy 500 start May 27th, 2001.
Yep.
Here are drivers attempting to qualify for the 500 this year that had not yet been born.
Yep.
Nolan Siegel, Kiffin Simpson, Louis Foster, Dennis Hauger, this man here, Kyle Collette, David Malukas, Stingray Robb, Christian Lundgaard. There are 8 drivers that were not born when Elio made his first start in the 500.
And says 2 things. And we talked about this, the average age of the former winners that were entered, right? For these guys still to be here doing this at this level, all credit to them and what goes into being able to do this at this level, and the want to give what goes into being able to do this at this level.
There's the want and there's the willingness.
Yes.
You know, because you can want it, but not really be willing to do what it takes. But guys like Elio, and again, it's almost even harder for him because he only does the one race a year.
Yeah.
If your entire life is IndyCar racing, if you're a Will Power or Scott Dixon and that's your full-time job, that's all you have to worry about. Maybe it's a bit easier. For Elio, he's got other things going on. He's a part owner in Meyershank Racing. He has other responsibilities, other businesses, and yet for this month, he's got to dedicate all that time and effort. And it doesn't just start this month. This is the payoff. This is when all the hard work really comes to light. It starts 4 or 5 months ago probably for him to really get himself physically, mentally in shape and prepared to go out there and try to win that 5th.
And for Elio, not the only racing he's doing.
No, true.
Flying back and forth to Brazil and running some of the Brazilian stock car series and so on, and that, you know, keeps his hand in the racing game and the fitness required for that as well. But this is another whole level, and for them to have that kind of dedication, and for us to have 8 drivers in the field that are that young, is also another whole thing. It used to be you couldn't start racing till you had an actual driver's license for the street. Now some of these kids get to 16 years old and they've been racing for 10 years in things with 2 or 4 wheels and an engine, not just, you know, on a simulator, and the computers and the sim racing and all that. It's, you know, some of these guys get to big time racing and they've been already racing for 10, 12, 14 years.
It's a different era.
Yeah.
It's a different era.
Jacob Abel have our eyes on here. Very clean paint design on this number 51. We were like, Jacob and I were having a laugh about that yesterday when we were talking about it.
Yeah, subtle. It's
but again, really proud of the effort that's gone into getting this entry prepared and here for this open test. It's I don't think we can overstate the importance of that, because, you know, especially the one-off, the single car team, the one-off entry, it's hard enough to come here and just be an Indy 500 only entrant. We heard Katherine Legge very eloquently talk about some of the challenges of that for her earlier today. Now, you know, you're not a multi-car team adding a 4th entry or something. This is it right here.
And you bring up a great point. It was a big enough challenge for, you know, Katherine, whose program also came together on the late side, but was joining or being part of a bigger organization. It was equally as, you know, last minute for the Able Motorsports crew to get a package together, but not with the benefit of an AJ Foyt Racing to kind of help get them where they needed to go.
New fast lap of this session, Elio Castroneves just ticked off a 2:19.86. Just ahead of Jack Harvey's 2:19.85. So they are the top 2 on the board. You're watching Dennis Hauger in the 19 car for Dale Coyne Racing, the only Bulls Honda, the driver from Oslo, Norway, originally, now living here in Indianapolis. Comes in off a great drive at Long Beach.
He's had a couple. You know, he's had a couple this year.
St. Pete as well, yeah.
I was going to say St. Pete's the other one that really stands out. You know, made it into the Firestone Fast 6 in his very first IndyCar race. Started 3rd. Absolutely incredible. Teammate Romain Grosjean was in the Fast 6 as well and raced his way into a top 10 finish. You know, super, super impressive. And like you say, Long Beach again, another strong performance on the street course.
Got Ed Carpenter right behind him on the racetrack. The 3rd known Norwegian-born driver to attempt the Indy 500. One of those 2 was born in Norway, but moved to the U.S. as a young man, so had lived in the United States for many years. But from the research I was given, Gil Anderson, who ran 6 races from 1911 to 1916, and I'll probably butcher the pronunciation because it was back from 1916, but Sven Ostavig, or Ostavig. W's are V's and V's are W's, remember, from back in 1916. So I guess you could say Dennis would be the first driver from Norway in a long, long time.
It's an elite club.
To be in the Indianapolis 500.
That's a more elite club than the 4-time Winners Club.
Yeah.
So that's
pretty big stuff.
Well, it's huge. I mean,
yeah.
I think one of the cool things about IndyCar racing is you do get drivers from such a wide range of countries and cultures, and to be, one of only a handful of drivers that have ever got to do this from your country, you could drive with the, not necessarily the pressure, but certainly the
pride.
The pride and the desire to do well,
yeah.
For your country. I know I felt it as a Canadian. I know a lot of the British drivers feel the same way. Certainly the Brazilian drivers feel that way in this series. And there is something quite cool about being one of the first of your people to be competitive here at the Speedway.
Watching Elio Castroneves back onto the Speedway. 33 laps completed now for Elio in this session. Not the most we've seen of anybody. That's Caio Collet, but second most for Castroneves. It's funny because when you say that, I keep thinking back to what we've seen out of the Swedish fans, right? With the successes of Felix Rosenqvist and Marcus Ericsson and so on, and how all of a sudden you had those blue and gold flags popping up and the fans dressed in the different costumes and
face paint.
Yeah, I remember being at a hotel in downtown Indianapolis a couple of years ago, and a whole crowd of them came in. And they were all just so proud to be here and so proud to be following someone from their home country in the greatest race in the world. And fun to see. So for Brazilian fans, Elio Castroneves, Norwegian fans of Dennis Hauger, whoever it is, it's great to see.
We've got Danish fans for Christian Lundgaard and Christian Rasmussen.
Fans from England for Katherine Legge. As Katherine sits aboard that machine, there's a really good look at it. So we got us a little chrome.
So it was the
dash of pink.
It was the McAfee security Sebastian Bourdais Dragon racing car that I was thinking of, with a heavy chrome presence on it.
Yeah. Okay.
Although the Dixon 50th anniversary Target car was also all silver.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of similar, but the chrome that I was thinking was that McAfee car of Bourdais.
Going to have a fun one next week in the Indy Grand Prix, or next race. The Verizon machine for David Malukas is going to be a commemorative paint scheme. Team Penske's 60th anniversary and so on. They were showing back in the Team Penske garage here not only the display in the garage of the Indianapolis 500 cars and all the winners and all that kind of thing, but they've got the signs all ready to go that go over the top of the garage stalls and gasoline alley for what the cars will look like for the Sancio Grand Prix. And the David Malukas car is going to be a Verizon throwback to when Will Power got the win for Team Penske. That was their 200th IndyCar Series win, all silver, and that's what Malukas' car is going to look like in the Indy Grand Prix.
Very cool. Was that from a win at the GP?
Yeah.
Right.
Yep, exactly. That's why it's being run at the GP.
Very cool.
Makes sense to me.
Makes sense to me, too.
There you go.
So Abel out there getting these laps in. Last lap run for him, 2:13. So again, he's in that window. He's finding the pace. He's comfortable enough doing it. 46 minutes left on the clock. They've got plenty of time to get through the rest of the program. I remember when they came last time, it was a struggle for the car to get good pace. I mean, certainly got through ROP, but when it came time to turn up the wick a little bit, just didn't have that pure pace of most of the other cars. Well, ultimately all of the other cars, but when he gets to that final phase, it will be interesting to see. You assume he'll be running around full throttle whole way around. What kind of ultimate pace the car has? Look, it's just the ROP. It's not going to be everything that the car has, but even this early in the first day of the open test, you can get a little bit of a sense of that speed in the car. Connor talked about it.
Yep.
It's just an inherent thing. If you're running your Speedway car, which we know not everybody is, but if you are, you can get a little bit of a feel for where you think your relative competitiveness is going to be.
And just what an opportunity to make laps in this car and build up to it and just check through some boxes. Hey, everything works. These cars, when you peel all the covers off it, the side pods and the engine cover and so on, and you look at the plumbing in these cars and the wiring in these cars, you go, Whew, that's a lot.
And when it's been thrown together in a relatively short period of time over some long days at the race shop, you know, you do want to make sure everything's good. And look, it can be little things like driver fit. You know, is Jacob comfortable in the car? Are the pads in the right place? Does the seat have any hot spots? Are the belts tight in the right way? It can be the, you know, helmet fit and kind of where that fits with your headrest and all the pads in there. And then you think about, you know, the simple nut and bolt checks on the car. Is all the telemetry working? Are the radios working? We've already heard, you know, Nolan Siegel, a very experienced team that's been running all season, having a radio problem. So it's all these different elements that you've got to run through, you've got to work through, and you got to make sure are all sorted. So to your point, on top of just getting laps for the driver and getting through the ROP, for the team is getting mileage on this race car is crucial.
And huge that they're, you know, what appears from the outside because of the number of laps they've been able to run since noontime. They're right up there, you know, within a couple laps of people like Castroneves, that it's been reasonably, it's never completely smooth, right? But it's been reasonably smooth so far, so good.
Yeah, able to complete the laps, that's the biggest thing.
Caio Collet, you saw him have a stall and a pullback in refire and out again. So back out to go to work on the third phase of his rookie orientation program for the young Brazilian. So now he's there where he's got to put out 15 laps, 215 plus. Again, don't have to be consecutive, but you got to get all 15 done so that you can go at it full bore when we come back here in the month of May to open practice for the Indianapolis 500.
And he's got 5 of those 15 laps done in phase 3 already, working on number 6 here. See what kind of time he can do, because he's out on the racetrack. Got to look again, the 51 of Abel, it's just about a full straight ahead of him there, but as he crosses the line, clocks in at a 2:15.1, so just above where he needs to be.
Just while we're watching Caio, Jacob Abel just completed phase 2 of the rookie orientation program. So 2 out of 3 done for Abel. And same for Caio Collet, working on phase 3 of that program now.
Abel deciding to come into the pits. I mean, you can just keep digging if you want and just up the speed once you pass that 15-lap marker. Abel deciding to come in, have a little look at the race car. Maybe it's time to throw on a new set of tires.
Pull the data down from the car, make sure everything is as it's supposed to be. The folks from Chevrolet and Honda, of course, who are in charge of these engines for all the NTT INDYCAR series, always have an engineer attached to each of these cars that monitors all of the engine data. So Ryan Hunter-Reay back at it. I wonder if there's a particular recipe if you mix a papaya and a grape together, if it comes out like something else. I don't know.
I'm sure there's somebody on the internet that can sort that out for us. Someone on Twitter can answer that question. They've been very responsive so far today, so we'll let them take it over.
Might depend on what type of grape, Hunter-Reay's completed 26 laps. And he's picking up the pace a little bit to the 215 plus category now, as Ryan last lap 216.30, his fastest of the day. Thinking about former series champion, 18-time winner in the series, coming back to get a feel for this race car, this team's car. And this speedway all over again. And Hunter-Reay back in after a very short run this time. Mick Schumacher's back out. Mick has run 37 laps today. Second most of anybody since this session was cut loose a little after noon Eastern time. And the 27-year-old driving for Ray Hall Letterman Lanigan Racing in this Honda powered machine. Has his best lap at 2:11.96, and again within the constraints of now phase 2 of the rookie orientation program, with which he's supposed to put 15 laps together between 2:10 and 2:15.
So following the rules, which is one of the things that they look for, part of the reason they do this test is to make sure that you can do what you're told and control your race car and keep it in a certain speed range. It'd be easy to just go flat out right now and drive around for, 40 laps to get the times done, but they want to know that you can control it at different speeds. So there are drivers that have definitely had their wrist slapped for being a little too ambitious with their right foot.
But this is being watched. The verbiage, I'm paraphrasing some of the verbiage, but car control and placement is part of it. Making sure the driver has the ability to be put safely out there with 32 others and go racing at Indianapolis. Certainly you'd think a guy who raced Formula One World Endurance Championship and so on will knock that out, but it's just part of the process. And it's a valid part of the process still. I mean, it came about, going years ago, somebody coming in here that was driving sprint cars, and now they're going to try and qualify for the Indy 500.
Right.
Different animal, different time, but it still has its place in the process of getting someone up to speed at Indianapolis.
It absolutely does, and everybody that's raced here has had to do it. I'm not sure when they first implemented this system, but it's been decades. So every face on that Borg Warner after a certain year has had to go through this same process. It's just part of the deal here at Indy. And again, it's not just one of those things we do because. It's not one of those things that we just do for tradition. There is a practical purpose to it.
Yeah, that's how we've always done it. So, plenty of things have evolved over the years.
Correct.
We've seen that, and it definitely has its place in the process of going racing in Indy. And it's great they have an opportunity to do it in the open test instead of coming here with just basically the 4 days of practice before 500 qualifying. And that's another whole thing to get used to is Fast Friday.
Absolutely. That's a big difference for sure, especially when you've been running around for 4 days at a given pace. I guess 3 days at that point.
Yeah.
And then you turn up the boost and really go for it. It's amazing how much that extra boost you can feel inside the race car.
So last lap at 2:11.9 for Schumacher. Following the plan. Picked it up that 2:11.9. He did a 2:13.3 just before that, the lap before that. So again, in the window between 2:10 and 2:15 here.
And all the drivers in this segment do get extra tires. And, we mentioned the tire allocation, 5 sets for the 2 days. But if you are a refresher car and you have 2 phases to get through, you do get 2 extra sets of tires. For the rookies who have 3 phases, they do get 3 extra sets.
And all of those tires only can be used in this 2-hour session. They have to be returned back to Firestone after that, and then you're on even footing with the rest of the drivers and teams that have gotten their 5 sets and gone out for the couple-hour session from 10 to noon earlier today, local time.
Kyle Collette, we hear, is just a lap away from completing phase 3. And he is now done. He has completed rookie orientation. One of many milestones for a rookie here at the Speedway that he will click off as he prepares for his first Indy 500.
Yeah, I believe Mick was working on phase 2, but Kyle Collette was the one that just completed phase 3.
Yeah.
Mick has completed phase 2. Kyle Collette is all the way done. So he is good to go. And work on his Indianapolis 500 test plan for the rest of the today and tomorrow. Whatever available track time there is, he's good for it.
And that is one of the benefits. Once you're finished your laps, I think you're still allowed to use the rest of the time in this session as you see fit. So although the extra tires can't be used in the next session, once you're done your laps, you can continue pounding around and continue working on your program.
Remember when you finished your rookie orientation program? Was there some sense of satisfaction when you rolled into a stop?
There was satisfaction. There's relief too, right? Because if something does go wrong, not necessarily even a driver issue, if the car has a malfunction and you don't get those laps done, you don't get to play this afternoon in the L-Skate. So that's a massive amount of very useful track time lost if you did have some sort of mechanical issue with the car, or, heaven forbid, you made a mistake as a driver. So there is relief to get that part done. And like I said, first milestone of many as you go through this month of May as a rookie. You're going to hit all these things that, again, every rookie's had to do before you. And it's cool. I think it's easy when you're young and you're going through it for the first time, like a Kyle Collette or Dennis Hauger, to lose track of some of that stuff, right? I think it's important to try to really take those moments in and enjoy them now, because you only get to be a rookie once. You only get to do it the first time once.
It's funny, the college basketball coaching legend Gino Auriemma, UConn women's basketball, 12-time national champions. He always talks about, yes, we've been to the Final Four 24 times, and we've won the national championship 12 times. But for X number of these kids on this team, this is their first, and we have to remember how special that is for them and make sure it's special for them. This is a milestone in their life and in their basketball career, and same here in racing. Elio Castroneves has had a lot of milestones here and a lot of accomplishments, but he's got 3 more laps he owes the officials to complete the second phase of his veteran refresher, and he's out there to knock him off now and get that done. 2:15 plus will get it done, and you see his last lap was 2:17.25. His best lap is a 2:19. And there is Elio again at a 2:18.30. And the countdown continues.
The clock continues to tick, a little over a half hour to go. And again, Elio, once he finishes these next few laps, can keep getting work done if they choose.
Yep. Dennis Hauger's on the racetrack also. Ed Carpenter, Ryan Hunter-Reay, along with Elio, the 4 cars on the speedway at the moment. Of the 9 who are eligible in this session, the one we haven't seen on the circuit yet is Katherine Legge. And although we've seen her car on the pit lane and Katherine buckled in the machine, we have not seen them fire it up yet and send it out onto the race course.
Dennis Hauger is back out on track. He is still working on phase 2. I'm not sure how many laps he has left at the moment, but getting slightly low on time here. You still have to knock out 15 laps at 2:15 plus once he completes phase 2. So,
well, the rookie drivers that have completed the first 2 phases.
That's right. You can get phase 3 done.
Yes,
in the L-Skate
this afternoon.
That's right.
So they are able to continue knocking that off, but they are still, because then you got to be 2:15 plus, so you'll be out there in the same speed range as everybody else you're out there with. Elio Castroneves has completed his veteran refresher program.
Good to know he still got it.
Yeah.
I was worried about him there for a sec.
Yeah, you seem like it. And beginning to see some of the cars towed back out through Gasoline Alley for the full everybody eligible practice session coming later on today. That car coming backwards up the pit lane was Santino Ferrucci's car for A.J. Foyt behind the tugger as Dennis Hauger will head to his pit stall. Hauger has completed 2 of the 3 phases and now has 15 laps at 2:15 or better yet to bank to be completely free of the rookie orientation program. But again, as long as you have the phase 2 done, you're good to go for this afternoon's practice. Here is Ryan Hunter-Reay back out. And 31 minutes to go in this session, and Hunter-Reay just has a handful or less of laps that he needs to bank to continue to set those check boxes aside there, check the boxes off in his veteran refresher program. Hunter-Reay's run 34 laps today. This will be the 35th he's about to complete. Best of them, the 34th at a 2:16.7. You know what else is fun? Just getting back to hearing those engines again.
Yeah.
That sound as they go through. First time I came to the Speedway, I came to town in person. Came to town to go do a a NASCAR race over at Raceway Park. And of course, first thing you do, you land at the airport, you drive here and go to the museum.
Right.
And there was a car doing a private test that day that I was here. It had no paint on it. I had no idea who it was. You couldn't get over there to see it. But we're standing in the museum parking lot watching this car come by with that sound that the cars had in that day. And it's like, oh, man, that is so cool.
It is so, and it never gets old.
Right.
I mean, you know, we're talking to you guys from the second floor of the pagoda, right across from the start-finish stand, and I'm still floored at how fast it looks when they go by.
Yeah.
It is just, it's such an impressive sight. And when you get here on race day and you see 33 of these things hurling around here, it is a sight to behold.
If you're planning to be here race day and you haven't secured your tickets yet, subtle hint from here that you might want to look into that quickly, because they're going fast and they're expecting to sell out shortly. So you might want to look into it.
Incredible.
Sooner than later.
Incredible. I mean, again, we haven't even technically clicked over the calendar into May yet. And to be that close to a sellout is amazing. So
yeah, it's just going to be another spectacular month for sure. And can't wait to get started. Well, we're started today.
Yeah.
And there's Ryan Hunter-Reay across the yard of bricks back to turn one. That's a 2:15.5 as Ed Carpenter is leaving the pit lane to go back onto the race course also. So.
And we are hearing that this man, Hunter-Reay, has completed phase 3. And that's why he's pulling off back into pit lane. Done and dusted. And we hear that Georgia Henneberry is caught up with a special guest.
Maybe. There we go. We're back. I'm here with Christian Rasmussen. Had a little bit of a breather here, a little bit of a break. How did earlier today go?
Fine. Pretty non-eventful for us. You know, just this morning was all about just going out and getting comfortable again around here. We haven't been doing these speeds for a little while, so it's good to be back out there again. And yeah, again, felt pretty good with the car. Very comfortable. Just turned a couple laps in race trim, and yeah, again, just getting up to speed. So.
What is that like, getting back up to speed for the first time when you really haven't done that in over a year?
Yeah, I mean, I think the more years you do it, it comes quicker and quicker in a way. Like the first year, it obviously takes a while to kind of get comfortable and get up to speed and so on and so forth. Second year, it comes a little bit quicker, and then the third year now, I feel like it came a little bit quicker again. So, yeah, I felt pretty comfortable, pretty quick.
You finished 6th in your second Indianapolis 500.
Yeah.
That had to be a pretty good feeling. Obviously, everyone's goal is to win the Indianapolis 500, but when you can walk away from here with a top 10, your second attempt doing it, what was that like?
It felt good. You know, I finished 12th the first year, 6th the second year, so like the math is mathing. So, no, yeah, last year was good. We had a really good car, and you know, all 3 ECR cars ran up front for a good portion of the race. So we have big expectations for this month.
Yeah.
For this team.
And it seems like Christian Rasmussen and ovals, they kind of go hand in hand. That seems to be really where you thrive. What is it about the ovals and you, because you didn't grow up racing on any ovals, right?
No, well, I didn't grow up racing in my earlier career, but I did all my junior categories over here in the States. I did all the road to Indy.
Right.
So I got introduced to ovals in 2019 was my first year.
Mm-hmm. Which is not too long ago for how spectacular and exciting you are on ovals.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems to work, doesn't it? It's I don't know. It's something that I've always enjoyed from the very beginning, and continued to be fairly good at, I guess.
This is
in these big cars.
And this is the time of year where your boss, Ed Carpenter, now joins you on the track. What's that like, going from boss Ed to now boss Ed, but also driver Ed, and you're going to be racing against your boss?
Yeah, driver Ed is pretty chill. He's always fun to hang out with. It's good to see him back out there again. You know, this last little bit, you know, you're starting to see him more in the gym and kind of getting back up to speed again with everything. And I think I was told that he passed his refresher as well, which is good. So he's all refreshed and ready to go. And yeah, I'm excited to race all that again. So it'll be fun.
We have James Hinchcliffe and Alan Bestwick in the booth. I believe James has a question for you.
Hey, Christian, how you feeling, pal?
I'm feeling good.
Good to see you. You know, you talk about your time on the ovals here, and we've certainly enjoyed watching. You were very exciting here at Indy last year, and it just got better and better as the year went on. Of course, taking that first victory for yourself, and then, you know, backing it up with some more strong performances. And I gotta settle this once and for all, because, you know, my colleague Townsend Bell up in the Fox booth, he's given you a nickname called the Sultan of Sketch, right?
Yeah, I don't like it.
I'm more partial to the Razmanian Devil. So I wanted to give you the chance now to settle it once and for all. A, do either one of these nicknames appeal to you? And B, if so, which one do you prefer?
Not really, to be honest.
Okay, well, bad news. You don't actually get to pick your own nickname. I was just being nice.
I know.
So if you have to
Could you
one of
pick
the
your own
two.
nickname? If you wanted a nickname, what would it be?
I don't know. I've been called Raz for a long time.
Okay.
Razmanian Devil, or what is it? Sultan of Sketch?
Sultan of Sketch.
I don't know. Razmanian Devil, I think, is more fun.
I think that too.
Yeah.
There it is.
We'll stick with Raz. We'll stick
let's
with
do
Raz.
that.
Okay.
A little razzle dazzle.
Yeah. That is our Java House month of May drinks. That one's called Razzle Dazzle.
Is it?
Shout out Java House.
We're on to something here. Christian, we got a lot left going on today and tomorrow, so we'll let you get back to it.
All right.
Thank you for stopping by.
Christian, thanks. Georgia, thanks. So it's settled.
It's settled. It's just no more nicknames. I mean, again, we've kind of made a big deal about how you don't get to pick your own nickname. We gave Hollywood Harvey a lot of flack about that because he was pretty against Hollywood Harvey at first, but he's kind of leaned into it now. We didn't really give him much of a choice.
Yeah.
But out of respect, since I did ask the question and he answered honestly, I'm gonna refrain from saying Razmanian Devil. But man, it feels good. It rolls off the tongue.
It does. And it'll have its moments where you won't be able to resist.
That's true. That's true.
I mean, I know you well enough.
I'll give him some break, but he doesn't get a complete pass.
Mick Schumacher out there logging laps has hit the 5:0 mark. 50 laps in our 2-hour session. That's good.
That's a lot of running. And like we said, you know, a kind of full stint on a set of tires is about 30 laps. They do have those 3 sets, but he's getting up there in mileage. You know, you wear through them a little bit quicker early in the month when there's not as much rubber down, the track's green, the tires do tend to wear a little bit faster. I've seen, you know, rookie orientation sessions where after a 15-lap run, a set of tires was done and you had to move on to another set. So that extra 3 sets that the rookies have for this portion of the day, vital.
And making the most of them. Certainly, and I guess the thing that I'm encouraged by for most of these drivers is they've really been able to get a lot of laps and a lot of progress on this for all except one. So, you know, it's encouraging that everybody seems to have had a reasonably trouble-free session so far.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, everybody's been out there turning laps. Jacob Abel's the lowest still at 31, but doesn't seem like any major issues on the running of the car itself.
So I'm hearing we can't see it from the pagoda. Well, now we can. Hey, we got a good-looking crowd out there. Hi, everybody. How you doing? Over there in the Southeast Vista? Yeah, you having a good time? You get to see Indy cars on the Speedway. Oh, the viewing mounds as well.
One of the best places to watch. That was one of the first places I got to go and stand and watch Indy cars drive around when I was no longer participating. And I got to tell you, that's a heck of a vantage point. Really getting appreciation for the speed and just how on the edge those cars can be through turn 2 there. So we see Elio now back out on the racetrack with the fastest time so far. Fastest speed of a 2:19.8. And that was a no-toe time. So that's a very stout lap from Elio in the no-toe.
Very good. So Ed Carpenter back out onto the speedway. He needs to knock out another 4 laps to knock all of the requirements out for his refresher program. And Jack Harvey needs, what is that? He's done 9 laps, so he needs another 6 to finish the final bit of his. But again, they all, except for the rookies, the veterans, as long as they've, well, everybody, as long as they've completed that second phase, they can run in the afternoon and complete the third phase then. So most everybody looking good. Again, the only car that hasn't hit the speedway yet belongs to Katherine Legge. And we saw her buckled in, but have not seen her take to the race course as of yet. So despite what Christian said, I resisted. Ed has to run these 4 more laps at 2:15 plus to be done with the whole thing. So here he is.
Here he is, putting in the work. And again, you know, this is, as we said, a guy that's been incredibly good here, multiple time.
Oh, yeah.
Pole sitter. He has finished second in this race before. He's come so close. And even he has to still do the refresher course and tick off the laps. Again, he could complete those final ones in the L-skate if he had to. But
and speaking to longevity, I know I've thrown a number of milestones out there as part of our coverage of the Indy Open Test today. But here's Ed Carpenter looking to be in his 23rd 500. And if he completes just 10 laps in the race, will become only the 5th driver in the history of the Indianapolis 500-mile race to complete 10,000 miles in competition. And on that list, he'll join A.J. Foyt, Elio Castroneves, Al Unser, and Scott Dixon.
Wow. It's crazy to me to think that like a Michael Andretti doesn't even make that list with how long he's been, you know, with his racing. And
right.
I guess he had a few races that ended a bit short.
Shy of the distance, yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah. So here is Ed working on knocking off those final couple of laps that he needs to be done. Most laps run in this 2-hour session, as we're down to 16 minutes to go or so. Belongs to Caio Collet with 54 laps that have been run. Fewest of those that have run is Jacob Abel, but he's still done 34 laps. And again, the one car we haven't seen yet in the session so far of Katherine Legge. 3 times Ed Carpenter on pole for the Indianapolis 500. You mentioned that second place finish. That was in 2018 for Ed. 3-time winner in NTT INDYCAR Series competition. He's led the most laps in the race twice, including that year when he got the runner-up spot in 2018. So Will Powers' year of victory here.
See Katherine Legge attempting to leave pit lane for her first laps. Quick stall. But we can get that fixed pretty quick, get that car fired up, try to get a few laps in, as many as she can in the 17 minutes remaining.
Yep. You might be able to get that first phase knocked out. And Ed Carpenter has officially completed his refresher. So Ed has now officially done all the required laps. And here comes Katherine Legge.
That'll be some relief for her and the team to get the car out on track, get a few laps in.
Yeah, you'd think it's probably been a kind of a stressful last couple of hours just to go on top of all the stress of just, you know, are we gonna get this together or not? And okay, there's a lot to do to get this together. And
well, I mean, we saw her dressed and belted into the car some time ago. So this
feels
was
like an hour ago, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. So not by choice that they're leaving the pits with 16 minutes to go.
So this, I'm guessing from the speed and so on, this is an install lap to do a leak check, come back out, have a quick look at it, and make sure everything's like it's supposed to be. To well, all right, go ahead, Georgia. What do you got on this 11 car?
Yeah, well, as we know, track time for Katherine Legge, super important, like you guys have mentioned before today. I did just check in with the team, and the problem from earlier in the day, or earlier in this session, leading all the way till now, it was just a clutch problem for her in the car. So they got that fixed. You saw earlier she stalled, but that seems to be good. She's doing her install lap coming in, and then hopefully they can get some laps in this last 15 minutes. But yeah, just a clutch issue at the beginning.
And one other problem, as timing and scoring reports, the transponder is not registering from the 11 car, and they'll get that taken care of too.
Again, part of the reason we go testing and try to get all these bugs worked out now.
For sure.
I feel like in the past, when a driver has not been able to complete this segment, the required phases, today a special session is made for them tomorrow morning before all cars are out on track. Green flag tomorrow, I believe, is supposed to be at 10 o'clock.
Scheduled for tomorrow, all cars from 10 to 12.
So it would not surprise me if a special session is added, say from 9 to 10, to try to get those first two segments done. Let her complete the third segment from 10 o'clock onwards.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll find out. It's not listed on the official schedule. Of course, weather also, you know, if that comes to be a factor. I haven't checked the forecast lately because I don't want to. But, you know.
Ignorance is bliss.
Well, yeah, a lot of times. Here's Jack Harvey, who has posted the best lap of this session at a 2:21.15.
He's getting a little help from up the track. Doesn't count as a no-toe time, but they're not too close. So that's a fairly stout lap there from Jack. I like it. Taking advantage of these last, 15 or so minutes. Get an extra meaningful run or two in before the all-skate happens, because after this, clean track is going to be at an absolute premium, with kind of assumingly 32 of the 33 cars looking to get as much running done as possible. Again, we're not sure what the weather's going to do tomorrow, so considering it's holding out right now, we do expect a lot of cars to be doing a significant amount of their planned running this afternoon.
I think this afternoon's going to be fun as far as cars running in race trim, getting in groups, that kind of thing. Let's see. I don't know. Tomorrow afternoon looks better than it did.
There you go.
It definitely looks better than it did. So we'll see. Maybe tomorrow we'll get all the running done that we were supposed to, and be good to go. I've learned over my many years involved in broadcasting racing that never say never, because days when they said there's no way we're racing today, you run the whole. Remember the 500 when we waited, all that time, the rain delay and so on.
Great race.
Had a great race.
Great race.
And got the whole thing done. Jack Harvey has completed his refresher program. Jack is good to go. Phase 3 just completed.
I misspoke. I thought he had already finished and he was just out there having fun.
Yeah.
I thought he was just utilizing the extra time.
Nope. Where's
Mick Schumacher at?
Mick Schumacher has completed the 2 phases. He's working to complete the laps in the third now.
Perfect.
Which are all 2:15 and over. So his last lap at a 2:15.75 was his fastest of the 56 that he's run today. Makes sense.
And of course, he can complete those laps in the all-skate if needed.
He can, right? He'll be good to go as long as you're through that second phase. You're good to go all afternoon. I guess what I'd like to know from Mick, if you could get a word with him in the middle of the day today, is, hey, having fun? Because getting through some of these formalities and so on, and looking like it's been a reasonably smooth day, it's got to be fun.
It has. I mean, for sure. I would be shocked if he wasn't enjoying himself in the car, but it is a big departure from what he's used to.
It's a lot.
And I'm just kind of keeping an eye on the line. He seems to be doing a decent job.
Yep.
Couple places you can make small adjustments here and there, but that's to be expected for someone running their first competitive laps here. Pretty high in 1 and 2.
Last lap at 2:14.43. So that one doesn't count as far as the total of 15 laps at 2:15 or better.
So that just tells me he's not, comfortably flat around the track yet. Still sort of finding his footing. Getting down below the white line in 3 and 4. A little bit wider line, a little bit higher up in 1 and 2.
10 minutes to go in this session for the veteran refresher and rookie orientation program drivers. And then we'll have 4 hours of track time this afternoon for everybody that's eligible. And again, all 33 entries thus far in the Indianapolis 500-mile race are here. And we've seen 32 of them on the track for, I guess, what I'll call some meaningful laps.
Yeah.
I don't install laps meaningful.
It is. It is. It's some meaningfuller.
Meaningfuller, yes.
Running.
Eloquently done.
We're getting there.
Yeah.
We're not on this. We're not on the astrological signs yet, but we're getting there.
We did get there last year.
We sure did. We sure did.
Oh boy.
And I only have today with you, so things
yeah.
are going to get weird. It's going to happen over the next 4 hours.
Okay, there's time.
Plenty. We're only halfway done here, pal.
So Schumacher, we hear from race control and timing and scoring, has done 6 of the 15 laps at 2:15 or better. This, depending on what the numbers say, will be number 7.
There you go. Well, his last lap was his fastest at a 2:17.0. And this one clocks in at a 2:15.5, so slower, but still within the range. Just
meets the regulations. So that's number 7 for me. Dennis Hauger, Caio Collet back onto the racetrack. Collet has finished all 3 phases of the rookie program. Hauger is working to complete the 3rd phase now. He has finished 1 and 2. Just looking to see who has what to do here. So, of the rookies, Jacob Abel has finished 2 phases. Dennis Hauger's finished 2 phases. And Mick Schumacher has finished 2 phases. So they're all eligible for the afternoon practice today. Of the veterans, Hunter Ray has completed everything that he needed to do today. Jack Harvey's completed. Ed Carpenter is completed. Elio Castroneves has completed all of the phases of the refresher program that they need.
So this means that all cars, bar the 11 of Katherine Legge, will be eligible for the all-skate today from 2 to 6. So unfortunately, that's a significant chunk of running that will be lost for that crew and that driver. But again, they have potentially time tomorrow to do it. If not, it will have to be something completed at the beginning of the week when we come back here post-GP.
Absolutely.
I love Collet out there just pounding laps. 65 done so far. He and Schumacher both. 63 for Mick. Just getting a lot of good laps done. Mick knocked out another 2:15.4 on that previous lap, so that's 1 less. Crosses the line here, 2:15.3. Nice and consistent.
Listening to some of the traffic from race control on the broadcast channel they send out to the teams about what's ahead here. After the completion of the time left in this session, there'll be a track inspection done to to double check things before they turn them loose and start the all skate for the afternoon session. So that's what's ahead. Thank you for the rest of day one of the Indy 500 test. Caio Collet just knocking off laps here. 67 laps in the books, and that was just his fastest of the day, that last one. 2:18.91. Building up to it.
It's getting more and more comfortable, right? Yep. I mean, every lap, we're so early in the month, you know, in the number of hours of track time that these drivers get, that it's just about building up to it slowly, getting comfortable, and making sure you're in a good place at the end of the day. You want to end this day on a high. You want to end comfortable in your race car so that you can just build on it when you come back tomorrow, end that day well so you can build on it again when we come back for opening day practice here in a few weeks.
While we watch AJ Foyt Racing's Caio Collet on the Speedway, Georgia is with his teammate.
I sure am. Here with Santino Ferrucci. He was just saying that earlier today, all things good and that you're happy. I mean, you really can't ask for much more, can you?
No, beautiful day out here at IMS. Car seems pretty quick, so just making sure Caio's ROP goes well, and looking forward to being out there and running with him a little bit later this afternoon.
What kind of advice did you give Caio, if any? Because you and the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, you got a good thing going.
I mean, it's just be patient with this track. You know, you can't overdrive it. If the car's not right, you just come on in and we'll get it fixed. So, yeah, I think the traffic learning will be a new experience for him. And hopefully I get the chance to run around him, and hopefully can get some timing for some passes and then run with the rest of the field.
Yeah, I was going to ask what's next for the rest of the day, because everyone obviously has a game plan. Yours seems to be going the way it's supposed to already. James had mentioned they've talked about it a couple times. There's a new spot in turn 2. They took out a bump, kind of repaved it. Is that noticeable?
No, actually, they did such a great job. I mean, if anything, you can maybe feel a little bit of bump once you're past the exit, but I mean, you're going straight at that point. So, but I couldn't even tell where they started the transition in the corner, so that tells you how hard they worked. Yeah, it's impressive.
Yeah, James, there's your answer. That's 2 drivers now saying, you know, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway did what the Indianapolis Motor Speedway does, which is great things. Thank you, Santino.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate the thoughts of Santino Ferrucci before he climbs aboard his number 14 machine and heads out onto the Speedway for the afternoon practice session as we watch Mick Schumacher put in his 69th lap of the day. Caio Collet has put in 70. Those 2 drivers equal for the most. Schumacher across. Last one was 2:15.7. As he works his way toward the 15 laps at 2:15 or better. He has just done that. Mick Schumacher has completed his rookie orientation program.
And we brought it up earlier that this is something that decades of drivers have had to go through. I've been told on Twitter that ROP was instituted back in 1936.
That would qualify as decades.
So it's been a minute.
Yes, it would.
Pretty much every driver you've ever heard of has had to go through this process. Do you know who won in 1936?
No.
I think Louis Meyer won in 1936. I think that's one of his things.
It could well be.
I'm sure I'll get a message here.
You'll hear about that from your authority source there too.
Exactly right.
There
exactly
you go.
Right.
Well done for Mick Schumacher. Katherine Legge headed back onto the Speedway. Jacob Abel is out there. Jack Harvey is on the race course as well. As we're down to inside of 2 minutes to go in this middle of the day session for the veteran refreshers and rookie orientation. There'll be a little bit of a break in between them as they do a track inspection and check things over, and they'll turn them loose here this afternoon until 6 p.m. for, as we heard Santino talk about, a lot of group running, a lot of fun for us to watch. So Katherine Legge headed out onto the Speedway, and looks like this might be another install lap. Check and be sure that everything's working like it should, including that scoring transponder. And back in.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's going to be day done.
Yeah.
For the 11.
Yeah. That's too bad.
It's too bad, but it's just the start, right? Again.
Yes.
We still have, you know, a day's worth of practice ahead of us when we come back.
So 1 minute, and you've got Jacob Abel and Dennis Hauger out onto the speedway, perhaps trying to squeeze in the final laps they need to knock off the last bit of their rookie orientation program, that third phase, where they have to do 15 laps, better than 215 miles an hour. And again, it's cumulative. They're both good to go for the afternoon session, but the more laps you put in, the less you have to do later.
And I got to tell you, it's going to be interesting for these rookies that go out for the first time with more than 5 cars. None of them have really been out with more than 5 cars on track. It's been fairly spaced out, as it should be throughout this orientation program. But again, we're expecting a pretty busy racetrack when we go green for the all-skate, and it's going to be a bit of a rude awakening when you're out there with 15, 20 different drivers and cars.
It's a whole new world.
It very much is.
But all part of the learning process of being a rookie at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Checkered flag is waving to end this session. Jacob Abel has completed his rookie orientation program. So Jacob Abel was able to squeeze in the last laps he needed to do there. And here comes Dennis Hauger to the checkered flag. And that will end this second session of the day, and the checkered flag over Abel will complete the running in the midday session. So Dennis Hauger, Jacob Abel last on the race course, and a short break coming here before we'll turn them all loose for the all-skate. So Jack Harvey turns the fast lap of our midday session at 221.154 miles per hour. And Elio Castroneves right behind him at a best lap of 219.8. But all except one car making progress through the requirements of the day, and just a few laps left for Dennis Hauger to complete his rookie orientation program as well. It's going to be about a 10-minute break in the on-track action here while they do the track inspection. So we're going to take a break. As you look at these highlights, we'll come back when the green flag waves for the first car to roll, but enjoy the interlude with our top, what was this again? The top 5 Indy 500 moments from turn 1. This should be fun. Enjoy.
Turn 1 at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, 1/4 of a mile long, 60 feet wide, and banked 9.2 degrees. Turn 1 has seen its fair share of Indy 500 heroics and heartbreak over the last 100+ years. And on this edition of Corner by Corner, we'll be taking a look at its most memorable moments. Mario Andretti already had 2 Indy 500 pole positions by 1969, but mechanical failures and faulty pit stops kept him out of victory circle. Mario started the 1969 race from the middle of row 1, next to then 3-time Indy 500 champion A.J. Foyt. And in turn 1, just after the green flag flew, Mario made a statement that would foreshadow his performance for the rest of the day.
Mario Andretti instantly diving for that corner, and he's got Foyt in the first turn. Andretti has taken the lead. The checkered flag of victory. He's done it.
At number 4, the 2018 Indy 500 was dominated by Will Power, but Alexander Rossi's charge from 32nd to 4th stands as one of the most impressive performances of the day, due in no small part to passes like this in turn 1.
Look at Rossi on the outside.
From the back row to cruising up front.
Oh, Alexander Rossi with the move of the race.
Jim Rathman and Roger Ward's back-and-forth duel was one of the first of its kind at the Indy 500. Both drivers swapped the lead again and again throughout the second half of the race in 1960. But it was Rathman who ultimately prevailed with an overtake in turn 1 on lap 197.
And Rathman takes over the lead. The youngest of the racing Rathmans captures his first 500 win.
Tony Kanaan holds a special place in the hearts of many fans at IMS, but his Indy 500 performances ended in heartbreak for over a decade. In 2013, just when it seemed like TK would never become an Indy 500 champion, he found himself in a prime position to make history with 4 laps to go.
197 laps complete at the line. 3 wide. Munoz on the outside. Kanaan on the inside. Who will make the pass? Stick. It's going to be Kanaan. TK out in front. TK has won the 2013 500.
Now winner of the Indianapolis 500, my friend.
Our top Turn 1 moment brings us to 1991 and the battle between Rick Mears and Michael Andretti. Mears hoping to join the 4-time Winners Club, and Andretti seeking his first 500 victory. The outside of Turn 1 would prove vital to the history made that day.
Rick Mears comes around John Andretti, but Michael is right there with him. Michael moving to the outside. Can he keep in the high groove? He did it in Phoenix. Can he do it here? Michael Andretti takes the lead away from Rick Mears. But here is Rick Mears now in the same position as Mears, who has been driving a very different line this race. Takes Michael Andretti.
Rick Mears becomes the 3rd 4-time winner of the Indianapolis 500-mile race.
You gotta feel this. That's the American spirit at 200 miles per hour. A spectacle of freedom, innovation, and passion. Witnessed by nearly 500,000 race fans. All united for the Indianapolis 500, presented by Gamebridge. United, we race.
An American Summer Classic returns to Indianapolis Motor Speedway July 24th to the 26th. It's the Brickyard 400 presented by PPG. And it's celebrating 30 years of one of the most iconic traditions in all of sports. This crown jewel event includes the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series Pennzoil 250. Don't miss the stars of NASCAR as they look to seal their legend. Brickyard Weekend tickets are available now at IMS.com. Don't miss the thunderous roar and sleek vibe of IMSA sports cars at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This 3-day showcase, September 18th through the 20th, features infield camping and an open garage area. The action will be non-stop as the event returns to a sprint race format in 2026. And kids 15 and under get in free. Tickets for the TireRack.com Battle on the Bricks are on sale now at IMS.com. United, we race.
The Indy 500 blows your mind.
There's nothing like the Indy 500. It's something that can change your life.
The best event I've ever experienced.
It's just absolutely fantastic.
It's enormous.
It's a dream for a lot of us growing up. I can strongly say there is nothing like the Indy 500 and race day. Scary, challenging, and rewarding.
It is the best event you could ever attend in your life.
Race day at the 500 is just magical in so many ways.
It's all of your favorite things combined.
I love when the cannon blows up in the morning. When it's full and there's so much energy.
A concert on the infield.
Airplanes. It's seeing all the fans and all the people there.
I think just standing on the grid. The lead up to the anthem and the flyover and back home again. Back home again. Especially when Taps is played. Getting in the car and rolling off on the parade laps.
Probably when it starts. Favorite part of race day? Crossing the finish line.
Tasting the milk, I'm sure, is the best part.
Live at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway on this beautiful Tuesday. The green flag is back out again on a 63-degree day. The day after we had huge amounts of rain here in central Indiana, but we've been going green right from this morning as scheduled, and the track is now open for the all-skate, as all of the eligible drivers, which is 32 of the 33, will get onto the speedway here until 6 p.m. tonight for the first of our two-day open test. Alan Bestwick here with James Hinchcliffe, Georgia Henneberry joining us down on the pit lane. And so now we get to see who gets out there to continue to work just the 5-10 laps at a time, the one car, checking boxes on an engineering plan, and what teams and what manufacturers organize the group run, and for how long, to see what they want to see on this first of 2 days of scheduled testing.
Yeah, for me, it's establishing how long into this 4-hour session the group running starts. It's an inevitability that it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Especially with the question marks over the weather tomorrow. Teams are going to really take advantage of, the sun has broken. It's partly cloudy here. It's 100-degree track temps, 103-degree track temps. That's a good baseline. It's a good kind of baseline set of conditions to go out there and really try to figure out what these cars have.
So watching Kyle Kirkwood, first car on the screen, head into turn number 3. Jupiter, Florida driver for Andretti Global, looking to be in his 5th Indianapolis 500, and comes into the month of May 2nd in the NTT INDYCAR Series Championship, 17 points behind Alex Palou, after Palou picked up that win in the Acura Grand Prix of Long Beach a little bit.
Hopefully all the bits stay on his car this time. Debris off of the 10, the cause of a few of the full course cautions that we had earlier in that first segment. So your most recent winner here, your defending champion of the Indianapolis 500. He was the 112th face to be added to the Borg-Warner Trophy since its inception. First driver from Spain as well. And the 76th different winner.
And he's hungry for more.
He is. I mean, if his race winning and championship winning traits have taught us anything, is that he's not happy with just having done it once.
Yeah.
He's won over 20 races now, 4 championships and counting. And he got that first 500. It was his first oval victory. He backed it up with another oval win later in the year. And frankly, had some incredible races that woulda, coulda, shoulda been victories at Milwaukee and Nashville, running up front competitively. So for what was, if you want to call it a quote-unquote weakness in his game, which is not really a fair word because he was getting podiums on ovals right from his first year with Ganassi. But he has really stepped up in that category and is now made him one of the best all-around drivers in a long, long time.
My twist on that perspective is this. Expectation. Because you've been so incredibly above most on the street and road courses, now the expectation, when you were merely competing for the win on an oval, competing for the win, the expectation shines on that a little bit. And, there's no question he's improved his game on those tracks, but it was already pretty okay.
It was pretty good. I mean, we look at how he performed from 21 through 25, and you can see, you look at Worldwide Technology Raceway as an 8th. That was the worst result that he had on the ovals last year. And you go back, through 21, 23, 24, still pretty competitive. Still top 10 in almost all of them. He knew how to get it done. He came so close to a few of those wins. I remember one of those Iowa races that was a second. Will Power kind of rolled the dice on a risky strategy and ended up getting that track position and getting himself the victory. But this driver and this team just constantly getting better and starting already at such a high bar.
And when you've established yourself as the man, right, there's no question everybody else in the paddock's looking at that 10 car every time he goes on the racetrack, right? when you've established yourself as the man on the street road courses, and then you begin to pick that level up that way on the oval tracks, then oh wow, we got something to handle here.
It's a real concern.
He's showing it. Certainly the gap by which he won the championship a year ago, and you know, he's right there again this year. Kyle Kirkwood stayed right with him, step for step and stride for stride, which is fun. But boy, what a level of performance that's just so impressive to watch. Here's another one who had comes into the month of May and the late April test off of his best run of the season. Scott Dixon out at Long Beach.
And look, this is kind of the guy that I feel like Pelot's emulated in a lot of ways. When we talk about, you know, not having a weakness in your game, that was kind of Scott Dixon's MO for the longest time.
Yeah.
So quick at every type of racetrack, so good at every element of being an IndyCar driver. Starts, restarts, in-laps, out-laps, fuel saving, overtaking, whatever it was. And Pelot's kind of learned from the best since he joined the team and Scott Dixon and brought it arguably to a whole other level. And I know this guy here is super motivated to try to course correct that. He's been the top dog at Ganassi for a long time. Over 20 years he's driven for Chip.
Yep.
And these last few seasons, you know, it's his teammate that's done the most damage when it comes to wins and championships.
So Scott out for a couple of shakedown laps in the PNC Bank Honda machine for Chip Ganassi Racing, and headed back to the attention of that group down in the pit lane. 220.04 miles an hour. Scott's second lap, the fastest of the few that have been turned in our afternoon all skate so far. Yeah, what a day. 2008 for Scott Dixon, winning the Indianapolis 500-mile race.
08 for Dixie was very reminiscent of 2025 for Pelot. I think 6 wins on the season, won the 500. I want to say, you know, maybe only a handful of races he was off the podium.
Yeah.
Just such a dominant year. And we've seen so many seasons like that from Scott, especially here at the Speedway. But for one reason or another, outside of that race in 08, that second win has just eluded that group.
And some of them, you know, circumstance. Some of them, like last year, you know, had the jack fall on an early pit stop, and that set off a series of events that put them behind and off schedule to try and win the race. It's got to all be perfect, but I'd be more shocked if he's not a factor at the front come pole day and come race day for this year's 500 than I will be if he is.
Yeah, we talked earlier about how much experience pays in this race. Connor said it in his interview as well. It just seems as the more 500s he gets under his belt, you know, the more comfortable he becomes, the more capable he becomes. And a guy like Dixon that's been doing this over 20 years, he just has so much experience in every different scenario you can find yourself in. And he's just always going to find a way to be a factor.
Another one who's shown comfort and capability here at the Speedway in the 500. We follow Marcus Ericsson through turn number 4 now, driving for Andretti Global in his 8th Indianapolis 500. Of course, our winner in 2022. And we were talking earlier in the day in the first session from 10 to noon local time, if you weren't with us back then, about how his top two finishes in the last 4 years could easily have been 4 top 2 finishes or 3 or 4 wins, if not circumstances intervening a couple of times.
You know, it's one of the things I've always kind of noticed and been impressed by with Ericsson's craft is he's so good and kind of, I call him a fourth quarter driver.
Yep.
You know, he's always there at the end of the race. If you kind of don't hear about Marcus and he's just hanging out in the top 10 for the first half of the race, watch out. Because he's got a way of getting himself into that top 4, top 3 in that sort of final third, final quarter. And that's when he can really be dangerous. And he's done that a couple times, as you mentioned now in the 500. Just so good late in a race. Keeps his equipment clean, keeps it, you know, all together, keeps his head about him, keeps working on the car, putting himself in a position to go fight for the win at the end as his teammate Will Power pulls out now in front of him. And this is a guy that we saw again last year, you know, was battling Pelot right to the final lap.
Some guys come here to Indianapolis from other forms of racing, and it takes a little while to figure out the 500. Marcus getting ready to be in his 8th 500, and we've talked about the last 4 years how he's either won it or been in contention to win it in the final laps each and every time. Here's a guy who came over and after a very short period got that understanding ingrained into him.
Yeah, look, I was excuse me, I was teammates with Marcus his first year in the series, and the guy's a quick study. You know, he picked up very, very quickly on the ovals. First of all, he was very excited about oval racing, which is not what you get every time.
Yeah.
You know, a driver's coming over from a different type of motorsport, especially from over in Europe. He always came with a huge interest and a huge level of excitement. You know, one of his mentors and heroes growing up was, of course, Kenny Brack, who's won this race and a very successful IndyCar driver in his own right. So I think Marcus just came in with a really positive attitude to this type of motorsport, this type of racing, and as a result, just took to it quite quickly. And you know, a year at Schmidt-Peterson as it was then, and then moving over to Ganassi, again, learning from a guy like Scott is that's a tremendous tool. You've got, you know, Dario on the team as an advisor. And I think both those guys kind of helped mold Marcus into the 500 driver that he is today.
Mentioned Will Power out on the speedway now in the draft of Marcus Ericsson coming down to the yard of bricks. Will ready to go with a new look for this year, of course, moving over to the Andretti Global team, driving the TWG AI Honda, and Will in his 19th Indianapolis 500. Last time Will Power raced here that he was not with Team Penske was 2008.
Yeah. KB Racing, I believe.
So some new things to adapt to for Will Power. The determination, the drive, the dedication never wavers. Has been a little bit to overcome this year for Will. He's had the hardest luck of hard luck seasons so far this year. And you know, this is a great place to overcome all that and forget about all of it quickly.
Hey, look, I think he'll happily take 5 races of bad luck if it means he has one weekend of good luck here at the Speedway.
Right.
And again, knows how to get it done. He's won this race. You know, he's won a lot of oval races. So for Andretti Global, it's a really strong program right now. You've got 2 500 winners on the program. Of course, Kyle Kirkwood, the 3rd driver. No 4th car, no extra car for the team this year. At one point was scheduled to be Marco Andretti, then was potentially going to be Colton Herta. Ultimately, the team deciding to not run that 4th car and just focus all their efforts, all their resource on their 3 full-time programs. And it's going to be interesting to see, you know, over the course of the month, what the effect of that decision is. Will they see that keeping focused on 3 kind of makes the whole program better, or will they find that missing that extra input, you know, that extra data, that extra set of eyes and ears on everything? Does that hold them back from maybe finding every little advantage that they possibly could?
Arguments to be made both ways, right? But we've seen they're not the only one of IndyCar's larger, you know, bigger teams to make that choice in recent years.
Penske famously never run a bonus car at the Speedway. Ganassi haven't for a few years now. Got both of those operations sticking to 3. They've kind of traditionally been running 4. McLaren traditionally runs 4. Now Andretti's gone the other way. It will be a bit of a litmus test, I think, for this group and what their plan becomes moving forward each May.
Well, I mentioned Will Power, one of our 9 former winners, entered in the greatest spectacle in racing 2018. What a scene it was as Power got away in the closing laps. What it means, summed up right there.
One of the most iconic celebrations, I think, we've seen in Victory Lane here in some time. And a demand for respect for a driver that many thought wasn't necessarily destined for a 500 win, but he proved them all wrong and continues to do so. Still competitive into his 40s. Still winning races. Last year, that big move, like you say, from Penske to Andretti Global. And I think this team's really enjoyed having him on board. Colton Herta, of course, stepping out of that race car to move to the F2 championship in pursuit of a Formula One ride with Cadillac F1.
And with the folks down in Miami adding F2 to the schedule to make up some of the lost ground for the races canceled over in the Mideast due to the continuing conflict in that region. Colton, instead of considering being here, is dedicated to be in Miami to race when we're here to begin the month of May. So next on the racetrack we're focused on is Romain Grosjean here out in the 18 machine for Dale Coyne Racing. Looking to be in his 4th Indianapolis 500-mile race. Last raced here a couple of years ago. 2024 wasn't part of the field a year ago. So far this season for Romain, he's had a, let me see here, find this in all of my numbers. He's had a Q6 a couple of times as his best finish of the season, and his best run on the season was on the Barber Motorsports Park road course. That beautiful setting in Birmingham, Alabama, where he finished in 8th position. Putting the full 500 miles together will be the storyline of this month of May, I think, for Romain. And of course, let's not rule out that he and this team on the Sancio Grand Prix road course event coming up here to open our month of May activities at the Speedway have been super strong together. And I'll be looking to see if Romain can make some noise there a couple of Saturdays from now.
He's run well there in the past, certainly. It's such an interesting track. It's one of those places that certain drivers just click with it, and it doesn't matter year in, year out, different teams, different conditions even.
Yeah.
So, particularly that track, for whatever reason. A handful of drivers just really, really excel there. He obviously comes to mind. Christian Lundgaard comes to mind. Graham Rahal comes to mind.
Yeah. Good calls all. And Alex Palou comes to mind.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's just so many that he comes to mind, and I didn't really include him.
Yeah.
I didn't want to single that one out because then I'd be calling all the tracks on the schedule right now.
Yeah. So here is Grosjean to complete his 12th lap of this young session already. Best lap at 2:16 flat, and that one a very consistent 2:15.9 for Romain. Scott Dixon with our best lap of this afternoon session at a 2:20.0. Then Felix Rosenqvist has just come out onto the racetrack and popped up in the 2:19.3s. And we've also got Christian Lundgaard on the Speedway coming at you now down the backstretch.
Yeah, on the no-toe, that time from Rosie that he just set, the 2:19.4, that was a no-toe. Kirkwood right behind him on the no-toe, that 2:19.3, and both those drivers in the morning session were up there on the no-toe time as well. Very quick cars, it seems like, consistently so far. I know it's early running, not just in the day, certainly in the month, but we've talked about it. You can kind of get a little bit of a sense of the pure pace of your race car as early as this opening day of the open test.
Now, Felix Rosenqvist always seems to have pure pace in his race car, particularly on pole day here at the Speedway in the month of May. He's been up front in the Fast 12 now for 4 straight years. Remember, we go through the Saturday qualification session, and the top 12 get to run again on Sunday for the pole position. Felix has made that Sunday Fast 12 session for 4 consecutive years now.
That's right. 8th, 3rd, 9th, and 5th, his last 4 qualifying positions here at the Speedway. And if you're anywhere in those first 3 rows, you know you're in a great spot at the start of this race.
You don't have to be right at the very front, but you can see it from there.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right.
Sharp-looking car for Rosenqvist and Meyer-Shank Racing. Sirius XM Honda.
Now, I wonder if this one is liveried as it will be come May, or if we're going to have a special band, as is the trend with this particular car, the Sirius XM car, lending itself and its livery to various channels on the network by various bands, and they often show up to join the event. We had Green Day on the car in Long Beach, and Trey Cole, the drummer, was here and on site, or there and on site.
I haven't asked the question yet, but I'd be willing to say the answer is probably yes.
Yeah.
That's what they've done for a lot of the big races over the last couple of years. So changes from last year to this year. We touched on it during the morning session, but let's go to Georgia Henneberry back in Gasoline Alley, who has a little more on that.
Yeah, Ellen, I sure am. I found myself in the Ray Hall Letterman Langen garage, and they are nice enough to let me demonstrate something new that's gone on these cars just today. So on the bottom of the side pods and the undercarriage, there are some flaps that if the car gets turned around, it tries to keep it on the ground, it tries to slow it down a little bit. But today, and for the rest of the month of May, they're implementing these flaps on the side pods as well. So you see the bright yellow there. So if the car gets turned around, these flaps will open just like this, hopefully slow the car down just a little bit, try to minimize any damage, but overall, more importantly, just try to make these cars a little safer. We know that IndyCar is always trying to make these cars as safe as possible, and these flaps, which you can find on each side pod, are just another measure in doing that. So I just wanted to show you, this is on Takuma Sato's car, and they will be on every car for the month of May.
Yeah, good look at it, Georgia. Thanks for that. Again, when you turn that car around backwards, it goes from the air pressing the car down, the down force on the car. Turn that wing around backwards, it becomes a little bit of lift, and you're trying to break that shape and kill that lift and keep the car down on the speedway where it should be.
Right, so ultimately there's now 4 flaps that deploy if you go backwards, the 2 on the wheel ramps and then 2 on the lower part of the floor, right at the back of the diffuser there. And that also goes along with a wicker that now kind of follows the whole length of the side of the car. Tough to see from the angle of a car on track, but that's for if the car is actually going sideways. If it's sliding sideways, it doesn't get air under it and roll it over that way. So, you know, like IndyCar's always been at the forefront of safety. They are always innovating and trying to improve. And that's one of the things that, you know, helps you sleep well at night when you're an IndyCar driver and strapping yourselves into one of these rocket ships 18 times a year, is just knowing that between all the developments of the cars, of the circuits themselves, having the AMR safety team traveling with us for the entire season just helps give you a lot of confidence to go do what you do on Sundays.
Been watching Rinus VeeKay while we've been discussing some of the changes made in the name of safety to the NTT IndyCar Series machines. Rinus has run 5 laps, best of them a 2:18 flat. Here's Kyle Kirkwood now, coming at you down the main straightaway, driving for Andretti Global. Sam's Club adorning the side pods of this number 27 machine for the Jupiter, Florida driver.
To the top as well with a 2:20.2, and that's a no-toe time. So very impressive run, almost a mile an hour quicker than what Rosenquist ran as a no-toe. So that Sam's Club machine flying right now early.
And I know you see Connor Daly's name just surpassed that, but Connor is not in the no-toe club, though he now has the fastest overall lap of the early afternoon at a 2:20.9.
Getting pulled around by Santino Ferrucci there, just about a short shoot in front of him.
All contributions cheerfully accepted.
I was going to say, this one probably going to be quicker still for Daly. Let's see.
2:20.1, so a little bit slower. But Daly, VeeKay, Ferrucci on the racetrack. I think I just saw Kippen Simpson's car roll past us on the pit lane as well, headed toward the race course. Also got Marcus Ericsson, Will Power heading out onto the speedway for some laps in the afternoon. Santino Ferrucci making his first lap. Connor making now his 9th lap of this practice session. Connor had speed earlier today in the morning session in this number 23 machine for Dreyer and Reinbold Racing, Chevy powered car.
And Connor just getting back used to that organization after running with JHR last season. And this is all about kind of assessing your individual car, your package and clean air. You would have taken some information from the morning run, looked through the data during the rookie and refresher session, made a couple changes, out there assessing that now. Track temperatures definitely come up since they ran this morning by a good chunk, by about 20 degrees. So conditions quite a bit different. Wind's pretty similar, but like I said, you'll assess those changes, probably tweak on it a little bit more, and then within the next hour or so, probably see a couple teams start to go out in group running as Santino jumps to the top.
Following Connor Daly across the yard of bricks, now Santino Ferrucci in the Foyt 14, 221.7, the new fast lap. It's funny you mentioned that. We'll see some team running soon, because for the second time just since this session started, Will Power and Marcus Ericsson are out on the Speedway, Andretti Global teammates, running together. Now, Kyle Kirkwood was out on a single car run a minute ago, so maybe a little split test plan among this group to work on various things.
And this is exactly the kind of thing having multi-car teams, you know, is beneficial for. You can sort of split up those programs because, again, especially if you do think that your two-day test is going to be largely truncated to one day, let's try to get as much work as we can do. You only need one car to work on qualifying setups, but you need a couple to work on your race setup. So this is some great coordinated efforts from the three cars at Andretti Global.
And it's one of the things I always find fascinating about testing, but these engineers can sit down and they can come up with an infinite list of things that you might want to try. Then you work down through it. Okay, what are the really important things that we need to try, either to A, address a weakness in our program from a year ago, or B, for what we feel we need to get better at for this year's race, given some of the things that change from year to year to year. Power and Ericsson here across the yard of bricks.
And that's just it. I mean, these cars are tuned so finely that there doesn't need to be some massive fundamental change in the car, the tire, the track, anything like that for, you know, a meaningful difference to show up in the race cars. And you've got to get so good at tuning these things to the conditions.
Yeah.
Every couple of degrees of track temp, every couple of degrees of air temp, every couple of mile an hour in wind speed, direction, whatever, all has an effect. And you need to be good at tuning the car, but also learning how to drive the car in all those different situations and conditions.
Showed you when these two were out together earlier, Will Power's reaction to winning in 2018. How about Marcus Ericsson's? They're driving the Chip Ganassi Racing number 8 for that particular race.
Unleashing the Dragon down the straights to try to break the draft of Pat O'Ward, and at the line so close.
And got it there first. Marcus Ericsson, an Indianapolis 500-mile race winner. That was 2022. And looking to borrow Ryan Hunter-Reay's line, join the next club of two-time winners of this amazing race. So he and Power out there working together. You see our former champions in the field of 33 to this point, with 9 of them here.
Winners
out of 33 that are entered in the race.
But it's also impressive because I believe there are only 76 drivers that have won the Indy 500.
Over 109 years, yeah.
And 9 of them are here. It's a pretty large percentage when you think about it.
It is, but that comes back to the conversation we had earlier about longevity.
Yeah, it does.
You know, I mean, what we know now about fitness and nutrition and things that you know didn't exist years ago. Drivers are starting earlier and racing later than maybe they used to. So watching Christian Lundgaard and Romain Grosjean try and join into this group. I hear Georgia wants to join the conversation here.
I do. I'm down here watching the teammates of Will Power and Marcus Ericsson right now. I notice Ericsson passing Power. And I have a question for James. Are those moves, when you're running with your teammates on a day like today, are those moves coordinated by the team? Will they tell them that that's about to happen, or is this just fluent motions, almost kind of dancing with each other out there?
Yeah, it's a great question, Georgia. There could be a couple different things happening. Sometimes it's as coordinated as, okay, Marcus, you go out, lead Will for 3 laps, then swap. Will, you lead Marcus for 3 laps, then swap. Sometimes it's just, we're going to go out together, you pass each other as naturally occurs. ultimately it comes down to wanting to collect as much information and as much data in dirty air and running in traffic as possible. And how they go about it, yeah, it can be done different ways, but certainly there are times where it is as coordinated as, you know, when you get one of these teams that has 4 cars, they might all go out and say, all right, whoever leading pit lane, you're going to run 3 laps in front, then you're going to fall to 4th, and then whoever second takes over, and then you fall back. You intentionally don't pass each other because you want to just run those laps in those different parts of the line. So there are a couple different strategies that teams can take when they start getting into these super coordinated group runs.
And one of the angles to all of this, especially when we get into that week of practice leading up to Fast Friday for the 500, okay, who's showing everything and who's not, right? Guy gets out there in the back of the line, picks off a couple cars, then bails from the group rather than seeing if he can get all the way to the front. Or, you know, we're going out there as a team and and somebody jumps in line and, yeah, we're going to peel off here. You know, there's just a lot. There's a lot within the lot that happens in practice around here.
And I think that's one of the things that, you know, as you and I and Townsend and Will and everybody that's watching all 6 hours of practice all week long when we get here, you get pretty good at identifying the ones that are hanging out 8th or 9th in line, but get up to 4th in line before they peel in, you know, and don't necessarily drive all the way to the front. But we can see that certain cars just look incredibly strong, incredibly capable of moving up through the field when they're in a pack, and that's what you're looking for. I mean, I remember watching this test last year and then into practice week last year, and I had 3 cars circled as the 10, the 5, and the 2 as some of the strongest cars. And, you know, sure enough, come Sunday, 2 weeks later, those were 3 of the biggest contenders.
And certainly, you know, it's a fun part of the game. Who's doing what, and all the race teams are doing that as well. Who's doing what, when, and how, and it's fun to watch. Jack Harvey is out there making some more laps after knocking off the couple of required phases of his refresher program, and literally just a couple of laps before he'll come back down the pit lane.
Got a bit of a toe there and jumped up to P2. 221.3, half a mile an hour off of Santino Ferrucci, just under. His teammate Connor Daly there in 3rd, so both Tri-Reinbold machines managing to hang on to a toe.
Marcus Armstrong here, 66 machine for Meyer Shank Racing. That fancy test pattern paint scheme from side pods on up on this machine. And Armstrong making his 6th lap of the afternoon session, 2:18.22, the best of the 6 to this point. Behind him on the race course is Connor Daly as they cross the yard of bricks. We've got Scott Dixon on the racetrack now, coming down the main straightaway, just off the pit lane for a first lap. And Romain Grosjean is also on the race course. Grosjean about to come off turn 4 and come down the main straightaway. Marcus Armstrong has led a lap in the last 3 straight IndyCar oval races, so it'll be interesting to see if he can put a circuit out front in the 500 or more. Scott Dixon, it won't be news at all if Scott puts laps out front in the 500.
No, I mean, there's some incredible stat about Dixon that he has led every lap, but I think 2 of the 200 individual laps of the 500-mile race. I think there's only 2 number laps that he has not led at some point in his 20-plus year career.
And they're the same 2 as they were a year ago. The question is, do you remember which 2?
I do not. I do not. I want to say like 59 and 121.
157 and 162.
Way off. Not even close.
But think about, and particularly in this era, you know, I mean, you get Al Unser Sr., you know, 1970 leads like, you know, almost every one of the 200 laps. But in this era of IndyCar racing, for Scott Dixon to have been out in front enough in the 500 at enough different stages of the race to have led every individual lap of the competition except those 2 3/4 of the way through the race laps. It's kind of remarkable.
It is, but it's added to the list of remarkable things that Scott Dixon has done in an IndyCar.
And when you look at the list of drivers who have led each and every lap of the 500, there's only 7 of them. It's kind of like a list of Hall of Famers of Indianapolis. Ralph De Palma, Bill Vukovich, Parnelli Jones, A.J. Foyt, Mario Andretti, and Al Unser.
It's pretty stout lineup.
It's a special list. And Scott Dixon completing here his 12th lap, 2:19.60. He's put a 2:20 flat up earlier in this session. And Scott has won the race 1 time. He's finished second 3 different times. He's won the pole 6 different times, 5 times, excuse me. It's the championships that are the higher number.
I mean, the thing about his championship runs is, yeah, fine. He's got his 6 titles, unbelievable. But how many top 3s does he have? In that 20-year career? It's the consistency and the consistent speed that he's shown, just unremarkable. Sorry, very remarkable, unmatched.
It's beyond elite. It's crazy good for Scott Dixon. Here is the 76 machine of Rinus VeeKay out for another go in this afternoon session.
You want to talk about a qualifying specialist here at Indianapolis. VeeKay's record, pretty impressive. You know, in his first 5 seasons running with Ed Carpenter Racing, had a worst start of 7th. 4th, 3rd, 3rd, 2nd, and 7th. Of course, with Dale Coyne last year on the back row, had to sweat it out. Not something he's used to fighting for the front row. And last year, just trying to make the show, ended up on that 11th row. But he has been really a phenomenon these last year and a half since being released from ECR. Did just an unbelievable job in that Dale Coyne car last season. So consistent over the year, and earned himself the ride over at JHR this year on merit, and doing a great job at that organization. A couple strong results already on the calendar. You know, kicked off the year with the top 10 in St. Pete. So he's in his 7th year of IndyCar racing, and still so young. He's still such a young kid.
Yeah, Rinus is just 25 years old. His best qualifying of this season was in the year's only oval race so far. Had a top 10 grid spot in Phoenix. So see what Rinus and this Juncos Hollinger racing team are able to piece together here in the month of May. But out there working on it now, completing a 12th lap. That one at 2:17.85 for Rinus VeeKay. Kyle Kirkwood is back out. Remember, we saw 2 of the 3 Andretti Global cars running together on the racetrack in this afternoon session. A couple of runs. Here's Kyle Kirkwood making another run by himself, single car run. And while Kyle Kirkwood crosses the yard of bricks, Kaio Collette is with Georgia.
And I swear I can't stop smiling down here. It makes me so happy when people get to experience the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the first time. Just like Kaio Collette did earlier today, he passed his rookie orientation. Tell me about those first few laps up to speed in an IndyCar around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Yeah, I think it's obviously the best thing I ever did in my life. The first time that I ushered out here, you see the guys flying by and you're like, oh, can I really do that? And once you get out of the car, I think the team did a phenomenal job prepping me to be here and also to do the laps. But we got it all done. We got up to speed quite quickly, and yeah, looking forward to this afternoon to running with the other guys.
And probably something that you have to get down to business pretty quick. You get the emotion, you get the feeling of it all, but now it's okay, we got to dial this thing in. Have you been happy, and what's on the rest of the list for today?
No, I think when I went up to speed, when we go like 218, 219, the car felt really, really good. So I'm so far in a happy place. Obviously, there's a lot of work to do, especially when you go in traffic. I don't really know what to expect, so I need to tick that off the box and just trying to understand step by step and have a lot of respect for the place because you go really, really fast. But no, I think the team is doing a phenomenal job, and we are getting things done step by step.
Thanks, Kaio. Good luck. You can tell the genuine excitement, and I love that down here on pit lane, guys.
Second the motion. Just love the genuine excitement, and what a thrill it must be for that young man.
And what I liked hearing out of him was you got to respect this place.
Yeah.
You know, it's easy to come in young and confident, but you do have to show this place a tremendous amount of respect. And I don't care if you've been here, 2 times or 22 times. This is a very tricky, very difficult racetrack that just a momentary lapse in absolute concentration can bite you in a big way. And for a young driver like Kyle Collette to kind of have, that good approach, good head on his shoulders to know, hey, build up to it, take your time, respect the place, treat it well, and hopefully it'll treat you well back.
Yeah, that was a word that stood out in that interview. As we watch Pato O'Ward make his first laps of the afternoon session for Arrow McLaren in this number 5 Chevy powered machine, looking for a spot in his 7th Indianapolis 500-mile race 26 days from now. It's funny because a young driver like Kaio talks about having to remember to respect the place. Those of us who don't do what you and your compadres do, get behind the wheel of a race car at this racetrack, sometimes you make it look kind of easy, right? You're screaming off into turn number 1 at 220 miles an hour or whatever it is, and the car almost every time sticks, and you drive up off and it looks it just looks easy. And so I think for someone who's never done it before, that understanding that, hey, even if these first few laps go well, it's not that easy. It's got to be an interesting perspective.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to really compare it. I mean, if you watch videos of fighter jets landing on an aircraft carrier, they're professionals. They do it 9 times out of 10. It sticks, like you said. It looks pretty easy. I promise you, I've spoken to some of those pilots. It's not. It's that same sort of thing. You watch the Artemis rocket launch. It goes smooth. It looks pretty simple. Think of the tens of thousands of man hours that went into making that happen and the precision required at every step. It's not rocket science, but race science is pretty close, and it's also a very, very tricky and very precise craft.
And you invest so much in the craft, not just the focus to be able to compete, but you invest so much in the effort to try and win the Indianapolis 500. Here's a guy who is the perfect illustration of the amount that you invest and what it means to come so close and yet not be the one drinking the milk. Pato O'Ward, a year ago here, after 2 years ago, after Joseph Newgarden made that incredible, breathtaking move, and just what it meant to be that close and yet that far.
I go back to it every year. We talk about it at some point. That Al Jr. quote from Victory Lane, you just don't know what Indy means. And images like that, the juxtaposition between Joseph jumping through the stands and Pato leaving his helmet on for 10 minutes after the race, that shows you what it means, both on the good side and on the bad side. And you never love seeing a driver hurt like that. You can only imagine what that feeling's like, but I think it does bring such an appreciation to everybody watching what it really feels like and what it really does mean to all 33 drivers lucky enough to take the starting grid.
There's a great exhibit over at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Hall of Fame Museum about the history of televising the Indy 500. And no greater words have ever summed up this, or sport for that matter, than the legend Jim McKay, who was the voice of the Indianapolis 500 for ABC for many years, and his opening to the legendary Wide World of Sports telecast. And those words were, "The thrill of victory and the agony of defeat." And that sums up everything. Joseph running into the grandstands and Pato not taking his helmet off for 10 minutes. It's ecstasy and it's agony.
Exactly right. And the other thing about it, Alan, is you never know if you're going to have that opportunity again. It's not by any means, a predestined thing that Pato, as the same driver coming with that same team, will be just as competitive and be within a shout to win. In this particular case, he has been within a shout to win on several occasions.
Yes.
But you never know if that's the last time your car's going to be that competitive. You're going to have as flawless a day to be in the fight in that last final, stint, last final run to the flag. And that's part of the crushing feeling as well, is just not knowing if you'll ever have a chance again to be that competitive, getting so close and not ultimately getting the win.
Well, to get the win, you have to put yourself into position to win, and nobody has done a better job of that these last 4 or 5 years here at the Speedway than Pato O'Ward. And certainly wouldn't rule out him being in position to contend for the win 26 days from now. Pato headed back to the attention of the Arrow McLaren team. Just ran 8 laps on the Speedway, best of them at 2:19.13, and that's the 10th best lap we've seen early in this afternoon session.
Yeah, I'm not a betting man, but I am a numbers guy.
Yep.
And when you look at the statistics of Pato O'Ward in the Indy 500, it's foolish to ever count him out.
Yeah, exactly. He. If I was making a list right now, 5 drivers to contend for the win at the end of our month of May, he'd be on that list.
Yeah, if you're moneyballing this thing,
yes,
you're not picking the 5.
That's right. So there is Pato's teammate Christian Lundgaard out there running together with Will Power. That's Ed Carpenter just off the pit lane ahead of them.
And this is interesting too, because when you've got Power and Lundgaard running together, Andretti versus McLaren, a Honda versus Chevy, already at this phase, even though most of the teams will be running around in what we would call practice power, maybe slightly reduced power numbers, you're already looking at, okay, can I notice a difference on how the other manufacturer catches, how I follow them versus the same manufacturer I've got. You're already trying to assess the competition and what little advantages they might have. So early running with the other guys, whoever that is, can be very informative even this early in the month.
There's Christian on the screen, 2:19.59. Driving for Arrow McLaren, car number 7, looking to be in his 5th Indianapolis 500-mile race. Qualified 6th, finished 7th a year ago in his first month of May for this team. Will Power coming at you around Ed Carpenter. Let's see, between Ed's 22 500s and Will's 18 500s, that's a lot of experience right there running together on the track.
Again, a lot of starter rings.
Yes.
Running out of digits between the two of them.
Got a couple toes left.
It's true.
Christian Lundgaard, Romain Grosjean, Rinus VeeKay, Power, Nolan Siegel on the Speedway, Marcus Ericsson. I talked about Ed Carpenter. Louis Foster has also just left the pit lane and is on the race course as well. No toe speeds early in our afternoon. It's Kyle Kirkwood with the best mark, a little over 220. Overall speeds, Connor Daly with a 222.9 in the draft. We're running here at a little after 3 o'clock Eastern time. We've had 5 hours of track time so far today. Started at 10 a.m. this morning. We've had several caution flags, but all have been for debris on the race course. No incidents so far in the day. And 32 of the 33 cars here at the test have put in some full speed laps. And here comes Louis Foster with Ed Carpenter. Carpenter going around. So you got a guy in his 2nd Indy 500 between a guy in his 19th and 20th.
Good company to be in. If you are the guy in your 2nd Indy 500, you want to do some learning. And there's Foster letting Power go by, fall in line. Again, the more time, if you're Louis Foster, that you can just run in traffic, just run in dirty air, you know, look, qualifying, it's a point of pride here. It's an important thing. It's a scary thing. Yeah. It's a lot of fun as an IndyCar driver. But with 33 cars lining up, you're not worried about making the show. It's about making sure you've got the best race car possible. And, you know, we saw Joseph Newgarden win from 17th position, something like that. I think Hunter Ray won from 19th back in 2014. Yeah. If you've got a car that's good in traffic, you can make moves and get your way up to the front. So that's got to be the priority, especially for these younger guys.
And think about this for Louis Foster. We talked about there not being an oval race in IndyCar for him before he took the green flag in last year's 109th 500. He qualified 20th and finished on the lead lap last year. He was P12, last car on the lead lap, but, you know, he was in the lead lap group, top 12, 500 miles all completed.
Very respectable job.
Absolutely.
Very respectable job. Not an easy thing to do, to be on the lead lap in your rookie event. And again, with a program that last year didn't have a ton of pace. It wasn't one they were, you know, jumping up and down with their overall pace, but just executed well on race day. Didn't have any mistakes. We saw, as we always do here at Indy, a lot of mistakes on pit lane.
Yeah.
It's such a risk here, you know, including our pole sitter, Robert Schwartzman.
Yeah. Getting on pit lane, getting off pit lane, contact between cars on pit lane, sliding through your box, stalling, leaving your pit stop. All of those things that are so easy to do, but all have to be executed flawlessly if you're going to have a shot. Well, Louis did them all well enough to finish on the lead lap in last year in his first 500-mile race, and is out there today working just his 7th lap of this afternoon session, in which we've seen 19 of the 32 eligible cars so far.
Harvey out there, P3 on the times at the moment, P5 on the no-toe. His teammate Connor Daly, P1 on the times, P4 on the no-toe. So again, both these DRR machines showing pace,
showing speed,
and showing consistency. I mean, one of the hardest things to do is get that kind of consistency across team cars. You can have the same crew build the cars in the same shop out of the same, you know, in theory, parts from the same vendors, and still sometimes see a wild spread in speed across different cars. When you can have 2 or 3 cars from the same team that close in pace, and again, I know it's early, but still, for the amount of running we've had today, for their no-toe pace to be that close, that's very encouraging. A, that it's consistent, but B, that it's quick.
And not just that close in pace together, but pretty good pace, too.
Exactly. Exactly right.
For sure. Well done for Harvey and Daly and Dreyer and Reinbold Racing on this opening day of the Indy 500 Open Test. Here is Graham Rahal out for his first laps of the afternoon session.
So, Alan, the clouds have covered a little bit, and we've seen about a 8 or 9 degree drop in track temp. So that's why it's important to try to get out at every phase of the afternoon that you can, because 10 degrees of track temp, you feel that from inside the car. That changes things. That's going to adjust how your balance will behave, and so how you want the car set up, maybe how you set your tools, because the track changes a lot over 500 miles, you know, various conditions. So it's interesting to kind of keep track of air temp and track temp, as well as the wind. And as a driver, you want to be out there in all these different conditions.
So can I expand on you know, look, they don't pick up and put down new pavement between races. So when we talk about track changing, there are so many different conditions that evolve every lap, every minute, all month long, all race long. The amount of rubber on the race course builds and builds and builds and builds. The wind direction, the air temperature affects the aerodynamics over the car, and what's most critically important, the grip you get from those 4 pieces of Firestone rubber that are the only contact between you and the pavement to keep you under control. All of these things factor into those minute adjustments to keep that grip equal among those 4 tires and give you the best pace you can produce.
Exactly right, and there's just so much experience up and down this pit lane from drivers and engineers that know, okay, if the track goes plus 7 degrees and the wind, that's going to have this effect roughly on the car. Then you add in the fact the wind's changed direction and it's gone up by 7 miles an hour. And we know that the humidity's changed by this. That's going to affect the engine and how it runs. Each condition change brings with it a change in the car. And these drivers and engineers have a toolbox of adjustments that they can make to counteract whatever balance shift comes with that. So you might have to do a little bit to help with the wind, a little bit to help with the track temp, a little bit to help with the barometric pressure or the air temp. So it's trying to find this perfect combination of 100 different settings for those conditions exactly on that day. And that's where the kind of black magic of it all, that's where the art, not just the science, but the art of engineering in IndyCar comes into play.
Because unlike, you bring your road car in and, well, there's a squeak or it feels funny or something. Now you're chasing a problem. Here, to use your line from earlier, you're trying to stay ahead of the racetrack all day long.
You got to be proactive, not reactive.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the most important things that you learn. I mean, not just over 500 miles, not even just over a single 30-lap stint. We talk about that in qualifying a lot. Over those 4 laps, when the cars are really trimmed out, you're relying so much on that Firestone rubber, it starts wearing even over 4 laps. The balance starts shifting. But if you're reacting to a change in the car, you're almost already a half step behind. The really great qualifiers here at Indy are able to predict and proactively make adjustments to their driving, to the tools in the car to make sure they're staying ahead of the balance shift that you think is coming based on the temperature, based on the track temp, based on the wind. These are all the kind of experience, the data points that you log into your head as you go through Fast Friday and you do all those mock qualifying simulations.
And all covered by that one line that goes in some of the financial commercials. Past performance does not guarantee future results. Here's Nolan Siegel out in the NTT data machine for Arrow McLaren. The young Californian who has been around for a while, but is still just 21 years old. Out of Palo Alto. He was the youngest driver in the field last season. And is on target to be the youngest driver in the field again this season. And Nolan has turned, to this point, 23 laps in our afternoon session. Best of them a 2:17.6 as Siegel prepares for just his second Indianapolis 500-mile race. Had a decent day last year until the last lap.
That's right.
He was the guy that brought out that yellow during the last lap when he ended up in the wall over in turn number 2, but he ended up 13th.
Yeah. You say Louis Foster was the last car on the lead lap. This was the first guy not on it.
Yeah.
Because of that last lap incident. But yeah, you're right. And this is a driver that we've seen can have that patience, which is what we've talked about so much already, is so crucial here at Indy. Been a slow start to the season for him. Tough start. Some results outside of the kind of performance targets that have been set for him and that he set for himself. But when you look at the team as a whole, certainly not coming out of the blocks as strong as they did at the start of 2025.
Yeah.
A sole podium, I believe, from Lundgaard.
And looking...
No, I think maybe 2 podiums from Lundgaard, because I think he had a podium in St. Pete and Barber,
And looking to step it up as a group. For Siegel, he comes in off his best race of the season, his best result of the season in Long Beach a week ago last Sunday. So early in the process here at Indianapolis, but Nolan Siegel looking to see if he can step it up from last year. One more spot.
You want to turn that into momentum, right? You want to have a great GP if you're Nolan Siegel. You want to go into the 500 practice week off the back of, let's say, your 2 consecutive best results of the season, just increasing, raising that bar. And that's really what that team, I think, needs, is that shot of a nice pop result. Something in the top 10 would be great. Something in the top 5 would be phenomenal if they're able to pull it off.
So Santino Ferrucci ran right up to the back wing of Romain Grosjean and then backed out of it, and we'll head back to the pit lane for AJ Foyt Racing. You see he's run the second best lap today. That was very early in the practice this afternoon session when he got out behind, that was Connor Daly. He was out there with, who has the top speed in our afternoon session. But Santino headed back to the attention of the AJ Foyt Racing team. 15 laps in the books. 2:21.7 is his best lap, and again, that's good for second overall. Top no-toe speed belongs to Jack Harvey, barely 0.05 of a mile an hour, over 2.5 miles around, over Kyle Kirkwood. Don't ask me to do that math.
Only 20 cars have turned competitive laps so far in this afternoon session. Some big notable absences. None of the Penske cars have been out. You're missing Rossi from that list as well. You know, certainly some of the rookies will have gone back after their session, do a set down on the car. I expected them to be missing some early running, so all the refreshers and the rookies were missing. But I'm surprised to have not seen, you know, the likes of Palou and the 3 Penske cars. I said, yeah, the 3 Penske cars having really run competitive laps yet.
No, we haven't seen them. So what we don't know and can't tell from here, right? Who's gone back to the setup pad as Alex Palou is on the racetrack now? Who's gone back to the setup pad? Who's maybe organizing up for a group run together in traffic, and they'll all suddenly materialize through Gasoline Alley and on the pit lane. You know, hey, at 3:30, let's do this.
Yeah, in fact, that could very well be what happens. Yeah, sorry, we did see Palou a little bit earlier, and he's now back out on track. Yeah, he's got 15 laps in.
Sorry, he was the first car out, I think, in the afternoon, or one of the first out, but only made a few laps and then
went back.
Yeah.
Again, probably assessing a change back to the pad.
Yep.
But those Penske cars haven't even been out to assess a change from this morning, so they might just, be heading straight to a group run. We saw them do a little bit of that even this morning, so high on confidence over at Team Penske.
Alex Palou, last year's winner of the Indianapolis 500-mile race, and looking to see if he can join that rare club of back-to-back champions. And you look over 109 years of history in the greatest spectacle in racing, it has not happened frequently.
No, it certainly hasn't. It certainly hasn't. I mean, if Joseph Newgarden hadn't done it, Marcus Ericsson would have, on that first one. That would have been a back-to-back. So we've come close in the last few years, and then obviously Joseph got it done. But incredible to think it's been that rare an achievement in 109 years of history of this event.
Speaks to the difficulty of what it takes to win the race once, let alone back-to-back years. But again, if I were making my top 5 list of people to be in contention to win at the end of 500 miles, Pato would be on there. Alex Palou would be on there as well.
No doubt. No doubt about it.
So Palou running just his 18th lap of this afternoon session. And that best lap for him is a 2:19.31 for Palou. That's good for 9th on the pylon at the moment. Here they are again. Ed Carpenter, Will Power. The tag team pair from different manufacturers and different race teams, but whose combined experience in this 500 accounts for a lot of miles. And out on the track for the second time this afternoon, working together in traffic.
It is interesting how they keep finding each other, isn't it? Because that's not going to be a coordinated effort from rival teams with rival engine manufacturers. That just seems to be luck of the draw.
Combined 40 years or so of Indianapolis 500 experience there. So there, look at the pit lane from turn 1. You see the teams that are on the pit lane and the teams that are not. The gap there where the Team Penske cars are, just the Alex Palou crew out there for Chip Ganassi Racing. And again, not an infrequent occurrence, but as cars go back into the paddock, back into the garages, and get on the setup pad and so on for the different changes that they want to make, and make sure that all the various settings are exact, so they know what they're measuring
Well, and that's just it. These, again, we mentioned it already, but these cars are set up so precisely to within a millimeter. You know, a millimeter off is something that a driver is going to feel on the racetrack and an engineer is going to see in the data. So if you're making an adjustment here on pit lane, some of those are, I don't want to say eyeballed. That sounds a little bit too rudimentary, a little bit too crude, but to a certain extent they are less precise than they would be back in the garage. So you'll make a change and then run the car settles a little bit, especially if it's a new build. Certain things will just sort of break in, and you want to regularly be going back to the pad to make sure that every measurement is exactly as you want it to be, and you're not driving around on something slightly outside of the scope of what you're talking about. And when I say pad, it's a flat pad that's measured to be absolutely flat, absolutely, you know, symmetrical, so that way you can throw the car on and see exactly where corner weights are, where ride heights are. All of those things are so crucial to lap time and to speed here at the Speedway.
And when you make the changes you want to make and double check and triple check everything on the pad, you hook it up to the tug with the wing in that toe position, bring it out to the pit lane, and your driver begins to get ready to go back to work. As we saw Takuma Sato standing nearby his number 75 Honda for Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing and beginning to unwind the earplugs and get the safety gear ready to go to climb back aboard that machine.
And you can see alongside the side pod here, this is that that wicker on the side that I was talking about. Really runs the length of the car to help prevent it from rolling over in a sideways, you know, situation. If the car spins 90 degrees, to stop the air from getting under it and rolling it over. So both sides of the car have that wicker now. That was introduced a few years ago.
And so the seat being put back into that machine. And Takuma Sato we'll see out onto the race circuit shortly. Only Kyle Collette is on the racetrack now. I think Louis Foster went out as well from the pit exit. Indeed he did. So two of the young drivers out there. There's Takuma back at Indianapolis, getting ready to go in his 17th Indianapolis 500-mile race. And again, a two-time winner, Takuma Sato. Always fun to see Takuma back at the Speedway. Looks like that's Romain Grosjean, who just fired up and is headed toward the race course and pit exit. A reminder that the month of May gets cranked up in a big way on May 8th. That's a Friday when we get going with two very full days of action for the Sancio Grand Prix, capped off by the NTT INDYCAR Series on the Speedway's Grand Prix course. Then we take a couple days for teams to turn things around from road course configuration to the oval, and we start on Tuesday, May 12th with Indianapolis 500 practice, 6 hours. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, then Fast Friday. Another 6 hours where we turn up the boost. PPG Armed Forces qualifying is May 16th and 17th. We have the now traditional Monday race day practice on the 18th. Then we get to Miller Lite Carb Day, Legends Day by Firestone the day before the race, and the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500 on May the 24th.
May 2-4, what a day.
Yeah. And I can't wait, and don't want to rush it past because I really love the whole month of May, the way that it unfolds. But it's going to be here before you know it, and it's going to be spectacular. If it's any, I mean, the last several have just been every year you leave and you go, oh wow,
yeah,
you know.
We have been spoiled the last few years. That's
we have.
Goes without saying, and hopefully the trend continues. I just feel like this current era, this current generation of car, everything about it, the teams have them so dialed. The drivers are at such a high level right now.
Yeah. While you watch Romain Grosjean get up to speed and Kyle Collette in front of him. Yeah, think about this. 12 of the last 14 years in the Indianapolis 500, we have had 30 or more lead changes. You know?
That's saying something.
And some of that, okay, is green flag pit stops, but those happen every year.
Right.
And if the field isn't bunched closely together, you don't run up the lead change total during green flag pit stops.
Correct.
You know?
Absolutely correct.
So the level of competition, 22 lead changes last year, 49 in 2024, 52 in 2023. Lead changes in the Indianapolis 500. Fun stuff.
And it makes it fun for the drivers as well. You know, it's flat out racing. Even though we talk about how long this race is and how patient you have to be, that is true. That is absolutely true to an extent. But you can't rest around here. You can't sleep around here. You've got to be on it for all 200 laps. You've got to be fully focused and trying to move forward, because it is just so competitive right now. And sometimes, even though you're trying to be patient, you still got to get the car on the edge in a way that it almost feels like 200 qualifying laps. You're just hanging on to the thing, especially when you're mired back in traffic in the midfield there. If you're in a string of 10, 12 cars, the thing can feel just awful compared to when you're running up front in clean air. Makes for a long afternoon, but that's why working on these race cars, working on that ability to make passes while you're in that line is so key. And a lot of those passes come from capitalizing on other drivers making small mistakes and maybe running out of patience, trying to force a pass that they don't pull off. You capitalize on that loss of momentum, position's yours.
And that really is a thing, right? Especially you try to force something into turn 1. Now you've broken your momentum. Now you're vulnerable at the exit of 2.
Correct.
Same in 3 and 4.
Correct. It's about being sure. It's high percentage decisions, right? You got to make sure that if you're attempting a pass, you are pretty confident you're gonna make it stick, you know, in the early parts, mid parts of this race, or else you can just find yourself, you know, held up by a car trying to get past. You're ending up 3 positions further down because you break your momentum having the lift on the exit of 2 or 4, and you just get a train of cars flying by.
Kyle Collette headed back to the pit lane. Romain Grosjean continues on. Marcus Ericsson, Rinus VeeKay, Nolan Siegel also are on the race course at the moment. We follow Grosjean here. So a couple of things from the perspective of someone whose only job here has ever been to spectate or broadcast, not be inside a race car. Come back to that, because it's going to take you a minute to answer that. But we've got a chance to talk to David Malukas right now with Georgia. So let's do that. Georgia?
Let's do that, Alan. Yes, I'm down here with David Malukas. I can see the Penske team kind of starting to come out. So I can only assume there might be some group running between the 3 of you. Is that the case?
That is the case, yes. We're going to run a little bit of our own program here to begin with, and then all 3 cars, we're going to try to do some group running, see what we can do. But all in all, we've been really comfortable. Nice slow start, just getting back into the swing of things here and getting ready for a month of May. Now,
you as a driver might be getting into the swing of things, but today was also your first time driving a Penske car at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. What was that like?
It was very nice. It was a good feeling, very comfortable. I mean, I'm loving this team and this car every day more and more, and just seeing the way the garage is done. I mean, it's so cool. They have all the history of all the wins and all the drivers. Feels cool to be a part of it and say that, hey, I'm a part of this. I'm at Team Penske, and I can do that. And then I go out there, and it's a blast. I'm just having so much fun, and even though it's been a slow start, I'm just happy to be here.
And speaking of which, we have the GP next week, and it seems like, I mean, this season, all things considered, it has been going pretty well. What's been your take on it, and how excited are you for the GP?
I mean, for me, I'm actually excited for the GP because I think historically for me, it's been a place that I've struggled with. So I'm really interested to see how it's going to be this year. But this season's been fantastic. You know, we're coming off on such a strong start, you know, having that consistency already. And even now, you know, we're still making mistakes here and there, and the potential, it's so high still, you know, even with being P3 in the championship. So I'm just in a really good spot. Like, there's still so much to learn. I don't feel like we're anywhere even close to our peak. And there's still a lot more of that season left to go.
This interview is also on camera, obviously. You wear the wrap on your wrist just to clear the air. Nothing is wrong with your wrist. Yeah. This is just precautionary, almost a superstition now?
Yeah, I mean, for me, there's nothing wrong. It's just I've been, ever since 2024, I've been using it. And now anytime I try driving without it, I feel like I'm driving with one hand. It just feels like something's not right. So now it's just almost, I get a wrap just because I'm so used to it now, and it needs to be that way.
Thanks, David.
Thank you.
David Malukas, if you think back to the year's first oval race, right? Got that pole position finally at Phoenix and finished on the podium there. Will not be shocked to see him in contention here for the 500.
And you mentioned it last year with AJ Foyt Racing, finished P3 on the road, P2 officially after disqualification. So he knows his way around this place. You know, all of his career podiums have come on ovals, so he's definitely got the performance, and now he's got the team and the car behind him.
Pato O'Ward back out, making some more laps. All right, so here are the two questions that I want a driver's perspective on. Talk about the intensity, being in the line of traffic, all that kind of thing. You ever smile during a race? Are there things that are fun?
Fun, yes. Smile. You know what? I can honestly admit it's happened before, but it's pretty rare. In 2016, you know, Hunter Ray and I were having a really fun battle at the front of the field, and you know, on one hand, we were just relishing being at the front of the Indy 500 and living out our dream. On the other hand, we felt like we were rental go-kart racing with our buddy, you know. And to have that feeling on the biggest stage in the motorsports world is pretty cool. And you had a small grin on your face at certain points. But it's serious business out there. I won't lie to you. I don't think the only person that's smiling is the winner after the checkered flag falls.
Yeah. Second thing I want to know, this place is so unique. The setup of the grandstands, the size of the crowd, and so on. We showed the video earlier of, you know, Connor Daly taking the lead and everybody jumping up in the grandstands. What do you notice from inside the car?
Nothing.
Okay, that's fair.
You notice, the biggest thing you notice is the difference between an empty grandstand in practice and the full grandstand come race day. They look so different. Those pace laps, those parade laps, which are, it's such an emotional moment for every one of the 33 drivers that gets to do it each year. And it's such a cool experience, and it's the time you really kind of take it in. But once the green flag drops, you're focused on that 60 foot of asphalt, and that's the strip you're focused on. I think it's important to kind of keep your eyes down and not let them wander up into the grandstands, because you could get lost in how impressive it is seeing 300,000 plus people, you know, cheering you on.
We love you, but I'll pay attention later.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly.
I'm busy. Yeah.
We'll get to that.
Yeah. Alex Palou, a factor for pole position. Regularly here these last few years at Indianapolis. I bring that up because we wanted to get the video in of a certain somebody here I'm standing here talking to, winning pole position for the 500 in 2016. Does it seem like 10 years ago?
No, it seems like 11.
Thanks.
No, it's yeah. I mean, what a day. I mean, coming back to the Speedway a year after, you know, the big accident, and that. The thing about qualifying here, man, is a pole here almost feels better than a race win at every other track. You know, it's such a special thing because these teams put so much into these race cars. You've got to put yourself and your car on the line to a degree that you really don't any other time of the year, maybe until the last 5 laps of the race.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of pride, I think, for these teams and drivers when it comes to being the fastest one around the Speedway in preparation for the 500. So that was a very special day.
You don't have to start on the pole to win the 500, but it certainly helps avoid a lot of things that certainly can happen on the first lap.
It's a nice view into turn 1, I'll tell you that.
That's for sure. So Alex Palou looks like he's headed back to the attention of the Chip Ganassi Racing team after a couple of more laps on the racetrack. Palou 26 in this afternoon session. And looking at the list of race winners so far in this NTT IndyCar Series season, you see a theme repeating itself. Palou, Palou, Palou. And of course Newgarden and Kirkwood. But Alex winning 3 of the first 5 races so far this season. The road and street courses have been a strength. The oval in Phoenix didn't really get a chance to contend.
That's just it. We don't really know what the potential was of Alex and the 10 crew there, just because of a fairly early incident. But, you know, he'll be the first to admit that 2025 was a bit of an anomaly year. You know, you don't expect to ever have a season quite as dominant as that. But you fast forward to 2026, 5 races in, he's won 3 of them. I hate to say it, but it's looking awfully similar. It's a bit of deja vu all over again.
They haven't lost any speed on their fastball.
They certainly have not.
For sure.
And the big thing is you're not sitting around if you're one of the other 24 teams. You know, every single one of these groups is trying very hard to make their programs better, their cars faster, their drivers more complete. But right now, the 10 program is just, you know, I hate to use the cliche term, but just firing on all cylinders. They're so in sync right now. It's going to take something big to shake them.
You don't have to apologize for the cliche. Some cliches, some old sayings get to be old sayings because they're true.
That is true.
And they sum things up really well.
Yeah, sometimes cliches exist for a reason.
Yeah, sometimes they work.
Yeah.
Takuma Sato back out on the racetrack. We saw Takuma and his team getting this car ready after coming off of the veteran refresher. For earlier session today where Sato was out there logging laps, and back out today as Takuma works on his entry for his 17th Indianapolis 500-mile race. Two-time winner. Started last year with his best ever qualifying effort at Indianapolis, which was, of course, the middle of row number 1 for Takuma Sato. So he'll work into turn 1 while Scott McLaughlin comes off of turn number 4 and heads to the yard of bricks.
Finally get a bit of a sense of what these Penske machines have in their back pocket. You heard Maluka say they're going to do some group running here, but I think everybody just getting out to get a run or two under their belt, get a balance check, make sure the drivers are comfortable with the setup before they go running around with their teammates.
And whatever changes they've made or whatever the next box is on the list of test items. So Will Powers back on the racetrack. Santino Ferrucci is back on the racetrack. Got Ed Carpenter, Caio Collet also out onto the speedway now. So just monitoring during my silence, message going out on the team broadcast channel from IndyCar Race Control that barring a yellow flag before then, they are planning on the track inspection at the top of the hour, about 23 minutes from now, and a brief break. So we'll keep an eye out for that at the top of the hour. Let's talk a little Scotty Mack here as he looks to be in his 6th Indianapolis 500. Can he become the 6th driver to win his first Indy 500 in his 6th start? You like numbers?
I do. I like it.
So there you go.
I'm a stats guy. I'm all about it. It's, you know, it's one of those things. He's not necessarily had the best track record here from a finishing standpoint. If you go back to his first one in 2021, his finishes read as 20th, 29th, 14th, had a top 6 in 2024, and then obviously last year, out before he got going, and classified as 30th because of some disqualifications. But he's been fast here. That's not been the issue.
Right.
It's just getting the full result in has been tough. And you talk to this guy, he is so motivated. He is so fired up. Loves this place so much, as they all do. But really still looking for that kind of first pop performance on Memorial Day weekend.
You feel the grind a little bit when you talk with Scotty Mack, you know, that nobody's putting any pressure on him more than he is, because he wants it so bad.
He wants it so bad, and it goes back to something we've talked about. It's that expectation. When you drive for Roger Penske, there's an expectation to be fighting for a win week in and week out, but especially here at the Speedway. And I think that's partly some of the expectation that Joseph Newgarden felt for so long, and eventually why that relief feeling was so prominent when he finally did win. You know, took 12 chances for Joseph. Scott's certainly hoping it doesn't take him that long. And he's putting in the work. He's putting in the effort. You know that he is at the shop. He's in the simulator. He's on the phone with his engineers. He is really trying everything he can. He's picking the brain of whether it's a Simon Pagenaud or a Rick Mears. You know, he's every resource available to him. He's putting in that effort because he just wants it so badly.
So remember when Georgia Henneberry talked to Caio Collet earlier. So here he is getting that first taste of traffic after finishing his rookie orientation program very successfully earlier today. Out there with his A.J. Foyt Racing teammate Santino Ferrucci, following Santino in traffic. Got to feel what it was like when another car comes past you, when Ferrucci just passed him a lap ago. So what does the air feel like when you're running that couple of car lengths off somebody's wing, headed into the corner at speed here? He's finding it out on the fly.
Feels dirty. That's what it feels. It's not a fun feeling the first time you experience it, but you know, you've obviously just got to not just experience it, you got to get really used to it, get really comfortable with it. Because when there's 33 cars on this racetrack, you're seldom in clean air unless you're running out front leading the race. So it's a valuable experience. He's doing a great job right now. He's kind of staying in lockstep, experiencing what it feels like. You see him turning in a little bit earlier than Santino to try to get a little bit of air on the front wing. He's backing off, again, right now, a little bit too much going into the corners. He's dipping down to indicate that he's coming into the pits.
Yeah.
But it's all just part of the learning process. And again, you've got so much time to build up to it. There's absolutely no rush at this point for someone like Kyle.
So Kyle will head to the pits, and Carpenter will pick up in the draft behind Santino Ferrucci. They're across the yard of bricks now and headed back to turn one. We've also got David Malukas on the racetrack, first time ever, and a new fast lap. Will Power has gone out and in the air behind another car, got up to 223 for Will Power. 223.15 for Will.
And look, you know, we obviously focus a lot on the no-toe times. That's the outright pace of the car, but toe laps are still important because it shows that the car's balanced enough in that dirty air when you're in that toe to still carry a decent amount of throttle through the corners. If your car, you know, you could be getting a great toe, but if your car's not handling well, you're having to crack the throttle so much in the corner, you're not really benefiting from that draft the same way. So to be able to pull off a time like that, you've got to have the confidence and that balance to keep your foot buried coming off a 2, coming off a 4, and really utilize the toe on the straight. So although it's not indicative of out-and-out pace, it is a little bit of a sign of whose car's handling pretty well in dirty air.
So Ferrucci and Power bail and head back to the pit lane. But there's your new leader in the clubhouse for the moment as far as fast laps on the day. Will Power, 223.15 for Andretti Global and Honda. Connor Daly second, Santino Ferrucci third. Romain Grosjean now jumps up to fourth, running in those traffic laps. And Jack Harvey is fifth. No toe speeds. Harvey still has the best of this afternoon session, followed by Kyle Kirkwood, Felix Rosenquist, Kiffin Simpson, top 5 in no-toe speeds, and Connor Daly. Let's see, what other numbers here while we have a second. Most laps run in the afternoon is Romain Grosjean, 48 laps to Rinus VK's 38. Fewest laps run, 2 of the 3 Team Penske cars. Of those that have run, you've got David Malukas for 4 and Scott McLaughlin for 3. We've not seen Joseph Newgarden at all in the afternoon session yet. 24 of the 32 eligible drivers are out there, though as you can see from that shot of the pit lane, we've got a lot more potential customers lined up at the cash register.
You see Newgarden getting towed out to his pit box now as well. And when you look at that top 10, it's a great mix on the engine side as well. Yep. Honda, Chevy, Chevy, Honda, Chevy, 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 Honda, Honda, Honda. 5 of each in the top 10. That's the kind of competition you want to see here at the Speedway.
Absolutely. And you did that well, by the way. Could almost be a bit for your podcast. I'm not sure. Well, it sure is a beautiful day to be at the Speedway for the first day of running for 2026. Thanks to everybody who's joined us out here live at the race course today. Hope you're having a good time. Just the beginning of what we're going to get to see over these next 5 weeks or so.
Hands up if you're looking forward to the Indy 500.
Yep.
All right, that's what we like to see.
Yep, there you go. Very good. And hi to everybody that's in the infield around the viewing mounds as well. And hope you're having a good day out there.
I'm just so glad that we're not having yesterday's weather today.
Yes.
That would have been tough. That would have been a tough day at the racetrack for everyone.
Yeah, thinking about everybody that that had a tough night. I know there were a lot of people that were without power this morning in some of the outlying communities of the Indianapolis area. But glad the weather's beautiful. Glad we're getting to see Indy cars on the Speedway at the greatest race course in the world. Little look at the schedule for tomorrow. We'll have our first 2-hour session of the day starting at 10 a.m. tomorrow. And we'll go for a couple hours, take a break for lunch, and then go for 4 more hours for all the eligible cars. I did talk to Kyle Novak, the IndyCar Series race director. They're evaluating, you mentioned before about sometimes in the past they've been able to work a special session in to help someone get through their rookie orientation program. They're looking at the schedule and the weather tomorrow and try to see if they can figure something out to get Katherine Legge out on the racetrack to try and do some of the work she was unable to do today by some of the electrical or the difficulties in getting her car out there. All right, well, it's quiet. Georgia Henneberry is wandering around to do some interesting things for us.
It is quiet down here right now. Will Power out of the car. You just did a substantial amount of laps out there, some with your teammates, some not. How do you feel like it went?
It went good, yeah. We just got through all the things we needed to get through, just trying to get traffic running. We'll go back and do a significant change and then do a similar thing if we can, get some traffic running and see where we stack up.
Has today been a bit of an adjustment for you as well? Obviously, your first time trying to get Andretti a 500 win, so there have to be differences between the cars and especially speedway cars that you have to get used to, right?
Yeah, it's the car's been pretty good so far. It's pretty similar. Obviously, you don't know till you're in a big pack and everyone's running, but being comfortable, let's say, because uncomfortable around here is not nice, so being comfortable so far.
Comfortable is important around there, but you are, we have 2 hours and 13 minutes left, making that substantial change and getting back out there today.
Yes, that's the key. Yep, that's what we're going to do.
We'll let you do it. Thank you, Will.
Thank you.
Will Power, one of the 9 former winners in our Indianapolis 500 group today, and fun to watch Will at work, pursuing victory number 2.
Victory number 2 here, but victory number 1 with Andretti Global. I think that's something that it's a partnership a lot of people were looking forward to seeing this season. Obviously that monumental change in the driver market with him leaving Team Penske and going over to Andretti, and it's a potent combination. As you mentioned earlier, had some struggles earlier in the year, but starting to find their stride, got their first podium together, and now looking for that first win.
A dose of wrong place, wrong time, part of that also. If you haven't been over to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Hall of Fame Museum, make it a part of your plan, either for today or for the month of May. Just always fun to see, and no matter how many times I've done it, I still go and do it. And I get something new out of it every time. Back on the race course now, Christian Rasmussen getting up to speed. So the thing about nicknames.
Yeah.
Where'd the mayor come from?
There's from a guy named Jim Bowie, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I didn't name myself that. I promise. There was a group that came up with that idea. The whole Hinchtown concept.
Yeah.
I was an innocent bystander. It was a dark basement office and a case of Miller Lite, and that's what came out of it.
Very good.
That's the honest story.
Very good. All right, Christian Rasmussen. Hasn't run much in this afternoon session yet. This is just his 8th lap on the race course. 25-year-old from Denmark, driving for Ed Carpenter Racing ECR in the ECR Splenda Chevy. He had his best run of his 2 prior last year. Qualified 18th, finished P6. Did Christian Rasmussen.
And I mean, he had an exciting month, man. He had a couple moments in practice, 2 spins off of turn 2 without hitting anything. Pretty remarkable when you think about it. And then had a moment in the race, one of the biggest saves on a restart. Coming through 3, coming to the green, got sideways 3 different ways, and managed to avoid hitting anything. So just putting his phenomenal car control on display in the race. But like I said, I don't want to say got lucky, but was fortunate to have 2, not 1, but 2 spins without hitting anything. Becoming more of a trend. And remember thinking back to Phoenix with Dennis Hauger and that amazing save off of 4, going backwards down the front straight, pulling the J turn and getting going again. If you can say you've spun on an oval without hitting something, that's an accomplishment in itself.
Go buy the Powerball tickets.
Yeah.
It's your lucky day.
Or don't bother because your luck's run out.
Okay.
I mean, you used it all up there.
Yeah. Rasmussen, best lap of the day was the one he just ran of the afternoon session, a 2:18.85 for Christian. Looks like Graham Rahal back onto the race course as well. as he exits the warm-up lane off turn 2 and onto the back straightaway. There's Graham.
Rahal's run 14 laps so far. Best lap of a 2:15.499. Second last of the cars that have run, only ahead of teammate Louis Foster. His best lap right now after 15 tours is a 2:11.9. I wonder if there's more to the story there, or if that's just genuine pace struggle out of that organization.
Or if there was a particular issue. Remember, they were late coming out onto the race course for the morning session because they were chasing an issue. Georgia reported on earlier when they fired it up and started plugging into the data and all that kind of thing. Didn't like something they saw. Just kind of looking back through my list there to see who's not been on the race course this afternoon yet. Joseph Newgarden, we saw his car be towed out.
Hunter A.
Elio Castroneves hasn't been out in the afternoon session, but ran a lot in the 10 to 12.
Schumacher.
Waiting on David Malukas, right? Just getting ready to make his first laps.
Hauger.
Alexander Rossi. Connor Daly. No, we saw Connor earlier. Yeah, we saw Connor earlier. Yeah, Hunter Ray. I think a lot of the guys that we saw in the 10 to 12 session.
For sure.
Going back and redoing things. Mick Schumacher. We seen Fro in the afternoon session. No, Rosenquist was out there.
Yeah.
All right, so just a few. And since I mentioned Joseph Newgarden has not been on the race course yet today in the afternoon session, Joseph exits the pit lane and joins the cars on track off of turn number 2 and onto the back straightaway.
You guilted him into it.
No, we saw him tow it out earlier. Don't make me more smart than I really am.
But they were just sitting there buying their time, and then they said, "Oh no, he's called us out.
Yeah.
Alan's called us out. We got to go."
Here's an install lap.
In and out.
Yeah.
For the 2-time champ, 2-time 500 winner.
Well, this just means we're getting close to seeing him. Right.
That is true.
Yeah.
That means he'll be out soon. And we sort of expected this, right? The 4 to 6 o'clock range is when we were really expecting teams to flood the racetrack, focus more on some group running. So you're either out on pit lane right now making some final adjustments, or maybe back in the garage making a final setup change, fueling up, bolting on a set of fresh Firestones, and then heading out, usually with your team, maybe in coordination with another team or two.
So this is something different than last year. Takuma Sato, the fourth Indy-only entry, if you will, for Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing. Last year, during all of the run-up to the 500, almost never ran with another car. Did all the single-car runs and so on. And they had such a rocket ship, both in the test session and when we got back for main practice. Almost never ran in traffic last year, to my recollection. I remember that standing out as a story to me. So here he is running with Graham Rahal now on the race course.
Well, he's towing Graham around. I mean, it's, Sato's sitting right now in P10, 12 laps on the board, 19 laps for Graham down there in P23. He just drove around and looks to sort of be driving away from, to a certain extent, Graham.
Ed Carpenter joining the race course off the pit lane. Scott McLaughlin is out there also. Scott headed for turn 2 now. But yeah, so whether this is to give a measure of where the 15 cars stands, whether this is to the run plan, let's get a little traffic going here, and that's what we're working on today.
It's interesting though, because this isn't the first time, if it's genuine, that we've seen RLL struggle a little bit for pure pace with their full season entries. But it always seems like Takuma, for the last handful of years, 5-6 years, has been the fourth car there. The pace out of that car has been quite strong. So
They're all headed in here, both of them, along with Ed Carpenter headed in. Yeah. Tucker was the exception last year, right? He had that single car pace all the way through, as evidenced in qualifying, despite the testing crash that he had and the rebuilding of the car.
Yeah, and
he was the leader of that team in qualifying pace.
He was on the front row. Graham, by comparison, 28th. Louis Foster, 20th. So quite a disparity there.
They're all headed back in to talk about it. Here's Scott McLaughlin as well after a quick trip out and back in.
Let me know that in about 5 minutes.
5 minutes, yeah. It's the track's going to be a yellow flag barring a further caution for a track inspection anyway, so not going to get a long run in right now if that's what your plan was.
I think this is a great opportunity, knowing that the break's going to be coming here. 5 or 10 minute break. Give teams a chance to fuel the cars up. You can't use the normal race day fueling system, so it takes much longer to get the 18.5 gallons of Shell fully renewable fuel into the cars during these practice sessions and these test days. So you take the time, fill it up, fuel it up, tire it up, send it.
Here is Joseph Newgarden at his first laps of the afternoon. Going to get a little run in here before the top of the hour. Our two-time winner of the Indianapolis 500. He's back again for his 15th try in the race. Last year qualified 17th. Check that, 2023. Qualified 17th, led 5 laps in the race in that win. Only one of those 5 before 7 to go.
Wow.
You know, got up there, was in the mix, but didn't really get to the front late. 2024, qualified on the front row, led the second most laps, did most of his leading around halfway, and then in the final 12 laps of that one. And then, of course, we know how that one turned out. We've showed you the highlight already between he and Pato. Last year had a mechanical issue that took him out of chance to win. But the Oval Master, 18 of his 32 career wins on oval tracks in IndyCar competition for Joseph Newgarden.
Super impressive numbers. I mean, that amount of wins, 2 championships, 2 500s. And again, at only 35 years of age, still a lot of racing years left in him, a lot of good racing years left in him.
Yep. Went to the top step of the podium in this season's first oval track race in the NTT INDYCAR Series out in Phoenix. And so Joseph, after the couple of lap quick trip around, is back to the intention of Team Penske. So a couple of minutes away from the track inspection yellow flag that is planned by NTT INDYCAR Series officials. And the thing we like the least, a quiet racetrack. Look at it though. What a beautiful day and a great sight. So there are your times and speeds. Will Power has posted the fast lap of the day at a 2:23.15. Followed by Connor Daly at a 2:22.97. Santino Ferrucci's in the 2:22s, 2:22.4 for Santino. Then Romain Grosjean, Jack Harvey, Ed Carpenter, Christian Lundgaard, Kyle Kirkwood, Scott Dixon, and Takuma Sato round out the 10 fast laps. Elio Castroneves' car being towed back out, getting ready for an afternoon run.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a lot of cars kind of roll out to pit lane now. I'm seeing a few drivers on scooters making their way to the pit box. It's quiet now. I don't think we're going to have quiet for too much longer. We know we got a track inspection coming, but once we're green after that, I imagine quite a bit of track action as we see a little bit of wind there. Those flags on top of the grandstands having a little bit of action. The wind sock on top of the pylon. Not too bad. Our indicator saying about 4 or 5 miles an hour.
Yep. David Malukas and the Verizon car getting ready for a go here after what will be a short break. Yeah, there are those flags you were talking about, James, beginning to ruffle a little more in the breeze than earlier.
And look, if those things were just, hanging down with no wind, like that's an amount of wind you're going to feel behind the wheel of an Indy car at pace. And the way it's blowing right now, slight headwind into turn 4 there.
Yep.
A little tailwind into turn 2. Not my favorite wind combination here, but one that you see quite a bit.
We'll explore that when the green flag waves again. So a track inspection, caution flag out over the Speedway late in our day 1 of the Indy 500 Open Test. During the break, let's do another episode of Doug and Drivers with Indianapolis Motor Speedway and IndyCar President Doug Boles, this time visiting with Will Power.
Well, hello, Indianapolis Motor Speedway fans. Doug Bowles here with you for episode 2 of the 2026 edition of Doug and Drivers as we lead into the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500 presented by Gamebridge. You all know me. You know my favorite driver is Connor Daly, my stepson. But if you take Connor aside, there is no doubt my favorite NTT INDYCAR Series driver is this man here to my right, our 2018 Indianapolis 500 winner, Will Power. I like him because of what he does on the track. I also like him because of the personality off the track. And this is one of my favorite moments every year when we get to sit and chat a little bit and different colors.
Yes.
I'm used to like really bright, and now I got some black I have to look at here.
There is black. I mean, they were talking about a white suit, but it sort of said, no, it gets too dirty, and you know, apparently you pee in your suit, so that's not good when you get on the podium.
Yeah, so you can hide that.
Yeah.
One of my favorite tweets of 2026 so far was about 12:15 in the morning when it just turned to 2026. Maybe it wasn't quite that early, but
yeah.
Will Power out running, getting ready for the 2026. A big change in your life.
First day at work. We're in 26, and I'm in the 26th.
Yeah, it is. It is a big switch. 17 years with Penske, you know, learning a new team and new people. But end of the day, it's an IndyCar. As you know, it's a pretty spec series. But I think the way cars are prepared and the way teams are run, pit stops, everything that goes into winning races really matters. And just walking around the new team, I'm very excited.
And you're actually taking up a partial residence in Indy occasionally just to be near the team?
That's right, yep.
Liking our weather so far?
I did. The weather's tough. There's no question about it. I did definitely enjoy the weather down in... Although North Carolina right now is pretty icy as well.
Yeah, so we're filming this in January just after the big snow. You did make it here. I was a little worried because a lot of us were in Daytona for the 24-hour race. That was your 24-hour experience. How was that?
I really enjoyed the 24-hour race. You know, we had 6 hours of yellow, which that was tough doing a couple of hour-and-a-half stints during that. Just kind of trying not to fall asleep and keep myself entertained with trying to save fuel under yellow. But I really enjoyed it. It was awesome to finish second. Obviously, after 24 hours and you're only 2 seconds behind first, it would have been nice
right.
to get a win first time out. But definitely going to do it again. It's an epic event. Would love to do it for the outright win. That would be really cool, but you know what? I'm going to do the Indy 8-hour again. I hope that's happening.
Yeah, loved having you do that. Absolutely.
Yeah, that was fun. I want to win it because I've won the overall, I've won the road course and IndyCar. I want to win a sports car race.
Then you just have to come later and do a Brickyard event.
That could happen too. Yeah, we could do it in Xfinity.
And, you know, we had a midget race, too. If you want to get in a midget, I'd be happy to get you in a midget. Get out there.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you let me know. I know our fans would love to see you in all those
You need to build a kart track there, too. Then we can have like a Supernats type thing.
Well, maybe that's we could do it the Will Power Invitational, and you can just pick and choose who you bring along.
Yes.
So one of the things, I know you win in the Indy 500, we talk about this a lot, just the way you celebrated to me is one of those just epic, magical moments, the crazy eyes, the excitement of you finally winning this at the Speedway. I know you'd love to win again, but you're such a qualifier and have been more poles than anyone in the history of the IndyCar Series. What would it mean to get a pole at the Speedway?
Oh, man. At this point, that would be a huge deal for me, never having a pole there. Been so close, been on the front row a number of times. Man, it's just funny that hasn't fallen into place because, as you know, you have to have the car, engine, driver combination team. You know, it's a tough place because sometimes cars, for whatever reason, are just faster. You know, you get the wind gust, all that stuff, all the stuff plays in it. And because at the end of the day, it probably just picks the pole. The place picks the winner, picks the pole sitter. So
one of the things I do in qualifying, especially in that Fast 12, as we're rolling our way through, and then when you kind of roll your way into the Fast 6 and where that's going to go, you start watching the weather. I mean, the clouds. When you're sitting in the car waiting to roll for qualifying, are you watching up, hoping that you get some cloud cover? I mean, are those things that, as a driver, you're just saying, "Come on, clouds, help me out"? Because just that little tiny margin of cool can be the difference in pole or 12th.
That is true. Just a little bit of track temp will help your run. Right. You won't degrade as much, you know, and it just ultimately just helps the grip. It doesn't really affect, you know, engine performance because the temperature doesn't change enough. But just the sun beating on the track. That's where the grip loss comes from, is that really hot track and the rubber just gets too malleable, it sort of melts in a way, and you just don't gain the grip that you would have on a cooler track. So yes, a little bit of cloud cover really matters.
So speaking of track grip, you and I talk an awful lot about track grip at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, about the RPE and all of the things that we've done. And I think I've told fans this, maybe one of my scariest moments was a time when we had done some work on the racetrack and you were certain it was going to make it worse, and you came in for a test, and I wanted to come see you. You still had your helmet on, but I could see in your eyes you were okay. It had worked out okay. But one of the things I love about you is how passionate you are about those little details. And as you know, we did some work on Turn 2 because of that bump that was there at the exit of Turn 2. Have you heard anything from any of the guys that have had a chance to run on it yet, or are you just going to wait until you get to April and see how that new surface there is at the exit of Turn 2?
I haven't heard anything. Yeah, I'll be interested. Turn 2 is a tough corner too, so I don't know how far around you fix that bump.
Mostly on apex exit.
Yeah, apex, I mean, that's when you're on the limit, so it can make a big difference on how the car behaves. If it's smoother or, you know, the repave has added grip, that will be interesting.
And I'm sure I'll hear from you.
You will definitely hear from me if there's a problem. I only want to help.
I understand, but you can also be pretty direct in your opinions. You just wear the emotion on your sleeve. Willpower is willpower. You get out of the car and you know where you stand, and I think our fans appreciate that about you. And you do it in a constructive way, I think, is really how it. And you're the first one to say when you've made a mistake.
Yeah. I mean, it's just my personality. I am a very emotional person. Probably control it better these days, you know, as I've got older. You know, it's because I care so much. I really care about, what I'm doing. I care about people. I care about safety. Yeah, it's the way I am. I can't help it. Everyone's different. And you know where you stand with me, put it that way.
So we just had an opportunity as we're here on Content Day. Will actually went over to the IndyCar Kids piece. Some of you may or may not have seen that by now if you haven't. But one of the questions you got in there was about Ryan Hunter-Reay, and was there ever a time that you and Ryan had issues? And it was interesting that you said, no, I really appreciated running with Ryan. There wasn't issues. And then you said, except in 2008, when you actually apologized to him.
That's right, yeah. No, I do remember that. Yeah, we didn't, that's true. I can't say that I really had many run-ins with Ryan on the track. He was pretty fair racer, and he's a very fair guy off the track. He really is. There's nothing malicious about him in any way. Like, he's never, you know, some drivers are sort of working behind the scenes or anything. I found him, very straight down the line, very nice guy, nice family. And I actually really enjoyed when he won the Indy 500 because, of the family history there with Becky and so on. So, it was very much an American racing family. Yep. So it was cool to see, but always appreciated Ryan. Very worthy champion and Indy 500 champion.
So new year, new team. What's the expectation for Will Power in the season and in May?
Just looking at it, I think we'll be very strong on street courses. I came from a team who was the best at short ovals and probably the best at Indy, so I have a lot of experience there. I know how that car feels, so I think we'll have an improvement there for sure. Getting to test at the short oval was great for us, and having a 2-day open test there is really good for us because it's our weakness. I actually feel like we'll be competitive. I think we'll have a shot at the championship. I do. I believe that.
So speaking of testing at Phoenix, I know you had a chance to get there, got some high line that we're really going to do, but if we can get that high line to come in, how's that racing going to be there?
If you have a second lane, it'll be amazing. That's the key, and I think the drivers need to learn that you have to go. If you're in the second half of the field, why not just be up there? It's your ticket forward right there. You open that lane. If you've got a fast car, you go into the front. If you have a fast car and it's a single lane, you're just going to sit there. I think that's the difference between us and NASCAR. NASCAR races ovals every week, and these guys just search lanes out. Like, it's very normal for them. We wait too long, then there's marbles, and you never get up there. And that's why the highlight session is good. It's not necessarily putting rubber down. It's actually giving drivers experience and up there, feeling the grip and knowing that they can be there.
So I was going to ask you that. I mean, is part of it just confidence of saying, I'm going to go up here and try it once you get up there? And it really takes that first person to get up there and be successful, and everybody knows, okay, I can go do that too.
Yes, once you get driven around a couple times, you're like, it's clearly working up there. Then people go up there and almost ends up being the fastest lane because down low is polished. It's polished, and You carry more momentum up there. It looks off the tires a bit. It is smart. Like if I'm at the back, man, I'm trying to get the guys around me. Let's all run up the top. Like it's only going to help us go forward.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you were able to pick up that second Indianapolis 500 win, how do you make that celebration better than the first one?
The last few years, people just park on the front straight. So, if I get out of there and get up in that crowd, I can't imagine. It'd be pretty epic. I mean, it's amazing, man. Like, to win that race, to win it again would be it's so hard to do. Put yourself in that place and be there at the end. It's funny, like, I think you've got to love the place. You can't, have any sort of trepidation, a bit standoffish. You've got to really all be in and want to win it badly, but enjoy it. That's my feeling. Like, when you're having a bad month and you go into the race with not the right attitude, rarely do you end up at the front competing for the win.
Yep. Well, there you have it, Indy 500 fans. A little bit of a moment with Will Power. As I said, there's nothing quite like a Will Power in a race car or hanging out with Will Power outside of it. We're excited to see what this new colors, this new team, and this new season has in store for Will Power, and we may see him for the second time in victory lane, or maybe not, depends on where he decides to stop for the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500 presented by Cambridge. Until next time, this is Doug and Drivers.
Yeah, fun stuff. And atop the star stand, the green flag is waving, and the race course is open again for our final hour and 48 minutes of this day one Indy 500 open test. And you see quickly we have a number of takers headed off the pit lane back onto the race course. Got David Malukas, Scott McLaughlin, Pato Award. Two of the A.J. Foyt Racing cars, Santino Ferrucci, Caio Collet, both of them headed out. And so that's the initial rush, and wouldn't be surprised to see those five get together into a group and do a little team running here. McLaughlin, Malukas, Award. And we'll see how long it takes till Joseph Newgarden joins this group on the race course also. Nolan Siegel headed off the pit lane trying to join in. There's an art to timing your run from the pit box onto the race course to join a group when you're trying to get together with people in practice.
Oh, absolutely. There's a program that all the teams have on the timing stand that can show you a moving dot of where your car will exit onto the track if you left right now. And so there's a lot of the practice comes, at this test, and the first few runs of opening day is, all right, when do I have to send the car to make sure I'm either at the front of this pack or just tagging on to the back of it, depending on if you want to be leading or running in dirty air immediately. So quite a skill set for the strategists on pit wall.
Calculated from where your pit stall is, making sure, it's factoring in the pit road speed limit and what you understand your car's capabilities to be on that pit exit lane, because you can't cross that line that separates the pit exit lane from the actual race course without getting a penalty. So
yeah, on the short shoot, you can drop your right side tires across.
The car cannot completely cross that center white line there without getting a penalty. So right now, 3, 4, 5 car group with a 6th pedaling hard to try and catch up.
You see McLaughlin and Award there. Nice aggressive turn in from Pato. He's confident in the back of that race car to be able to kind of give it that much wheel into the dirty air behind McLaughlin. And stays right with him through 3 and 4. That's a well-handling race car this early in the day. And by early in the day, obviously we're late in the day, early in the run, I should say.
I think we knew what you meant.
Yeah, I think so. Does anybody ever really know? Do I even know, Alan, half the time?
That's a question only you and the voices in your head can answer.
Well, we have a party. All
there you
all
go.
8 of us have a real good time.
I'm just curious on your observations from, doing this a zillion times and understanding what you're trying to find out when you're in a line. Say, pick McLaughlin right here. What are you trying to learn?
So McLaughlin, he got passed by Pato, I think, pretty straight up. I think he let Malukas go by because you want to know what you feel like in two cars of traffic, in 3 cars, in 4 cars. You kind of need to feel all these differences to know how much the balance changes with each successive car that you're running behind. So Scott's just trying to fall a little bit further back, not happy, wants to come in and change something, drops below the line there to just signal to Ferrucci he's coming in. But that just creates a little bit of a gap between Santino and the 2 cars in front on track. So now he'll have a nice tow. That's a really nice gap for Santino, a 2-car draft, about 2 seconds behind, maybe less. This will be a nice good lap for him. He's already sitting 3rd on the charts right now.
Let's check the speed here at the Yard of Bricks for Ferrucci. Yeah, not that great.
Because he had to check up.
Yeah. So while we watch this group on the track, let's talk to some more of the drivers getting ready to go, including Jack Harvey.
Hollywood
is with Georgia.
It is Hollywood, Jack Harvey. He's my teammate for every month out of the year but the month of May, and he gets to do something very cool, which is driving the Indianapolis 500. So we have announcer Jack, we have pit reporter Jack, and now we have driver Jack. Back and better than ever.
Thank you.
How does it feel?
It's honestly, G, I mean, we spent so much time talking about it. You already know. It's just cool. There's so many words that feel basic to describe what we're getting to do. But ultimately, I'm a huge race fan, petrol head. So having the opportunity to come and drive at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, circulating with all these other hooligans, I mean, it's just a great time, honestly. And I've been enjoying watching some of the pack starting to form and seeing who's already kind of showing good cars, etc. So it's been fun.
So I could tell a little bit earlier in the season there was a shift where you can really tell that you were gearing up.
Because I stopped drinking.
It's
because I probably stopped drinking.
Aside from that, there are some other things that you can tell. You're really locking. You're really starting to get focused. And now that it's here, do you feel prepared for the journey that is the next month?
I do, actually. Yeah, it's been fun. Realistically, when it comes to like fitness training and the kind of just the general preparation, I never just do nothing. Ultimately, you never know when a call might come from a team to say, hey, an opportunity is arising, do you want it? So just in the case that it ever did arise, I wanted to be ready, knowing that we were going to get to drive in the Indy 500 anyway. So that as a constant has always been there. I definitely ramp up to the 500 in terms of nutrition, which is probably what everyone has.
Liquid or solid?
Yeah, either or. I get FOMO though when everyone else is partaking. And although actually, me and James went for a run in Long Beach, and we got absolutely blitzed by our buddy Brandon. And originally, I wasn't sure who was slowing who down, like if I was just the slowest of the group, and it just turns out Brandon's wickedly quick. So I don't know if James even can segue in, because it's one of them rare moments where I get to say something maybe and he can't reply.
And I know Brandon's watching. So
and Brandon's watching. Well, shout out Brandon, I guess.
So you were insanely strong here last year. Do you feel that same kind of momentum coming into this year, given all the circumstances?
I hope so. I mean, as a team, we all felt confident with some of the acquisitions that the team were able to make in terms of personnel, and then just kind of bring in some new information, maybe a different philosophy and thought process. And we've tried it this morning, and I don't know how much you can really read into some of these things, but our no-tows have looked pretty good, and that's what we focused on this morning. Actually, in some regards, doing the refresher, I was telling this just before we put the headset on, it's actually, outside of doing ROP my first year, I've never had to do the refresher, where I actually got a few extra sets of tyres to do it. So then when we came to doing stage 2, we just kind of went straight into our testing plan because the balance was good. So maybe, I don't know, maybe that was a slight advantage today, I don't know. But we're going back to the garage now. We're going to go back out in race configuration, but it's at least just last year on day 1 we had a hybrid issue and we didn't get to do any laps. Our race car, we know last year at least, was good, so qualifying has been the focus in the off season. So if we can just find that balance of both, that would be pretty groovy.
Okay, last question for you. And James and Alan, if you have any questions, feel free to jump in afterwards. But you do get to be our teammate on the Fox broadcast every weekend except for this month. How have you been liking that role? This is now your sophomore year doing that. So how's the transition been?
Well, I mean, how do you think it's gone from year one to year
fantastic.
2?
I love working with you every weekend on pit lane.
I think it's super good fun, and probably just the familiarity of it now, kind of knowing how a weekend unfolds, when it's time to go and, you know, poke someone on pit lane and really not just ask for the answer, but kind of really need the answer. I still feel so new to it. Like, I mean, you and James and everyone on our crew, I mean, they're such seasoned pros that I still feel like I'm always the one trying to just absorb and learn different bits and bobs. So I'll be back with you guys for Indy GP, and then after that point, just hand the microphone back and be like, see you in Detroit.
Yes.
So hopefully we're doing something good and you're like, we need to go and talk to Hollywood.
Yes. Thank you for joining us today also. I know you want to get out there, probably do some group running, as we have a little over an hour and a half left. So Hollywood, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Georgia, thank you. Jack as well. Look forward to seeing you out on the race course here shortly. So now beginning to see some of these fun groups form up.
And can confirm our friend Brandon absolutely waxed us on that run.
Yeah.
So he's not wrong. Jack's not wrong. No, this is a good little group. And I was actually, while Jack was talking, pay attention to Kyle Collette, who was part of this for a little while.
Yep.
And you can kind of see the early experience, you know, being gained there from Kyle. Got passed by Pato. Tried to fall in line. Had a good amount of understeer coming off of turn 1 as he fell into that dirty air. Immediately pit. I bet that's what he was pitting for. So it's all just part of the experience. You got to kind of put yourself in these positions. Sometimes they're pretty uncomfortable positions, but come race day, you're going to be put in a lot of uncomfortable positions, a lot of which you won't even have the opportunity to experience until race day when it's all on the line. So you got to put yourself in as many of those uncomfortable situations as possible.
And a look at Kyle and his car in the box. Talking it over with the timing stand after that effort. And, you know, I suspect part of it from the timing stand can be, okay, is that something we need to change on the car, or is that just you learning that for the first time? And you got to catch that. That's you know. So it's all part of being a rookie at the Indianapolis 500.
It's all part of the experience, and that's going to be the conversation that they're having, right? Luckily, you've got some experienced engineers there that can kind of look at the data, and they can tell the difference, right? They can see a percentage downforce loss on the front that would equate to X amount of understeer, roughly speaking, and can kind of say to them, hey, look, it's a pretty standard feeling. It's a pretty standard situation here. That's just a feeling that you've got to get a bit more comfortable with.
And can be something, you know, as you dig into the data and the noses. Look, here was Santino. He had those too, right? So all part of learning what it takes to get around the Indianapolis 500 as we work through this day 1 of the Indy 500 test. Watching on the Speedway now, headed into the corner, you've got Louis Foster ahead of Pato O'Ward, David Malukas and Scott McLaughlin pedaling hard to try and catch up.
And Pato's been out there for a while. This is a good long run for him. Just kind of burning through a set, full fuel, see what the balance shift is.
So full fuel is going to be, if you run the whole run, somewhere in the area of 28, 29 to 32 laps, depending on where you are, how much you're leading, how much you're in behind the other car, and where your settings are on the car. There's Malukas right behind Pato.
Yeah, you'll get much better mileage, you know, running in the line, not out front. Out front, you'll be pinned. If you want to save, you got to kind of back it off on the steering wheel with an engine map setting. Maybe you can get away with a small lift, but in traffic, you're lifting quite a bit, just getting towed along on the straight. So the fuel mileage advantage being second, third car in line can be enormous. And that's often a big part of the strategy here in the first half of the race. You almost don't want to lead.
And we've seen in recent years as well, when you get a couple cars from the same team up there at the head of the pack, they can trade off the lead and share the load, if you will, in the fuel burn and extending, you know, to make sure you stay on schedule with some of the other drivers and teams.
Pato there doing a Brave move on the inside of Louis Foster into turn 4. Foster just struggling for that pace, still 27th and last of the cars that have run laps.
Going by Alexander Rossi, who is back out for the first lap of the afternoon session, this afternoon session that he will make on the day.
Yeah, I imagine some sizable changes being done to the 20 car after the morning run. That's why there's only coming out later this afternoon.
Ryan Hunter-Reay out, looking to tag to the tail end of this group.
Good little group. 5-6 cars. That's plenty to kind of get a good handle on the thing for the first run.
And it's funny. So I'm looking back from like Malukas, and you know, one of the things that you're finding out, how far back is too far back. As Foster, you know, is he able to keep in line there or not? And then even further back from that, Hunter-Reay, where he is off the tail end of this group now. Is he going to be able to catch them? Where does that draft really kick in and be enough of an impact where he'll be able to close up on the tail of his pack?
Well, one of the big things to remember is in this kind of running, you've got exactly what you're seeing happening now. You've got drivers pulling over, lifting off because they want to fall further back, which is what Rossi just did. That slows the whole line up. And so you can catch a group from further back than you normally would under race conditions when everybody's pushing and nobody wants to give up a spot. And that can sometimes create a great opportunity for a big PR lap, but sometimes can actually get you in trouble because the group's not moving as one. They're sort of ebbing and flowing within a 4 or 5 car run, as we see Hunter-Reay there going by Nolan Siegel.
So that last lap, Pato O'Ward was the one that pulled out of line, but he dropped back in front of his 2 Arrow McLaren teammates that are out there. He dropped back in front of Nolan Siegel and Ryan Hunter-Reay. So now you've got 3 teammates there, although Pato's gotten away from Hunter-Reay in the traffic.
Yeah, he's got Foster in between them now. Foster's last lap at 2:16.5, so he's found a little bit of speed. Still only 26 on the charts, but it's a little bit quicker than he's been running as he's kind of keeping up with that pack right now.
Malukas headed toward the pit lane. Kyle Collette's back onto the race course. Takuma Sato back out onto the speedway.
The other thing that comes into play at this point is tire life. You've got guys joining this group at different stages. Pato's been out there almost this whole time. I mean, he's got to be close to 2/3 stint, where you have, you know, the 2 teammates. You have Hunter-Reay, who's kind of come out a little more recently, fresher tires, makes you feel a bit sporty compared to your teammates. But I got to be honest, for the amount of laps that Pato's been out there, car's looking pretty solid, looking stable. You don't see any big moments. You see him able to follow relatively closely as Rossi lets his boss by, Ed Carpenter. So that 5 car looking pretty sporty.
He'll let the boss by. It's not race day.
Exactly right.
That's it. So Carpenter running in the middle of this group. Ed has put 33 laps on the board in the afternoon session. Best of them was his 18th at 2:21.24. That's good for 11th on the speed chart. Best no-toe speed still belongs to Jack Harvey, who we just spoke with, 2:20.32, and Will Power is still at the top of the board in overall fast laps of this afternoon session at 2:23.151. That's Ed Carpenter poking out a line with Rossi behind him, getting around Takuma Sato.
This is one of the other things that the rookies have to learn. You know, Kyle Collette's back out on track. Here's Dennis Hauger now as well. How to play in traffic. Right? How to set yourself up, how to let those cars by, how to position yourself in line where you want to be. That's a very specific skill, and it can go wrong if you're not doing it correctly. So that's something that these drivers doing this for the first time kind of have to pick up on is, all right, when do I start lifting? How much do I lift? I don't want to create any, you know, hazardous scenarios, any dangerous scenarios for anyone. But it's easier said than done. It's, again, one of those things you kind of have to just live it for the first time. And you might get it wrong once or twice and tick off one of your competitors. You might get a Takuma Sato coming up to you after the session being, hey, bro, you got to be careful down there in 3. You can't just dump the throttle like that. These things do happen. But, again, all part of the learning experience here.
Absolutely. We've seen 29 cars on session in the afternoon. Let's check back with Georgia, who I believe has one of the drivers who's not been out yet.
Yes, Stingray Rob turned 3 laps earlier today, but has not been out in this afternoon session. What's going on back here in the garage? Because there's a lot of work happening.
Yeah, unfortunately, we had to do an engine replacement today. I did a few laps early on, felt a weird vibration, and just came back into the pits, went back out to check things out, and then same thing. So it's unfortunate, but the Team Chevy crew got it diagnosed very quickly. We did kind of waste the whole morning session in order to diagnose it, but once we were back here at the garage, they said, yep, we'll get to work. And then obviously motor going in now. They said 4:30, it's 4:31. We're a little bit behind schedule, so I'm hoping we can get out there. But obviously, first day at the Speedway, this is not what we want. We want as much track time as possible, get to work, start testing things, but we'll be on the back leg going in tomorrow.
Thanks, Stingray. Hopefully we can get out today, but if not, we'll see you tomorrow.
Good, thanks.
Stingray Robb looking to be in his 4th Indianapolis 500-mile race, so tough day 1 of the Indy 500 Open test for the Idaho native. Some other sub-stories within the running we're seeing on the track. Remember that some of the drivers that are rookies that maybe finished the 1st and 2nd phases of their rookie orientation program earlier today and have to finish the 3rd. Dennis Hauger is counting down the final few laps that he needs to be free and clear of all 3 phases of the rookie orientation program, and he's on the speedway doing that now.
Yeah, luckily able to do that in this session. Last lap was not good enough. Last lap was a 2:14.0 for Hauger, so he's still got to get, I believe it's 6 left.
6 at 2:15 plus.
And that was a 2:12, so he's logging laps, but he's not counting towards completing phase 3 just yet. Got to get a little more comfortable, keep that right foot a bit more planted. He's fallen to the back of that line. There's not many cars left on the track now, so he's got some clean space to try to get these laps in.
Yeah, he also might just be making his first couple laps here after a big change. And so you see Dennis Hauger already coming back toward the pit lane in that Dale Coyne Racing Honda. But he still has 6 laps of 2:15 or better to go to knock out his rookie orientation program phase 3. So on the race course now, Nolan Siegel, Caio Collet, Alexander Rossi, and Dennis Hauger now coming off the race course. Let's see, Pato Ward is heading back onto the race course off of turn 2 onto the check that he's just come back down the pit lane off the race course, and to the attention of the Arrow McLaren team.
Only 2 cars on track now, Siegel and Rossi, former teammates.
People who got their first IndyCar top 5 in the Indianapolis 500.
I mean, that's...
I'll take IndyCar trivia for 200, Alex.
I was going to say, there's got to be a couple on that list.
There are. And you'll recognize the names.
Well,
because it's in kind of recent times.
Okay.
Ed Jones.
Oh, that was his first top 5.
And first IndyCar top 5.
Race.
3rd in the 500, and
17 was it?
Max Chilton.
Yeah, yes. Okay.
Finished 4th.
Okay.
And Nolan Siegel looking for his first top 5 in the NTT INDYCAR Series. He's come close. He's finished 7th is his best IndyCar finish, but a couple of spots further ahead than that. And again, we mentioned earlier, he was having a decent run. He crashed on the last lap last year and still finished 13th. So.
Yeah, I mean, do you take that as a successful day or not? It's kind of hard. If you told him he was going to finish 13th, he probably said, I'll take that.
You know.
But
if he had finished 13th and finished that last 3/4 of a lap, they'd have probably said, yeah, solid first try.
Right. I imagine the boss TK was less thrilled.
The profit and loss statement on that race changed dramatically 3/4 of a lap from the checkers.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Siegel out there working in line there with Alexander Rossi, former winner of the race, driving that ECR number 20.
Rossi's jumped up 2:19.9, puts him 17th on the speed charts at the moment. Siegel up there in 5th.
They're both going to jump off the race course and come back to the pit lane to the attention of their team. Looks like we got one new taker headed off of turn number 2. And that is going to be the 4-time winner, Elio Castroneves, headed out onto the racetrack now.
Was probably hoping to run in traffic, and everyone's come in now right when he's gone out.
No fun for you.
No, often you want to go out and assess a change again on your own in clean air before you start playing in traffic.
Elio in his 26th Indianapolis 500-mile race. 31 times he stood at the top step of the podium in IndyCar competition, and 4 of them in the biggest race in the world.
Not a bad hit rate.
He's been okay.
He's been all right.
Just so much fun to talk to. Still, even to this day, the passion for everything racing. Just so evident when you have a conversation with Elio Castroneves. I remember being with him when he drove a car on dirt for the first time for a couple of practice laps, and he got out of the car and he still had the helmet, the balaclava on, but I just happened to be standing there. He came walking right over to me, and he put both hands on both my shoulders and kind of gave me a little shake and said, "This is so much fun."
Was this SRX?
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember that. I got to drive a couple laps at Eldora doing that with you. That was a ton of fun. I get it.
Yeah.
And this is the thing, he'll drive anything, man.
Yeah.
You give him the opportunity, he will jump in and drive the wheels off it. You mentioned doing some Brazilian stock car stuff still, and he just loves motorsports, loves competing.
And loves the Indy 500.
And absolutely adores this place, and it adores him right back.
Yes, it does.
20 years of success here.
So Elio running just his 9th lap of this afternoon session. Remember that he was one of the ones that had to do the work in the 12-2 rookie orientation and veterans refresher session, and put a lot of laps in during that session on the race course. So Elio back out there now working on the test plan for Meyer-Shank Racing in this number 06 Honda powered machine. Scott Dixon back on the race course as well. He's across the yard of bricks, continuing to do some work. Another former winner of the 500.
So Elio out there with nice clear racetrack. Last lap by a 2:17.1. Let's see what he can do now. He's wound it up. What kind of pace out front, clean air, the 06 has. Right now he does sit P3 on the no-toe times with a 2:19.6. Has he made it better? 2:18.1. So again, don't know where he's at with fuel and tires. The chance he's got quite a bit of fuel on board.
Yeah.
But that's a good indication of proper race pace. Out front, by yourself, leading a pack. If you can be in the 2:18s to 2:20s, that's kind of where this race settles in when it comes to race pace.
Just looking at the fast laps of this afternoon session so far, you see that R designation for rookie. Pretty good for Caio Collet, along with his teammate Santino Ferrucci. So 2 of the A.J. Foyt racing cars up there in the top 6 of the afternoon session on this opening day of the 500 test.
And it's like I was saying earlier, you know, we don't look at no-toe, or we don't look at the toe times, the outright speeds, when you're thinking about, you know, single car, single lap pace. But at the same time, it's a good indication of balance, because you need to have a comfortable race car to keep the throttle buried when you're in that dirty air and pull off one of those big toe laps. So the fact that Collette's able to run something like a 2:22, it just shows that his confidence is growing. And obviously the cars are quick, like you said, with Ferrucci up there in the top 3.
Castroneves back to the pit lane and leaving Scott Dixon alone on the race course. Scott's run 19 laps. This will be his 20th of the afternoon. Best of them 2:20.15. Puts him 15th on the overall speeds. Here, obviously, out there working by himself on whatever the latest item is on the test plan for the Chip Ganassi Racing Team and its PNC Bank Honda squad.
Mid 2:18s for the last few laps for Scott. Again, pretty solid single car pace. All out there by himself. Assessing a change. You see the sun out. Track temp's kind of holding steady. Clouds have broken a bit, but as the sun's kind of starting to go down now, 104-degree track temp.
So, and the wind direction stayed pretty consistent as we built through the afternoon. You talked earlier about your least favorite wind combination here. What was it again, and why? Why is it your least favorite?
So for me, the direction that we've had today, so kind of from the front straight across wind to the back straight, basically what that gives you is a big tailwind into turn 2, which turn 2, the last sort of 5, 6, 7 years been very difficult, very tricky, especially with that wind direction. It takes a bit of downforce off the car as soon as you turn in, and then also just it pushes the car broadside once you're sort of mid-corner and normally creates an awful lot of understeer on exit. And then conversely to that, you get through turn 3, and as you turn into turn 4, you've now got a headwind, and that really just pins the front of the car down and makes it very sharp at turn-in, and can make turn 4 feel very unsettled at the back of the car as well. So one of the toughest wind directions right now. The amount that it's blowing, 2 to 4, maybe 5 miles an hour at times today, not too bad, pretty manageable. But when you're here and you're seeing 20-mile-an-hour gusts really in any direction, it's bad news.
And that's because when it's a steady wind and a steady direction, you can predict it.
Correct.
But when it might be 5 miles an hour, it might be 20 miles an hour when you get there. That's when it can catch you out.
Because again, you tune these cars based on the speed that you should be going. So in race trim, call it 218 to 220.
Yeah.
If all of a sudden you have a 10-mile-an-hour headwind, the air that's flowing over that car, it doesn't know how fast you're going relative to the ground. It doesn't care. It just means that the air that's hitting the car is going 10 miles an hour faster over the car. And 10 miles an hour faster is going to change the aero profile, the aero map. It's going to change the balance. And that's not what the car's tuned for. So again, if it's a steady wind, you can tune for it, you can predict it, you can adjust. If one lap you don't have that wind and the next lap that gust hits you, that's a massive difference. A 10-mile-an-hour difference in airspeed for these cars can be huge and can really have a negative effect.
And the only guy that can tune for it then is the guy behind the wheel with his hands and his feet.
And a prayer.
Yeah, that too.
That sometimes helps.
Here's Felix Rosenqvist out. Haven't seen Felix a lot in this afternoon session, but we're seeing him now. When he was out earlier for a little 4-lap run, he did the 4th best no-toe speed of the afternoon at 2:19.41. And as far as overalls, Felix just running his 9th lap of the day. That last one a 2:18 flat. And again, solo on the speedway, although here comes Ryan Hunter-Reay at the pit exit. Louis Foster is also on the race course, about a half a lap separating Rosenqvist, Hunter-Reay, and Foster now. Here's Hunter-Reay, with Rosenqvist coming up right behind him.
This is an exciting pairing. I think a lot of people are really, really curious to see how this one plays out. We've seen that car have some pace before. And when I say that car, I mean the 4th car run by McLaren. Last couple years had Kyle Larson in it, who's done a very good job in qualifying. It's had pace. And now in the hands of a driver with a ton of experience around this racetrack. He's got a ring here. He's got a baby Borg at home. And again, coming off an incredible effort, incredible drive last year, ultimately coming up a bit short. But this combination is one I'm excited to see. I know a lot of fans are excited to see what they can do, and no doubt strengthens the whole lineup here at McLaren.
I'll tell you a couple of people that are most excited to see what they can do. Ryan Hunter-Reay and Tony Kanaan.
Yeah. Yeah, Ryan wants to prove he can still do it, which I think he did last year, and Tony wants to prove that he's really smart, which by hiring Hunter-Reay, I got to be honest with you, pretty smart.
Yeah.
I like that move.
Yeah, I think so too. And Ryan just so excited to come back here to Indianapolis again this year and feel like he has another shot at another win. So falling in behind Takuma Sato here on the race course in turn 4. North end of the track.
2 old pros, 2 veterans, 2 500 champions, both coming here, one-offs with great teams, good opportunities to add to their win tally, and out there playing around together, just sparring a little bit.
And all that experience to bring to the younger members of their race teams. I mean, think about if you're Louis Foster or you're Mick Schumacher, you get to talk to Takuma Sato and Graham Rahal about driving in the Indianapolis 500, and you're Nolan Siegel. You get to talk to Tony Kanaan and Ryan Hunter-Reay about the Indianapolis 500.
The one I'm really curious about is Christian Lundgaard, because, you know, we know the talent that driver's got. I mean, he's shown pace so many times over his career. And I would say that if you had to point to an area that there's still room for improvement, it is on the oval side. And I think it's been pretty well documented that as phenomenal as Pato is on all the ovals, and we've talked about his track record here, I think his style and his setup is a little bit unique and maybe hard for some drivers to kind of wrap their brains around. Now with Ryan coming in, a guy like Christian has someone with maybe a little bit more of a, I don't want to say typical style, but I think one that's maybe a little bit more relatable for a lot of drivers. Yep. And it's a huge opportunity for him to kind of really learn, okay, what does Ryan look for in a race car? What setup makes him feel good? What feedback does he want out of the race car? And then how can I maybe, you know, learn from the setups that Ryan likes, and maybe I drive a little bit more like he does. So, you know, I think it's a huge opportunity for Lundgaard to learn. You know, he's worked with Pato, he's learned a lot from him, but I think this is, like I said, a massive opportunity to pick the brain of a guy that really knows his way around this place.
So beginning to gather a few more cars out onto the race course in a group here. That's Marcus Ericsson up off the pit lane in front of Sato. You've got Kyle Collette, Ed Carpenter, and Alexander Rossi also in this group, mixing in and among Ryan Hunter-Reay as they get up to full speed off turn 4 and down to the Art of Bricks.
Nice little pack forming here.
Got a Honda and 4 Chevrolets in this group.
The other thing that's interesting about this, you know, scenario, when you're one of the established guys, you're one of the veterans, you start going out into these group runs, you're going to come across the rookies, and you don't know what they're like yet as drivers. Yeah. If you've been doing this for 10 years and you're racing against guys that have been doing it for 10 years, you've got a database built up in your head about certain drivers' characteristics, their traits, what to expect from them. Around a rookie, it's everybody's learning. The rookie's learning, and people are learning what that driver is good at, still has to work on, you know, and their awareness in these kind of mock race simulations. So all the drivers running around, Kyle Collette, Dennis Hauger, Mick Schumacher, they've got to kind of approach it with a little bit of caution until you kind of have to earn your stripes as a rookie, so to speak. And you got to prove to the veterans that you're not going to make erratic moves, you're going to make smart decisions, and you kind of understand how to play in traffic.
Trust is earned, and at 220 miles an hour, trust is important.
And you need a lot of it. Yeah. It's important, and it takes a while to earn it.
So that is Collette. No, that's Rossi pulling way down to the inside to let those 2 cars by and to see what his car can do from the tail end of the line here. Mick Schumacher out onto the race course has trying to join the tail end of this group. And that's the first we've seen Mick this afternoon, after going through and completing all 3 phases of his rookie orientation program between 12 and 2 today local time.
Okay, so we've had 30 cars now turn laps. 32 are eligible, with Katherine Legge not finishing the refresher requirements to participate in the all-skate. We know that Stingray Rob's back in the garage. So the only other driver that we've yet to see is Jacob Abel.
Yeah, I've not seen Jacob Abel yet this afternoon about it, but I believe we're about to find out what's going on, Georgia.
Yeah, absolutely. We were just talking, they're about to go back out. So before that, I just want to say welcome back to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. How does it feel to be back?
Thank you. Yeah, it's awesome. It's super special to be back here. You know, after last year, I wasn't quite sure what the future held for me, at least at this place. You know, it was definitely pretty crushing there, you know, getting bumped out of the race after being so close. But super happy to be back here. Super happy to be back here with Abel Motorsports. You know, this is literally and figuratively my family. So yeah, you know, I owe everything to these guys. All my success in my career has come here for the most part. And yeah, it's a cool kind of, you know, homecoming thing to get everyone back together and all gathered around, you know, the biggest race in the world.
Oh, absolutely. And I was just informed that you're obviously driving the car, but you have a couple drivers on your team very close to you, talking in your ear. Tell me about who's on your stand.
Yeah, so Spencer Pigot's in turn 1 spotting for me. He's spotted for me for the last 5 years, I think, about at this point. So we've got a really good relationship there. He driver coaches for me as well. And then Charlie Kimball's come in for this month. We've gotten to know each other really well for the last couple of years. And yeah, he's super helpful, super good on the radio. Was very helpful through ROP again there for me. But yeah, definitely too many drivers, but happy to have them all in my ear.
That's great. Thank you, Jacob. We'll let you get back out there. I know time is running out here. Thank you.
It is. Thank you.
That's a great point he brings up about having the experience of Charlie Kimball on the stand. That's cool. I mean, Spencer Piggott, as he said, he's coached Jacob for a while there, successful driver in his own right, and now to have Charlie Kimball joining that program, that's an exciting addition for that team.
Absolutely.
Charlie's got some experience in the role as strategist here at the Speedway. He's worked with Dale Coyne in the past, and he understands racing. He's done it a bunch himself. Very successful driver in the IndyCar Series. Now does some officiating, some race directing as well, and he's one of those brains that really kind of understands how a race forms, how it plays out. And for a young team and a young driver, a really strong addition to that timing stand.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to see Charlie this morning at the drivers' meeting, and no better. And has a lot of experience coaching young drivers also, how to go about it and achieve success. So great to see, and look forward to hearing from him throughout the month of May as well. So this group at the Yard of Bricks headed for turn number 1 now, headed by Alexander Rossi and Ed Carpenter. You've got Kaio Colette in there, Marcus Ericsson in there, Dennis Hauger is at the end of that line, then a little bit of a gap back to Mick Schumacher. And also heading onto the race course, Elio Castroneves, who is in the north end and coming off turn 4 as looks like the ECR cars bail from the line.
You saw a quick shot there of the spotter stand up in turn 1, the eyes in the sky. This is when they earn their money, when we get to the last sort of 2 hours. And we always call it happy hour. It's kind of become happy 2 hours here as we extended the day to 6 p.m. and you get this traffic running. And look, this is practice for them as well.
Yeah.
Right? You've got to really earn that trust, like we talked about with among other drivers. That trust between a driver and their spotter, just as important. And understanding the language you want to speak, the vernacular, the cadence, how much information you want, when you want it. That is a massive, massive part of racing here at the Speedway. And when you find a spotter that you click with, you try to hang on to that person with both hands for as long as you can.
Not an easy job for the spotter.
No.
Most of this is one of the few places you use 2 spotters, and you must use 2 spotters here. And one at the top of the grandstands there in turn 1, and another set in the top of the grandstands in turn 3. And obviously very important for safety aspects. But, you're the second spotter. You might not have worked with this driver regularly since last year.
You might not have worked as a spotter regularly since last year. That could be one of those situations where you're sort of drafted in for the month of May. And again, that's why these practice sessions are so valuable, because it does give more opportunity for the 3 of you, the 2 spotters and the driver, to start really speaking the same language and get on the same page. And, you saw them there with binoculars. This is a massive racetrack. You have to have incredible depth perception. You got to make great calls, because the drivers, again, at the end of the day, the steering wheel's in the driver's hands.
Yep.
But you are really trusting the information that you're getting from your spotter. It is so crucial and so key. And I think a lot of times those are some of the most, underappreciated, under-celebrated maybe members of a race team, because that role at a place like Indianapolis is absolutely vital.
And by the way, if you're the spotter, making sure you know which car with the green nose and the black stripes is yours.
You think we like having cars with distinct paint schemes? How do you think those guys feel?
Yeah, that's right.
One of my favorite things is every once in a while, during one of these practice sessions, you'll be sitting in pit lane and hear, clear. Like, no, pal, that's not me. I'm not on the track right now. We're in the pits.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, wrong car.
Yeah. We're following Dennis Hauger in the green and black trimmed number 19 car, because we're literally counting down the laps till he finishes his rookie orientation program. He's down now to 3 at 2:15 or better. And since he's running in the draft here, he should be right in that range if the car is behaving like we all expected it would be.
I mean, he's got a best lap right now to 2:21.1. That's pretty stout. He's 13th on the time charts. So he clocks in at a 2:15.9 on that lap. So that's down to 2. And then there were 2 for Dennis Hauger.
And then there were 2 as we see some more cars begin to move out onto the race course. That was Christian Lundgaard, who was on the inside access road heading off the pit lane. Got Felix Rosenqvist has just gone up onto the racetrack. You have Mick Schumacher headed back for the race course after a visit to the pit lane. David Malukas is out there. Kaio Collet, Romain Grosjean. I mentioned Ericsson already. Takuma Sato.
2:16.9 for Hauger. 1 to go. A matter of when, not if, at this point.
Like there was any doubt.
There was any doubt. But still, it'll be a relief for him once it's done.
Yeah, just another box of firsts to check off. And all of those accomplishments are just milestones that every driver has to go through. Your first test, or first practice, your first Fast Friday, your first qualifying run.
And then there's cool things. There's like the rookie lunch, you know, and there's certain little trophy things that are given to rookies. You know, you only get it your first year. Everyone's got one. As he crosses the line at a 2:16.2. So we'll await official word, but
should about do it.
By our calculations, that should be done.
And here's official word right now. So Dennis Hauger has completed his rookie orientation program. Welcome to the Indianapolis 500, Dennis Hauger. So everybody that had those things to do today has been able to get them done, except for Katherine Legge, who had some difficulties getting out onto the race course with her car. Clutch problem earlier today. And keep you posted on what the status is of that.
So 2 rookies
where tomorrow is concerned. Yeah.
Sorry, 2 rookies battling it out there. Kaio Collet in front of Hauger. You've got Takuma Sato behind him. Then Marcus Ericsson.
Yeah, trying to form up a little group here as Graham Rahal joins off the pit lane. So Hauger got the word. He's good.
Yeah.
He's headed for pit lane. But Graham joining up with Kaio Collet. You've got Takuma Sato in there, Marcus Ericsson. And then further back, you'll get to Romain Grosjean and Christian Lundgaard, who are coming off of turn 4 now. And coming up on that period, top of the hour, where teams are allowed to do hot stops for their pit crews to get the helmets on and get over the wall with the equipment and get some practice doing tire changing and plugging in to the car. I don't know if they're doing the fuel plug-ins or not today. I don't think they are, because they don't have the full hoses out there, I don't believe. But the tire stops, the air jacks, all that kind of thing, the helmets, all got to be done. So looking through this group, back to Graham Rahal. James, you talked earlier about it appearing that Rahal was maybe struggling for pace a little bit when he was out there with Sato earlier trying to run in the draft. There's Graham and scoreboard watching for this 15. Right now he's 28th out of 30.
Teammate Foster 29th, and then Sato is up in 20th, and Schumacher's 20th. So they're 27th, 28th, 29th for Schumacher, Rahal, and Foster. And then Sato, once again, the quickest of the cars, but by no means rapid when it comes to outright pace. So mild concern for this group. Again, no bumping predicted to be happening this year, so we're not worried about anyone making the show, but that doesn't make it any less painful.
Yeah. You don't have to start on the front row to win the race, but it sure does make it easier.
It sure helps.
Yeah.
And I mean, just knowing that there's some pace in the car, even if you're starting at the back, can give you some confidence. If you're just legit qualifying at the back, that's the best you've got. It makes for a long 3-hour race.
Rosenquist back to the pit lane. 7-car grouping here. Kind of spread out toward the back of it. And we hit the 1 hour mark remaining in our day 1 of the Indy 500 Open Test. Wherever you may be watching us from, whether it's on the viewing mounds in the infield or someplace far and wide across the world on the IndyCar YouTube channel, glad to have you with us from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway with James Hinchcliffe and Georgia Henneberry. Alan Bestwick, happy to be with you here as the first on-track action building toward the 110th running of the greatest spectacle in racing unfolds on what's turned into a pretty beautiful Indiana afternoon.
It is just, it's so exciting to be back at the track. I mean, I know this is just day 1. We have so many more hours of practice and coverage that we'll bring you. We have so many, stories to tell throughout qualifying weekend. We have all the great things that happen throughout Carb Day and Legends Day. It seems like it's still a year away, but it's just so great to see these pictures, cars back on the speedway, people starting to figure out what they've got. You're seeing who looks good. You're seeing who looks like they're in trouble, who's got some work to do. There's the range of emotions, and that's, I think, what I really take away from this every year, this event, is just the sheer range of that agony and ecstasy that you mentioned earlier is enormous.
People that leave here with a big smile on their face, people that leave here with a quiet confidence that what they thought to be true is true, and in a way they can predict. People that leave here absolutely stressed out that everything they thought to be true isn't working that way. Because
here's the problem, right? If you unload here and you're struggling for speed, fine, you've got 2 weeks before practice starts, 3 weeks before qualifying. There's only so much you can do. 9 times out of 10, if you roll off at the speedway test slow, you're not getting that speed back.
Because you came here with what you thought was going to be the right direction.
The best of the best. All the right parts, everything that you thought, scored the best on the wind tunnel, on the shaker rig, the gearbox dyno, the upright dyno, all the tricks that go into building one of these speedway cars. And you've been doing that for the last 4 months. What are you going to do in 3 weeks to unlock 2, 3, 4 miles an hour if that's what you're off? And right now, we look at, I hate to just keep pointing back at them, but the Rahal squad, a tow time right now in the 215s. Ray Graham's best is a 219. He's, I guess Sato right now is, his best is a 220 flat. And that's in a tow. Right now, a 220.3 is the best no tow time. So you're potentially, 2, 3, 4 miles an hour off. That's an absolute eternity. It's a Grand Canyon-sized chasm in the speed charts. And trying to find that between now and opening day is almost impossible.
Here's Mick Schumacher, one of the drivers who had to pass his rookie orientation program today to earn his blessing to go full bore in practice and testing for the Indianapolis 500-mile race, making his first laps here in an NTT INDYCAR Series machine at the race course in this afternoon session. Schumacher's turned 13 laps, 2:17.60, the best of them so far.
It's on the lower end of laps for sure.
And I think we've seen that as a trend between the people that ran 10 to 12, the veterans, and then had the 2-hour break to reset their cars, and the people that ran the 12 to 2 session and then went back to reset everything. There, a lot of them just coming back out maybe half an hour, 45 minutes ago, back out to the pit lane to begin their afternoon test plan. But they got certainly one of the bigger boxes checked off they needed to, which was get all 3 phases of that rookie orientation program done and get your driver a feel for what it's like. And Mick Schumacher today put in a pretty efficient number of laps in the rookie orientation period to get that done. And here he is out here knocking another one off, running by himself. Didn't count the number of laps since he went out there in this run to see if this is like a simulated 4-lap, 10-mile qualifying thing. This is the routine. This is what you do,
Probably a bit early for that, I would suspect. I think it's more just trying to get him, again, more up to speed, more comfortable, working with the hybrid system, working on different deployment strategies, just in general. working with some of the tools that he's got inside the car so that he can get a feel for what a click of softer front bar feels like, what 2 clicks of weight jacker to the right feels like. Just building, again, that database in the driver's brain of the tools that you have at your disposal. But running around by himself right now, he did a 2:14.1 on that last lap. You know, we were seeing drivers in the 2:18s. There's a 2:15.1, but, you know, we were seeing, like I said, others in the mid 2:18s. Scott Dixon was out there, a little bit high there for Mick Schumacher out of turn 1. You just got to try to figure these lines out. It looks so simple.
Right.
They just look like easy 90-degree corners, but I can tell you it is so much more complicated and just so nuanced. That's the big challenge for a new driver, is an engineer will say, well, hey, look, you know, so-and-so's turning in 10 feet later, and you think 10 feet at 220, is that really a big deal? The answer is yes.
Yeah.
Because you're fighting for thousandths of a mile an hour sometimes, and every fraction counts.
See some of the teams with tires laid out. Good opportunity for a rookie like Caio Collet to get used to how you find your pit box here. This is long pit road at Indianapolis, and how you pick that box out and get that car stopped on the marks it's supposed to be stopped is something that every opportunity you get to practice, and practice that launch is a valuable rep.
Super important. We talked about how difficult pit lane can be here, how many good Indy 500 efforts have come undone due to problems in pit lane.
Yes.
You know, you're breaking down from 200 plus miles an hour to 60, which again, they're not doing today. They're pitting off of 3, but just even getting into your box, the setup on these cars, it's so asymmetric. It feels so good when you turn left into the box. It feels so bad when you turn right to try to straighten it up. Hitting your marks, you know, on an oval in the pits is incredibly challenging, and he's only had to do it once before at Phoenix.
Yeah.
And that's a much more aggressive setup just because of the short nature of the racetrack. So again, all these reps are important for all these rookies.
Just think about, as you watch, you know, some of these drivers practice the hot stops here over the last hour. Those tire changers are down on their knees. Every adjustment they have to make, left or right, to get that gun to line up centered on that tire from where they start is a second or a fraction of a second. Your stop's going to be longer.
And that's one of the things I think, honestly, even we don't do a good enough job of talking about in the broadcast, is how important the driver's role is in executing a good stop. We like saying, oh, this team did a great stop, or this team was a bit slow on that stop. But a lot of that can be if the driver's not right on the marks. Like you say, the tire changers have to make that adjustment. The fueler has to make that adjustment. That precision is absolutely everything for these quick, you know, 7 to 8 second pit stops.
Yeah. And in a race where so many cars finish on the lead lap, and, you know, the old football field, the second thing, you spend an extra half second on pit road, you're gonna lose an awful lot of ground to those you're competing with, especially, as silly as this sounds, especially if it's a caution flag stop and everybody's coming in together.
Exactly right. So the driver has to play their part in giving the team the best opportunity to execute the quickest pit stop by just being on the marks, getting from 60 down to 0 efficiently without overshooting or locking up. And then, of course, the launch again, getting from 0 back up to 60. Not easy to do on cold tires, full fuel, with an asymmetric setup on the car. It wants to spin you out to the left, which we've seen many times drivers lose it on that acceleration.
So again, another run down the pit lane here, and the practice getting in and out of the box and hitting the marks for the tire changers for Caio Collet of the A.J. Foyt Racing Team. Part of what they're allowed to do in this last hour of the test. Just looking at the section of pit road we can see in front of us, I see some team vehicles looking like they're loading up to maybe make a group run. Can't see all the way down to the turn 1 end of pit lane from here, but I see a couple of the groups that are right in the vicinity of the pagoda looking like they're all in their stalls and getting ready at maybe a specific time to load up and head out together. You see that crowd down there from the turn 4 pit in all the way through and past the opening here in front of the pagoda. Got a couple of empty spots where we don't see everybody out there. There's one of the Andretti Global cars that's on the pit lane, one of the Team Penske car, now 2 of the Team Penske cars, as we see the shot. And when we'll see, I guess I'm surprised. I expected by now, when we got past that 4 or 5 o'clock hour, we'd see a couple of these teams put a big group out there and see what they've got.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think maybe the forecast for tomorrow is improving enough that people are saving some tires for tomorrow. As Kyle Collette emerges from his number 4 machine after a good haul of laps so far.
Yeah, good day's work, I would think.
And he might not be done, might just be a break, but 67 laps, that's pretty solid.
And that's just in the afternoon session.
Yeah, that's actually the most of the session so far. And again, sitting a very impressive 6th place on the charts.
Very nice for the rookie driver from Brazil. Felix Rosenquist. South end. You know, the other thing you were talking about a year and a half ago, 2 years, I had a chance to do the track walk with a driver here. And goodness knows how many years I've been coming here, particularly on the NASCAR side of things, but I still found subtleties between the two ends of the race course that surprised me. Just small things like the exit of turn 1 and how different that is from the exit of turn 3. And you don't necessarily notice it from this distance, but you do when you really get out there and get up close. The top end of turn 1, when you head up off that corner, that last foot or so of racetrack drops away more quickly than it does in turn 3. 9 degrees, you know, yeah, but
how does it get to 9
right,
degrees?
That last foot is different.
Yeah. An engineer I worked with used to call that the deer's leap, from the wall, that turn in as you kind of start to fall into the banking. It's about the distance that a deer can leap, you know, so from the wall as it goes in, and it is a bit more aggressive in turn 1, which is why you see a lot more issues there.
Yes.
Just the car gets a little bit light in turn in, can unsettle the thing. Turn 3 can be a little bit more, just playing it a little bit more stable. Even if the balance isn't great, you can sort of hang on to it a bit more. And you know, you don't see these things either at 220.
Yeah.
You have to kind of go see it slow and then let your brain kind of register it, process it all. You bury it in there, you bake it in there, so that way subconsciously you know, yeah, when you turn into 1, it's going to feel a little bit lighter at initial turn than it is in 3. And at 2, there is that little bump on entry. In 3, there's that bump mid-corner. Some of these things you don't realize you're feeling them in the race car until you've seen them up close at 2 miles an hour walking.
The bump that they fixed off turn number 2, I knew there was a bump there, but then you get out there and you see it from up close and you're like, oh, now I get what they're talking about.
I'm surprised that's not a bigger deal.
Yeah,
I'm surprised the drivers don't complain about that more.
Yeah.
Lord knows we love to complain.
Well, you know, I think that's us as a species, truthfully, where we've gotten to. So Alexander Rossi out and back in. This is Nolan Siegel headed onto the race course off of pit exit turn 2. I see a little other movement down in the pit lane, which leads me to believe that business is about to pick up.
Sun's going down, track temps coming down with it. 100 degrees now. It's kind of the lowest we've seen since the afternoon session started. It was cooler than that in the morning session for the veterans. Seen some drivers like Stingray Robb make their way out to pit lane, so expecting to see that car back on the racetrack soon.
So you talked about Kyle Collette, rookie driver making the most laps today. Right behind him and counting is this sophomore driver, as Nolan Siegel just to put his 63rd lap of the afternoon session in the books, driving the NTT Data Arrow McLaren Chevy. And looks like one trip around for Siegel and back to the attention of his crew.
And sometimes that can be an aero test. You know, sometimes if there's a small aerodynamic piece that the team's developed or wants to try, you can bolt it onto the car, go do one-time buy, or even just run down the back straight. So yeah, one-time buy, back straight at speed, you can get the measurement that the team needs. They can see it in the data as we go yellow now down for a track inspection with 45 minutes left on the clock.
Going to have a look at something off of turn number 4. So caution flag again for a track inspection, and that will slow the proceedings here with, as you see, 45 minutes to go in day 1 of the Indy 500 open test. We'll be back here tomorrow. This same place on your dial or on your computer or your personal device, whatever it might be. Tomorrow starting at 10 a.m. All cars for a couple of hours, then a break for an hour. Then they get back out there from 1 to 5, 4 more hours in the afternoon. So 6 hours of track time scheduled for tomorrow.
Weather pending.
And the forecast improving, certainly, from what it was a couple days ago. So further word from race control is one of the race cars just came off the course with a cut tire. And so it's Louis Foster's car, is what I'm being told. So now that's Dennis Hauger. Yeah, again, green and black car. All right, so the other part of that conversation that all ties together in my brain now after 7 hours on air is that Georgia is with Louis Foster and Dennis Hauger's car sits there. Georgia, help me out.
That is correct, Alan. Either way, if we see Louis Foster's car or not, I have Louis Foster here with me. So let's walk through your day. There's been a lot of on-track action. There's been a lot of back and forth. How was your day?
Yeah, good so far, I think. It's always good to be back here. You know, we've got our new drop light livery on the car, which I think looks awesome. Got a bit of a camo thing going on there. But yeah, it's always so much fun going back to this place. You forget how fast it is, and we haven't even done quali boost yet, obviously. So yeah, I think a few more things to work through, probably 1 or 2 more runs for us, but yeah, good so far.
When you get in traffic and you haven't done it for a while on somewhere like the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, what do you really have to be cautious of?
Just kind of knowing the limits of the car, really. I mean, you kind of build up to it one by one with going more and more left on the wade jacker and more left on your tools, really, in general, to give it some more rotation. Yeah, it's hard to jump right behind someone and be right on it immediately. Still feel kind of fresh to this place. Obviously, it's only my second time here, so still a lot to learn, but we're definitely in a better starting spot than last year.
Hey, and that's what these days are for. It's all about learning. Thank you, Louis.
Yeah, cheers.
All right, thank you, Louis. Thank you, Georgia. And just to clarify, it was Dennis Hauger's car that came back off the race course with a left rear tire that had a cut in it, and that's why the quick yellow flag and the track inspection to see if they can find whatever the culprit was.
Yeah, so every time a car comes in, you'll inspect the tires, and if you see a small cut.
Oh, check that. Now we're being told, correction, it's car 18, so Romain Grosjean's car.
One of the cars.
One of the cars.
Maybe a DCR car. Maybe not. Doesn't really matter. One of the tires has a cut in it.
It's all good.
But yeah, every time you come in, you inspect the tires. If you see any issue, any small cuts, you know, it's either a Firestone engineer, one of the mechanics can see it. They'll call it into race control, and they'll come and make the determination whether it's worth shutting down. And I got to be honest, I've been so impressed over the years at how good the AMR safety team is at finding some small, you know, inconspicuous piece of something around a 2.5 mile, 60-foot wide asphalt strip. They can find some of the smallest things that can, you know, damage a tire at that speed. So credit to them for having the eagle eyes when they're going around doing these track inspections.
And what a great job they do. And certainly we're thankful to have them here. So a look at the schedule for tomorrow. We talked about it a little bit ago, but show it to you again as we go green at 10 a.m. tomorrow, scheduled for 2 hours for all cars. Then that hour break, all cars scheduled to go from 1 to 5 p.m. tomorrow afternoon as well on the second day of the Indy 500 Open Test for 2026. And we will see if the weather is kind to us, though we believe it's going to be. That's my thought on it. Yep.
Yeah, it looks like the morning's maybe a little bit rougher than later in the afternoon. So if it stops raining by around 10, it normally takes about 2 hours to dry this place out. So we might have to skip the lunch break and go straight to work.
Whatever it is and whatever's best, they'll figure it all out for sure. So that's tomorrow's schedule here at Indianapolis. And then we'll skip ahead just a little bit and look forward to swinging open the gates on Friday, May the 8th for our full day of practice and qualifications for the NTT INDYCAR Series. We'll have Indy Next by Firestone. We'll have the USF Pro 2000, the USF 2000 Series, all here on the race course for Sancio Grand Prix weekend. And, of course, the Grand Prix on Saturday, the 9th, at the conclusion of a second very busy day. Indy 500 practice begins Tuesday, May 12th, 12 to 6. We'll go. And actually, is that the day we start a little early? I think we start a little earlier than that, or I'll check the schedule anyway. We start on the Tuesday. Fast Friday's the 15th. PPG Armed Forces qualifying is Saturday the 16th and Sunday the 17th. We have the Monday Indy 500 race trim practice, Miller Light Carb Day, and the pit stop contest and the Weenie 500.
The Weenie 500. Let's be honest, guys.
Come on. That's the highlight.
That's what everybody's looking forward to the most.
There you go.
What an event it was last year in the inaugural running. They will be back.
And we're fired up for it again. And Legends Day by Firestone, and then the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500. Everybody still having a good time out there? I think so.
A couple people are.
Yeah, a couple people.
There we go.
It wasn't the most energetic way to ask the question, but you're kind of walking that balance between doing the telecast on the stream and then the grandstand thing too. You know.
I'll tell you what I love the most though is how many families we're seeing out here.
Awesome.
On a weekday, coming out to check out some Indy cars. It's great to see the young fans out in the stands and watching on the hill, cheering on their favorite drivers.
And the number of people that suddenly in these last few years have begun working remotely from the office that day during May in Indiana is remarkable.
Funny how that works.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said we saw Stingray on his scooter heading down to the pit box. His car is now heading down to join him. So a little bit behind the original scheduled time, but looks like he'll get some running out there, which is great. Every lap helps.
Yep. If they're able to get out today and get a break tomorrow, then that's a great thing. And tough luck there that they had the problem earlier today that necessitated the engine change in Stingray Rob's car. But he'll get a chance to get back out and at least do the install check and the leak check and everything else too, right? To make sure that they're good to go tomorrow when the green flag does wave to get on with it. So watching down along the pit lane now, I see in the section of pit road we're able to see close up from here a number of drivers, helmets inside the aero screen and buckled in.
That's what you want to see. It is well and truly the twilight laps now. 38 minutes left in the day.
Anything stand out to you particularly that we've seen so far today?
Well, look, I've been impressed with the rookies. I always try to pay a lot of attention to what the rookies are doing throughout the entire season. You know, I love the rookie battle. I think that's an important part of this series, and all three of them have done a great job. Hauger, Schumacher, and Kayo especially are up there in 6th right now, but also just getting used to running in traffic. Like I said, you got to learn how to play in traffic.
Yeah.
And I think it's been impressive to see all three of these young men get up to speed. And you know, then from the pure performance standpoint, I was really impressed with how Ward looked in traffic running, kind of getting a long stint in there. Seems to be maybe the longest single consecutive run that we've seen out of a car. I think, you know, we don't have all that data, but it certainly visually looked like it. He's got the fastest 15-lap average right now.
Yep.
So he's looking very sporty, but early days. You know, I'm hoping that we see a lot more cars running in close proximity in this last half hour and maybe give us a little bit better of a sense of who's really starting to feel strong in traffic. But again, we're day one. You've got opportunities to make some big setup changes and get these things a little more comfortable if you're not quite in the window yet.
So remember what you were saying before about when somebody comes in with a cut tire, there's usually a reason. Aha, a fastener has apparently come off a race car and was found by the AMR safety team over on the backstretch. So there you go.
There you go.
And by the way, just so you have an idea of what it takes to conduct this event, there are 27 different observers around the racetrack for today, and there'll be even more when it's race time in the month of May, all stationed at different points around the racetrack, just watching for just that kind of thing, and appreciate all their efforts, and I know as drivers and former drivers, you do as well. So watching Graham Rahal there, as Alan reaches for his cough button and almost makes it. Get ready to go as the safety team continues the track inspection down the backstretch. And there's what we're looking at for today. Beautiful day.
What's the difference between mostly sunny and partly cloudy?
Your view. Is the glass half full or is the glass half empty?
That's a great way of looking at that, Alan. Well done.
There you go.
Well done.
And I choose to take the glasses half full. So it's mostly sunny.
Mostly sunny.
That's right.
I like it. Track temp creeping down just a little bit below 100 degrees for the first time since that noon run session started.
I had this conversation with a television meteorologist once. I said, well, why do you refer to it as a 20% chance of rain when you could say there's an 80% chance it won't?
Great point. But then we've learned that the percentage is actually not the percentage chance of rain. It's the area, the percentage of the area that they're talking about that will experience rain 100%.
That's right.
Which that absolutely blew my mind when I learned that, like, well into my 30s. Very upsetting.
Yeah. Look at Ryan Hunter-Reay's beautiful car in that test spec for Arrow McLaren. As Ryan sits aboard ready to go, we're less than 3 minutes now from the green flag.
I see a fresh set of boots on the number 31. That's a good sign. That usually means he's fueled up, ready for a long run to go run some race running. Looks like used tires on the 3 of Scott McLaughlin.
And Scotty Mack sitting there ready to go. There's Christian Lundgaard.
Used tires on the 7 as well. Yeah, what I want to see is more new boots. That tells me that they're fueled up and ready to go. I think out of the window, maybe Felix Rosenquist sitting on some fresh Firestones.
As Will Power's car.
Out there on used as well.
Yep. No shine on those.
Shine
on those.
Shine on David Malukas.
Verizon machine still suited up and ready to go. That's a little closer view of the Ryan Hunter-Reay car.
It is a nice color. They've done a good job.
I like that they even went for the matching accent on the wheel rims.
Yeah.
On the rims there.
Yeah. I wonder if the color is like inspired by the sponsor that we're going to see on the car, or if there's some other tie to McLaren. Maybe it's the color of Hunter-Reay's yacht. I don't know.
It could be.
Maybe the color of the new ship. I think he's actually upgraded from yacht to ship. It was boat, then it's yacht, now it's ship.
Kiffin Simpson.
We said it earlier. I'll say it again. That is just a sharp livery. I really just do like it. It just does draw back to the Donahue era. You know, I love the look of it.
Yeah. Elio Castroneves.
Speaking of yachts. Oh no, speaking of new Firestones.
Ready to go.
Yeah. Yeah. I like the flag. I like the flag that's drawn on that one for Elio.
Yeah.
The tire engineers doing some doodles on the Firestones.
Under a minute to go. Here's the word from race control. Felix Rosenquist. You were correct on the observation from here of the fresh boots. All right, so you see we're going to get the green flag with a little over 32 minutes to go in our session. Green flag is waving. And the charge begins toward pit exit. Malukas, Power, Hunter-Reay. Going to see Marcus Armstrong for the first time in a little while. Louis Foster, Rinus VeeKay, Scott McLaughlin, Nolan Siegel, Jack Harvey's on the move. Christian Rasmussen also moving down the pit lane in the 21.
I like the string of cars a little bit more spread out than I would like. And this is clearly about me and what I want in this moment, which is a lot of on-track action.
We're looking to be entertained here.
We are. We've been here for a minute. I think we deserve a nice show to finish off this broadcast.
Well, then how about we dig deep into the storylines and say, okay, this year's driver of the Verizon 12 followed by last year's driver of the Verizon 12.
There you go.
As Will Power in his new ride for Andretti Global is behind David Malukas for Team Penske.
Okay, so let's get into this discussion then. Who will be first to win for their new team? David Malukas or Will Power? Keeping in mind that David Malukas has yet to win a race, but has had a pole and a podium already this year.
And Will Power's won a mountain of races.
He's won a ton, 40-something I think at this point. More poles than anybody in history.
You know, they sometimes say the smartest bet you can make is one you don't make. I don't think I'd put one on that.
I'm not a gambling man, so I respect that position.
Ooh, that's a tough pick.
Right? Now you see a lot of cars coming out on that warm-up lane, the acceleration lane, trying to time getting into the back of this first line of cars. Here we go, guys. Rub your hands together. We're about to get a lot of action here at IMS.
Takuma Sato, Graham Rahal, Dennis Hauger, Roman Grosjean, Alexander Rossi joining off the backstretch. Also see Ed Carpenter moving toward the race course. Nolan Siegel a quick out and in. And let's mix it up. Armstrong to the head of the line to turn 1. Will Power has the best lap today. You see on the screen 2:23.15 in the afternoon session earlier today.
I got a feeling that's going to fall. Now that we have this many cars on track, you're going to see some big holes punched in the air. Some cars trying to catch up to the tail end of that 8, 10, 12 car draft can sometimes pull some massive numbers. I wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing 226s, 227s on a Hail Mary toe lap here by the end of the day.
A few more degrees of air temperature and track temperature dropped in the last little bit while we awaited the resumption of action.
And that all helps as well.
So the phenomenon sometimes is that it's not the second car in line that sets the big number. It's like the 6th or 7th place car in a line like this that puts the number up that jumps to the top of the board.
Yeah, it can be even further back. It could just be a car that's trying to catch the group in front if you time it just right. And certain drivers have a real knack for doing that.
Kind of like Ed Carpenter here with that bigger gap in front of him.
Yeah, exactly right.
Ed with the red side pods there. Alex Palou is not in his race car because he's talking to Georgia Henneberry right now.
Yes, he is. Alex Palou is right here with us, patiently waiting for his car to get back out here, I assume. But I just want to take a second to reflect. You're back at the Speedway here. It's almost the month of May. Yeah. It's almost the month of May. Do all those feelings come flooding back to you?
Yeah, I love it. I mean, just entering this morning and seeing my face there on gate 2 is pretty cool. Yeah, just living the dream, honestly. I'm sad I'm not out there now on track with that big group, but just waiting for the car. We're just trying a lot of stuff and excited to get this month of May started. Can't wait to get people in. I see that there's a lot of people outside in turn 2 and on the infield, so it's good. It's fun.
How has your life changed since you won the Indianapolis 500?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just happier. Honestly, it's a pretty big difference between winning the 500 and the championship. Like the amount of people recognizes and knows and understands about the race. I think the fans that know the Indy 500 is huge. So it's been just incredible to see that and to get to experience that. But I cannot wait to be back when all the fans are here during the race.
Now, lastly, how has today gone? We've had a lot of track time. You've ran laps. How's it gone?
Haven't done many laps, so yeah, we've been learning a lot of stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's testing, so you never know. You're testing, you don't know what people is doing. But yeah, it's been good so far. Not as many laps as I would like, but we'll have another day tomorrow, hopefully.
I hope you get back out there. And right as we're wrapping up this interview, that's when it gets quiet. So thank you for your time.
Yeah, there we go. Enjoy.
Yeah, it got quiet because Christian Rasmussen's car has come to rest inside of the turn 2 exit and is not under power and is going to need some help to get back around.
Yeah, I saw him coasting as we were kind of watching some cars pull out of pit lane there. It almost looked like something was maybe loose. Maybe a wheel was left loose and he felt it, and rather than risk it coming off and obviously going into the racing surface, just wisely pulled over. But pure speculation on my part.
Well, if that's the case, we'll know in a second, because if they just hook the tow rope up to it, then...
Let's see. So you can see the replay. Here he's coming. And he just immediately... See, the car's wiggling, which to me indicates something's loose. Easiest explanation would be a tire. Could be something, could be a bigger failure, something in the rear suspension. But either way, they'll get him towed back. And we were just gearing up. Everybody was just winding up. They're leaving him in the car.
Yeah, they're going to have to lift him to get him back. Look at the left rear tire angle as it sits there. Whether that's anything different or not, I can't see from here.
Yeah, he's popping out.
But, yeah, whatever's mechanically wrong with the Rasmussen car, they're going to have to give it a lift up into the air because one of those wheels may apparently be loose. That's the word we're getting from IndyCar, is that there is a loose wheel on that car. So the session stopped with 25 minutes and counting to go while they bring Christian Rasmussen's car back around to the attention of the ECR team. And by the time we get back racing again, hopefully we'll have a full complement of cars right back out on the race course again. So they'll get the tow truck up to the Rasmussen car to get it up in the air, and the driver will get the ride back in with the AMR safety team to the attention of his group. Hopefully no significant damage done to that machine. Apparently the right rear side of the car is the focus.
Yeah, missing wheel nut on the right rear wheel, so kind of as we suspected. Great call from Christian to not try to tiptoe it back to pit lane and risk that wheel coming off.
Yeah.
But this makes the return to pit lane, the recovery, a little bit longer, so we're just getting robbed of a little bit of time here for drivers to be out there all in full race trim.
It was exciting while it lasted.
It was just gearing up nicely, you know.
Yeah, it'll be fun, and we'll get back out there again very shortly, and we'll have about 20 minutes or so left in the session to go to the top of the hour. And so there goes the 21 car up in the air. Looking ahead to the month of May, the 2025 race, and even qualifications for last year's race. The pole for 2024 was 234.220 miles an hour for Scott McLaughlin. Last year, excuse me, the pole was 232.790. I know weather conditions will have a lot to do with it. Faster than last year? Do they top Scott McLaughlin's mark from 2 years ago? That's like one of those things, like you asked me who wins a race first, right? It's so hard to figure out.
It's so tough. And you're right. I mean, conditions just play such a massive role in that.
Yeah.
You know, you got to think in theory, teams are going to try to make the cars a little bit better. They're going to find little improvements here, there, everywhere. So if the conditions were identical, I'd say, yeah, they've got a shot of topping McLaughlin's record-setting pole time. Doesn't have to be by much, right? It only has to be by 1,000th of a mile an hour for it to be a record. But it's so condition specific, depending on the track temp, the air temp, the wind direction, all that stuff. So it's that one's an impossible one to predict.
And it'd be fun to find out. And that's what we enjoy doing, is seeing how it all turns out. But that'll be for a few weeks from now when we get to our PPG Armed Forces qualifications days. As you see, Christian Rasmussen already got the lift back to the pit box from the AMR safety team, and his car being removed behind the wall over there in turn number 2. And as soon as they get the safety equipment back in its properly assigned positions around the race course, we should be able to get this thing back under the green flag again. So tough there for Christian. Whether we'll be able to see him back out in the final moments of today's test session or not is a good question, as they'll bring that race car back through the infield to make the track available for the green flag, hopefully soon.
I'm saying it's okay what you did, but normally anytime, like even if you're going to like your first with a race car.
All right, so waiting for word from race control, and seeing who we see buckled aboard their cars and all ready to go. So you're Hunter Ray. You just went out there on a fresh set of tires, and you got a couple laps, and now you've had to come back in. Just a couple laps. Change much?
No. I think it's too early to really know what the cars had at that point. As we mentioned earlier, you know, the tires usually hide a little bit of an imbalance for the first 10 minutes. As we see two of the Chip Ganassi racing machines, the 10 of Palou and the 9 of Dixon, heading out onto pit lane. So they're going to try to get in for this last little bit of the play time.
Looking like we're about a minute or so away from green flag. Flag is up atop the starter stand, and waiting on word for the color of said flag to change.
Yeah, flagman Aaron Likens holding up the yellow, giving you that 1 minute indication for everyone on pit lane. So you can start preparing, start planning. Do you want to leave right at the green? Do you want to wait for a lap to try to find the best positioning on the racetrack? Some cars want to be at the front of the line. Some cars want to be at the back, so they'll wait for a line to form and then leave a lap or two later.
And the green flag is waving with 20 minutes left to go in our session. So green flag is out, the race course open once again. And here comes the charge down the pit lane. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, at least 11 moving from their pit box toward the speedway. And Kiffin Simpson will head the line off the pit exit and onto the back straightaway. Simpson, Christian Lundgaard, Ryan Hunter-Reay, Scott McLaughlin, Louis Foster, Takuma Sato, Rinus VeeKay. Those will be the first cars that come around in that order. Good to see that Stingray Rob's car is departing the pit lane and getting his first lap of the day. Mick Schumacher headed out onto the race course also.
So yeah, these drivers will kind of get up to speed, get going, and then people in pit lane will assess where in the line they want to slot in. Use that software that we talked about earlier to plan exactly where that car will exit onto the racetrack. As you see there, who's that? Is that... that
was Mick Schumacher, just came off the pit lane,
yeah. There he is.
So it'll be Christian Lundgaard, Ryan Hunter-Reay at the head of the line of the group of cars that'll come off turn number 4 now. Here they come.
A couple McLaren teammates out front being chased by Kiffin and McLaughlin, a little bit more spread out than what we saw at the green previously.
Got some more movement down on the pit lane, and Carpenter's headed out to try and join in the group off the back straightaway. There comes Ed. And a few more looking like they have fired up on the pit lane and are getting ready to go. Looks like Graham Rahal's on the move. Roman Grosjean. Marcus Armstrong has just departed his pit box.
And still a few drivers sat in their cars ready to head out. So this group's going to grow as the two McLarens at the top of the line right now.
Funny, we had the shot on the pit lane just before the restart. They had the left front off of Armstrong's car on pit road. We're looking at some of the suspension and maybe the brake system components on the left front corner of that car. So Marcus back out there to give it a whirl. Will Power joins in on the backstretch.
See 3 cars coming off a pit lane trying to blend into this group here. Rahal, Power, Grosjean, Armstrong. Now we've got a nice train forming. And this is going to give all these guys a good sense of what their car's doing, where they're at right now.
Hunter-Reay and Lundgaard at the head of the line, now exchanging that spot.
It's always nice when you're able to work with your teammates in a situation like this, because you know they're going to be predictable. You know they're going to give you the room. The spotters can communicate a little bit more closely and share some of the intent with each other to kind of give their drivers a heads up as Hunter-Reay now goes back around Lundgaard. Carpenter behind Simpson there. And what you're looking for at this phase is that driver who's 4th, 5th, 6th in line. If they're able to work their way up 2, 3, 4 positions in a handful of laps, the 2 cars at the front, they're going to be swapping positions. That's just kind of par for the course. If you're out front, you're almost, I don't want to say a sitting duck. It's not easy to get past if you're the lead car, but it's certainly easier. But once you get back in the train, it gets a lot more difficult. And when you see cars able to make progress from that sort of 4th position back, that's your first indication that that driver's got a very strong car in traffic. There goes Carpenter by Kiffin.
David Malukas, Jack Harvey join the party. Malukas right in front of the whole group. Just off the pit lane, coming off turn 4 now. Malukas, Lundgaard, Carpenter. And you've got Kiffin Simpson Jack Harvey, Graham Rahal, Will Power in line.
Sato to the top, 224.8. Grosjean slotted in just behind him at a 224.3. So that's where you're starting to see some of these big toes. And this is where it can get messy, Alan, is guys coming out of pit lane, guys trying to fall back into pit lane when you're coming out to an entire train of cars already at speed. That's Dixon blending out and Palou.
Palou with a bigger head of steam off the pit lane, got around Dixon and then slotted into line a little bit ahead of him now.
But you see the gap that they've sort of created to the car in front. I think that's maybe Will Power.
That's Jack Harvey there in the green and black car, just in front of David Malukas in the Verizon 12. Carpenter, Lundgaard, Simpson, Harvey, Malukas, Rahal, Power, Palou, the order that they go to turn 3.
That's Hunter Ray just joining back into turn 3 there. He's getting back into the fray. 15 minutes to go. Everybody's kind of finding their place now in line. So everyone I think that needs to be on track right now is out there. They've kind of found their place. Now you start working. And if you're the car in front, you don't want to run around out front for too long. If you're kind of respectful and following the unspoken rules, the etiquette, if you've made your way to the front, you give it a lap or two out front, tow some guys around, then sort of strategically fall back however many spots you want, 1, 3, 5 in line, just to kind of work on whatever stage of the stint or the race you want to work on right now. But it's the worst when a guy works his way to the front and then the next straight just immediately pulls over and falls to the back. That's just rude.
Drops the cord.
Yeah,
exactly. I found out what it's like to follow you and pass you, but I'm not going to give you the same.
Correct. Malukas now up to P3 with a 223.89. Dixon to P2.
Yeah, and all those cars back in the traffic and getting the tow from the car ahead of them. There's the gap from Malukas in that red with the yellow banner around the top of the aero screen. Penske car up to Jack Harvey. They switch around at the head of the line also with Lundgaard going back up front.
Yeah, Sato and Dixon 1 and 2. They're last and second last in line, but just wait. We might see a big lap in the next 2 or 3 laps from Elio Castroneves in the 06. He's got a bit of a gap to the tail of this train and Scott Dixon, but a big old hole being punched by, what's that, 10, 12 cars in front of him.
Yeah. And of course, Alex Palou out there at the middle of this line as well, capable of throwing up a number in the traffic also. What did you call it earlier? A PR lap?
Yes. The PR lap.
That doesn't stand for personal record?
No, it does not. And here's Palou now. That's a good move. He was able to follow Power through 1 and 2. Power was a little bit close to that car in front of him. Maybe Graham Rahal, couldn't quite see who that was, and executed the pass. Again, that car already looking pretty solid.
Let's see if Palou jumps up here in the line as he pops out to pass Graham Rahal.
Yeah, it's probably not going to be the quickest lap, but the point is he's able to follow closely and get those passes done. And there you go, Castroneves, just as I called, 225.2.
The big toe from the end of the group.
No, it doesn't really mean anything, but God, it feels good to be up at the top at the end of the day, doesn't it?
Gets you the attention of all the press on hand. And all the headlines the next day. Elio Castroneves tops practice.
And then he pits. He catches the back of the train and then pits. He just wanted to say he was quickest.
Well, a little pit stop practice might be part of the agenda too, as this team has tires and crew laid out. Remember, Indy only crew.
Yep. Let's call it that. Let's go with that.
Work with me. Work with me here. I'm trying.
Look, I'm looking at this number 10 of Alex Palou. He's now working on the back of Jack Harvey. That's going to be the 4th car that he's passed now on merit. He's pulling to the pits now, but he's just able to follow very closely. Maybe a couple lap tire advantage. Remember, him and Dixon sort of came out after a few laps had already been run. As we see Castroneves come in to do a bit of that pit stop practice, as you mentioned. Malukas now trying to line up Kiffin. Solid pass there.
Yep.
And now what can he do? This is what I'm curious about. He's got Lundgaard right in front, Carpenter leading the train. Ed's doing a good job of kind of leading people around, spending his time out front, you know, paying his dues. Christian getting close, but not close enough. I want to see what Dave can do here.
And at some point, if you're Ed, you'll pull over and do a little bit of a checkup and maybe fall back in line to see what your car will do back there, if that's what you're out here to find out.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Carpenter, Lundgaard, Malukas, Simpson, Harvey. First 5 of the Art of Bricks in the group. Ryan Hunter-Reay just back off the pit lane onto the racetrack. Looks like Dennis Hauger is leaving the pit lane and looking to blend in as we hit the 10-minute to go mark in our opening day of the Indy 500 tests for 2026. Carpenter bails, Lundgaard bails.
I think you're right. There might be some more hot stops coming for some of these drivers.
It is part of what you have to figure out. Looking at Graham Rahal and Romain Grosjean. We've got that toe off of Takuma Sato earlier to jump up the timesheet to 4th fastest overall. And funny thinking of the way it looks at the end of the day and what it means, but as you watch Ed Carpenter's crew go to work.
Yeah, I could, for example, we were talking about Hauger sitting in a great place in 13th, kind of before this last 45 minutes of running. He's down in 21st right now, just not getting those big toe laps. Probably not trying for them. You don't need to do that.
Right.
He just needs to run in traffic right now, but it just kind of shows that it's not a great indication of overall pace.
New presence in the top 10, Scott McLaughlin has just posted his best lap of the day. 2:23.68, car 3 to P6. As that was Romain Grosjean bailing out of line to tell everybody behind him he's pitting. And looks like Graham Rahal also headed to the pit lane inside turn number 3. So McLaughlin jumps up there. Connor Daly's back on the racetrack. Haven't seen Connor in a bit this afternoon. There's Mick Schumacher's crew. Ryan Hunter-Reay back off the pit lane onto the race course as well. Dixon and Simpson now at the head of the line here as Harvey breaks off.
See both Malukas and McLaughlin up there in the top 6. Newgarden not out there. One of the few drivers that hasn't really run many laps. Only 8 on the afternoon session so far. By far the least.
Yeah.
Only Jacob Abel has not made it out of the eligible cars.
And his car is on the pit lane.
As Connor Daly now jumps up to the top. 225.39.
There you go.
He's good at it. He knows how to time it.
Yeah, curious about the Newgarden thing with that few laps today.
Yeah, interesting one. Whether that was a decision or an issue. Kyle Kirkwood also wrapped up pretty early. That one we heard was planned. There was a reason for that. So maybe the same on Newgarden's car, just testing things out.
Yeah, only 17 laps in the afternoon session for Kyle Kirkwood, and same for Christian Rasmussen. Though we saw Rasmussen have the problem that necessitated him being brought back to the pit lane on the hook after the right rear wheel nut was missing on that 21 car. So Daly, Castroneves, Sato, Dixon, Grosjean, Malukas, McLaughlin, Power, Ferrucci, and Armstrong, the top 10. The other thing I mentioned with just things changing as cars get out there in different groupings in the draft, the mix of manufacturer badges on the scoreboard shuffles around quite a bit too.
It sure does, and it's what you want to see. We've been at the Speedway in years where Chevrolet had a very clear advantage, years where Honda had a very clear advantage, years where one had the advantage in race trim, one had the advantage in qualifying trim. What you want to see is an equal, close, competitive battle between the two, be it in qualifying at the higher boost or in race power.
Yeah. Looking at Malukas having shuffled back toward the back of this group now to see what kind of progress he'll be able to make.
And he's making some. You know, that's around Dennis Hauger there. Now he's going to go after Kyffin Simpson again. I think he'd already passed him once, has fallen back. But again, he's one of those drivers that's, I don't want to say mid-pack. He's third, fourth in line, but still able to make some moves from there. So that's a good sign. It's a good kind of initial feeling, I think, from Malukas. But one of the things about Indy, and I think, you know, one of the drivers that we spoke to mentioned it, maybe it was Jack Harvey. You know, you can leave here one day feeling on top of the world, change nothing, come back the next morning, and the car feels awful.
Yeah.
And it's so true. Every day is a new experience here, so you really do have to take it one day at a time.
Just some other numbers while we watch this. 15 lap averages. So people that are working on, that's a half a fuel run in race pace. Takuma Sato has the best of the 9. There's only 9 drivers that have done a 15 consecutive lap run on the day today. Takuma Sato is the best of them at a 2:17.69. Pato Award second at 2:16.55. Then David Malukas, Kyffin Simpson, and Marcus Ericsson of the 15 lap runs. No toe speeds, Jack Harvey, Kyle Kirkwood, Elio Castroneves, Felix Rosenquist, and Kyffin Simpson. And overall speeds, it's still Connor Daly and Elio Castroneves with the top 2 best laps posted for today. 4 minutes to go. Simpson, Malukas here, heading this group off of turn 2. Actually, Scott Dixon heading the group in front of them. Then you've got Hauger, Daly, and Rossi in line there. For a lot of these drivers, you know, they've run Phoenix, short, fast, oval. You know, Long Beach, fast, frantic, physical. What's getting adapted to driving at the Speedway like when you get out there and start to make some of these longer runs?
You know, I think one of the biggest things is you have to just kind of shrink all of your inputs down, even compared to Phoenix. You know, Phoenix has some tight corners by oval standards. You've got that dog leg you're pretty aggressive through. Long Beach, obviously, you're fighting the wheel. It's almost like you're boxing when you're inside the cockpit of an Indy car around a street circuit like that. Here at the Speedway, everything's got to be slow. Everything's got to be smooth when it comes to the inputs. You're going so fast here that any quick inputs can just upset the platform of the race car and put you in a really bad spot. So I think the biggest thing is, just kind of retraining, you know, your muscle, the fast twitch muscles in your body, those fast twitch fibers. You don't want them too active. You really want to be, you know, slow. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast.
And the less I turn the wheel, the better, because every bit I turn the wheel is creating friction.
You think of the steering wheel as a brake. The more you're turning it, essentially, the more brake pressure you're adding to the front of the car. And so 100%. That's why we talk about loose being fast. A looser car, a freer car is going to allow you to rotate around the corner, relying on the front tire less, relying on the steering less. And the less you can turn the wheel, the less you're going to be slowing it down with that rolling friction, that mechanical friction.
Just watching this corner for Will Power, because last time through that turn, it looked to me like it was a little bit of a square corner. You know, like catch that front end, catch that front end. It could just be the way it appeared from the camera angle, but it looked like maybe with the gap Will lost to the car, he was closer behind too, that he lost a little bit of momentum there through that corner.
And it's all about momentum here. You know, when you're running at these speeds, it's impressive the engines can get the cars there, but you're not going to accelerate particularly quickly when you've got that much air resistance at 200 plus miles an hour. So a lot of it is just managing that momentum and timing out these pass attempts, timing, really working on your throttle timing when you're trying to make one of those moves. Because if you get checked up, like we mentioned, you can just lose, 2, 3, 4 places in one straight if you follow too closely through 2 or 4, and you've got to crack the throttle late in the corner, as we see Jacob Abel finally pulling out of pit lane with only 50 seconds left on the clock. He'll get one time by if he's lucky.
Yeah,
Might just be an out and in for an install check.
Right, if nothing else, a leak check and so on for tomorrow. So Power, Palou, and Hauger here as Palou drops to the back end of that trio. And we get to our final lap of this Tuesday at the Indy 500 Open Test. Is Palou going to get the big toe down here to the checkered flag at the yard of bricks, or is he going to break it off?
Not big enough with two cars. I think Daly's safe on that one. And you know what's impressive about it is both those Dreyer cars are quick in the draft, but also by themselves. Jack Harvey's still the fastest no toe. Connor's 6th on no toe. Again, you're not going to look at it too closely, but it's not nothing.
And the checkered flag is waving from atop the starter stand. And our final laps of the day registered as drivers come to the yard of bricks. Everybody's got the checkers. And so that's going to wrap it up for day one of the 2026 Indy 500 test. Incident-free.
Always a good thing.
Number of cautions for debris. The one car that needed the toe in, Christian Rasmussen. But no crashes, no spins. And 32 of the 33 cars able to accumulate some laps on our day. And when it's all said and done, the one that'll get the big headlines for the most part tomorrow will be the local guy, Connor Daly, who has turned a lap of 225.394 miles an hour in the draft, and he'll be tops on the day in overall speeds for our test session on this day one. So look at the top 10, and while we see it, a thought from you, Mr. Hinch, on what we saw today, and if anything, your takeaway from the day.
Well, look, I mean, you said it, a good clean day. I think that's the most important thing. Pretty incident-free. A few mechanical gremlins for a few of the cars, but again, we got a lot of track time to get those things sorted and get those cars dialed in. But great to see everybody out on track, running quickly, running reliably, running safely. And I think we're slowly getting set up for a really exciting month based on what we've seen in just the first couple hours of practice.
Absolutely. Fun stuff today. And glad you joined us. A reminder about tomorrow, day 2 of the Indy 500 Open Test. Green flag waves at 10 a.m. for all cars. Quick break for 12 to 1. And then a 4-hour session to wrap it up from 1 to 5 p.m. tomorrow from here at the Speedway. We'll be back on the IndyCar YouTube page tomorrow with complete coverage of day 2 of the Indy 500 test. And we come away from day 1 with Connor Daly's number atop the scoring pylon as fastest on the first day of the Indy 500 Open Test. All the stars were here, the cars were here. Weather cooperated. It was a beautiful day at the Speedway as we kind of begin the unofficial month of May action with our day 1 of testing. For Georgia Henneberry, James Hinchcliffe, and all of our Indy 500 production crew, Alan Bestwick, thanks for joining us. If you're here at the Speedway, drive home safely. And wherever you're watching around the world, come on back tomorrow at 10 o'clock Eastern Time for day 2.